Come in and flood your mind. When you think you're going down, when you think you're not going to make it, when you think you're going to fail God, or you've not measured up, when the enemy comes in and tells you that you're unworthy, you're unholy, you're no good, you'll never get it. What do you do when the enemy comes in like a flood? You see, the Lord raises up a standard. Let me show you what that standard is. Look at verse 1. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. And he's put on his armor and set for battle. You have to have a clear vision that your Lord and Savior is standing by. His eyes on your flood, his eyes on you. You have to have a clear vision of what God has promised here. I've not ignored you. I see where you're at. I see what you're going through. Look at me, he says. I have girded myself. I put on my armor. I have my sword in hand. And then read what it says, verse 4. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. God says, get your eyes off the flood, get it on me. I've got my sword in hand. I am more powerful. I am mightier than all your floods. I'm bigger than all your fears. Get your eyes off your fears. He said, I've girded myself. That hit me. I could hardly sleep. I picture my Lord standing over me, sword in hand. He knows how far it can go and no farther. He'll come and slay the dragon in his time. He's saying, now you just stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. You just put your trust in me right now. Don't be afraid.
And I know it's illegal in Pennsylvania, but it's for charity. And I consider myself a great philanderer.
Here, Squirrely Whirly, look what I have for you. Come on, little Squirrely. Take the nice peanut. Ooh, now I have a cute little squirrely really do pet and love and cherish and squeeze. I'll take you home and lock you in a nice little cage and never, ever let you out except to pet you and love you and hug you and squeeze you all up. Won't that be fun? Oh, come back. No cute little animal wants to be my pet. Oh.
All right. I love that new little short. Thank you very much, Hart, for that.
Oh, that was good.
Now, while we wait for the atheist to come, do you guys want to pick up where we left off last night before we got into the spiritual warfare?
What was that?
We started in Revelation, but then I
Elijah?
think we were in Joseph. Oh, you're
Elijah?
right. We went to Elijah and the battle with the bald prophets.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we ended when we read the first chapter of Revelation 1. We finished that chapter. That's where we ended at. But yeah, we went past that.
Oh, man. Should we go to Revelation or should we go to James?
Wherever you feel comfortable.
Let's go to James. You want to pull James 1 up for us, Stump? I've been wanting to go to James.
All right. Give me one hot second. I was looking at something else, but that's okay. We're going to go James.
What were you looking at?
Just something interesting about the 7 mountains from Revelation.
You want to check that out?
I could just, it's just a little quick thing. I just found something interesting about the 7 mountains. We could look at that real quick. Where's Jasper? What is this? Oh, okay. That's how they do it. All right. No. Let's just go to James right now.
All right, but we'll circle back to that.
Yeah, maybe not. I might save it for later. I don't know. It's just it's a little interesting tidbit. It don't really mean anything. Just let me share it since we're talking about it.
It just interested me because my brother did a scholarly study on the high places, And typically the high places for different regions would be mountains. So anytime there's mountain talk in the Bible or high places, it piques my interest.
Yeah, but
No pun intended.
and when you look at it,
No, that
closely-
wasn't a 420 advocacy, Dustin.
Amen. When you look at mountains and all that, referring to Scripture, it often is referred to like Jerusalem, God's Zion, Mount Zion, which also reflects back to your mind. I mean, about the mind of a man. That's for sure. I'm 100% sure about that. Where am I looking at? Where it says, 15. I'm sharing my screen. Am I not?
Yep. Hello,
right.
everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Art.
No, I can't find where I was at. Kingdom yet. Position.
You were talking about the high places being in
here it is.
relation.
Yeah, I was looking at Revelation 17, verse 9. And it even gives a hint, right? It says, and here is the mind that have wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. And this is talking about the woman that sits on the scarlet colored beast, or rides. No, it says sits. It says sits on the scarlet colored beast. It's referring to the carnal mind. We went over this one time on Father Charles' channel. And, this refers to the carnal mind. I mean, other people have different interpretations, but interestingly enough, right? It says the 7 heads are 7 mountains which the woman sits. And so when you look at the carnal mind, then I got to share something else. This is not going to work. Let me share the whole screen. Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to stop sharing that.
Hi, Skylar.
Skylar's here.
Much
Hello,
love,
Skylar.
Sky Bro.
Howdy, guys. I'm working, so I'm in the background for the most part, nonetheless.
All
Well,
right.
don't mind us. We're just trying to convert you without you noticing.
It won't happen. It won't happen at all.
I know how farming is because I also farm, Skylar. So thanks for tuning in and listening. And I hope we can help your day pass by.
Dude, I'm telling you what. You know what? This may be legit a marijuana farm, but I'm telling you, dude, it's a co-op in Giant, and it's actually a farm. I mean, it's farm work too. I'm not joking. And it's
I mean,
farm.
I believe
It's
that. Growing
it's-
anything
I mean,
in the dirt is farming, you know?
It's crazy. It's really clean though. I'm not joking. I'm used to a couple hundred head of cattle, beef cattle, not dairy, and 1,200 acres of wheat, oats, and barley. I'm not used to this. This is clean. Like there's ground covering and everything. We're in fenced in fields. Marijuana farms are the coolest, cleanest thing. We're in a fenced in farm field with ground covering, like people do in gardens, right? And these things, the plants, which grow the size of trees, the plants are in giant 20-gallon, 50-gallon, 100-gallon pots. All right, they're cool. I don't know. It's really cool. So it's clean, but it is farm work. Yeah.
Can you please avoid keywords? Because
Keywords.
the keywords, the bad ones. Yes, please.
Oh. Wait. Yeah.
I mean,
all
you
right.
did
yeah.
shout
Yeah.
marijuana like 6
Yeah.
times.
Because for you it's work, but for others it is pleasure, and we're trying to avoid advertising that kind of pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. I totally. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Thank you, Skylar.
Thank you, bro.
He just comes and flings it in there. There was no softball either. He went right for it.
It went 0 to 60 like really quick. It escalated quickly.
I'm Farmer Marley. Okay.
Why are you doing this to me, Sky Bro?
All
Why?
right. Off this
doing
carnal
this.
mind, Stump, do you have some spiritual mind rescue devices for us here?
I got James 1 up. You want to start with the first chapter?
Thank God. Yes, James it is. Okay.
All right. There you go.
James, a bondservant of God and the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes who are dispersed abroad. Greetings. Consider it all joy, my brothers and sisters, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance.
Amen.
And let the endurance have its perfect result, so that you may be perfect and complete and lacking in nothing. But if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all generously and without reproach, and it will be given to him. But he must ask in faith without any doubting. For the one who doubts is like the surf of the sea, driven and tossed by the wind. For that person ought not expect that he will receive anything from the Lord. Being a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways.
I think we know somebody double-minded, but we won't say. Go ahead.
Now the brother or sister of humble circumstances is to glory in his high position, but the rich person is to glory in his humiliation, because like flowering grass, for the sun rises with its scorching heat and withers the grass, and its flowers fall off, the beauty of its appearance is destroyed. So also the rich person, in the midst of his pursuits, will die out. Blessed is a man who preserves under trial, for once he has been approved, he will receive the crown of life which the Lord has promised to those who love him. No one is to say when he is tempted, I am being tempted by God. For God cannot be tempted by evil, and he himself does not tempt anyone. But each one is tempted when he is carried away and enticed by his own lust.
Amen. Can we stop there for a second?
Go ahead.
So when we think of Adam and Eve in the garden, and we're looking at James 14, chapter 1 to 14, where is there room for some kind of serpent or Satan? Someone tell me that. Where's it at?
Well, it's right there.
Where's that?
For God cannot be tempted by evil. So that's stating that there is evil that tempts, but God is not tempted by that evil. And he himself does not tempt anyone. So God doesn't tempt.
Okay.
And God cannot be tempted. But that in no way implies that there's not a spirit out there tempting.
Well, read the next verse. Or let me read it. But each one is tempted when he is carried away and enticed by his own lust. Where's Satan at? Where's the serpent at? A real thing.
Well, where does the lust come from? Doesn't there have to be a seed planted by someone for lust to grow?
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Look, you're Stump. You're making a leap in deduction here. Yes,
Okay.
it is the man and his lust that convicts him.
Amen.
But the man has to be tricked. Okay, and God is not a God of confusion. So if you're saying that man only has one source, which is God, then how does a man become tricked in order to even disobey God in the first place? There has to be some kind of an influence, an outside influence.
Well, it
Can't
says
be
what it is.
God.
It's his own. It says enticed by his
Yes.
own lust. So that means Satan is not a being outside of man. He is in man.
What
And it was
what
an
thing
allegory.
does man have? Well, hold on a second. What thing does man
that is
have?
really
that's,
digging to get from the text.
What? Really?
Wait,
well,
wait,
hold on
wait,
a
wait.
second.
Go
I'm
ahead,
asking a question.
Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah. That's the
What
first-
thing did man have that wasn't given to him by God? Could you point to one thing? I mean, in his faculties, in his mind, in his spirit,
I can't say he wasn't given
everything
by
that
dad. God, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
by God, exactly. So the only thing that would be left over, it's not by his own. No, he had to be confused. He had to be tricked, and then his lust became his God. Right?
Well, yeah,
That's what.
we're not including free will, Dustin. You're leaving out free will.
Well,
No.
I don't think Stump is trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat here, because the verse is saying clearly, enticed by his own lust. All Stam is trying to say is that Satan also exists inside us. He's not saying something far-fetched. He exists inside us, and
The way
will
he presents
entice
it,
us.
though, is he does not believe that Satan is its own individual entity. He believes that Satan is just our own wickedness in our head.
It's a
Am I
spirit
wrong?
within man. It's
Am
a
I wrong,
spirit,
Stump?
a spiritual aspect within man, and that's why I'm trying to point to the allegory that was in the garden, right, where the serpent was there. But this eliminates the serpent right here, because it's just an allegory to show what's going on inside of man. That's all it was doing when he was at the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's all it was showing. It says right here, but each man is tempted when he's carried away and enticed by his own lust. It's not Satan outside of man. Now, if there's a Satan, it's a being, it's inside of all of us. That's the point I'm trying to make.
And what Dustin is presenting is that we also have a trickster, somebody who will pick on that. You know, we have the tendency, and there is somebody who is gonna move that carrot, you know, in front of the donkey, so the donkey moves. So I
Right,
think
but we can't blame some outside. It's us. It's us. When we say you have a problem with porn, when you draw yourself to that pornography, it's your own doing that. It ain't someone outside of you making you do that or drawing you to that. It's yourself.
nobody's blaming somebody else for our
That
own
was a
choice.
huge leap there too. Like, you're going from disobeying God to watching porn. I mean, what are you talking about? Why are you making these huge, like, psychological leaps from this sin to that sin? In my opinion, they're all sins. If you're sinning against God, it doesn't matter the degree, the area, the specific action. What matters is that you have replaced God in your own mind, and the influence and the degree has to do with certain things in your psyche, and those things are influenced by the world, which belongs to Satan.
Yeah, see that's where we're going to disagree. The world belongs to mankind, and Satan is within man. That's all. That's what it is. But
Okay.
but you make
Okay.
you. I was trying to point out pornography because I was trying to relate to most men in the trouble they have, and I could bet like straight men, or it doesn't matter if straight or not. I guess most of it is, a lot of it has to do with lust, pornography, sexual lust for the flesh. That's what it's about, right? And that's what that tree was about also. They lusted for that flesh. You know, he even said that it was good for the sight, desire to make one wise, you know, all that. So the lust,
If
it was
the
lust.
snake, if the snake is allegory, then the tree is allegory. Then I mean,
Amen.
the whole thing doesn't
Amen.
make any. But the whole thing doesn't make sense. Then
All right.
Wait,
the
wait,
whole
We ain't
thing,
got
it's like,
ain't no one got to make sense to what I see. But if I'm just trying to point
wait,
something out, we ain't got to go into too deep. I mean,
wait
it's
up,
good.
wait
We can
up.
keep going.
Wait up. It's a completely different study. What happened in the Garden of Eden and what is happening right now with us. What Stump said, I think is valid, but also what Dustin is saying is valid. And Stump, you cannot ignore that. The king of this earth used to be Adam. But when he fell for what the trickster did, the choice was Adam's and Eve's, but that's how they delivered the crown to another king, the liar. So out of that lie, we started having 20 different stories that all had to do with lies. The lie didn't exist, but it was brought in the world. So let's not examine whether what happened and if it was an allegory. I don't think it was an allegory. But from that point on, the king is Satan, and we have a vast amount of verses supporting that.
All right,
But
I'm gonna say I
is Adam and
disagree. I
Eve in heaven
disagree.
right now?
We can move on.
Stump,
no, but
Stump.
but
Is
I don't know.
Adam
I don't know.
and Eve in heaven right now?
I can't answer that. I do not know who's in heaven or not. I'm not God, right? I can't do that. I won't even try.
nobody
That's not up to me.
nobody is until the judgment. The throne of judgment will come at the end. So even they are waiting for the whole game to end and the throne judgment to begin.
That's
But
true. 100%
I
true.
wanna point out something, which it is in the video that I'm making, and half of you guys have watched it. But in Genesis 3:6, we read, "The woman saw that the tree was good for food." Please hold that. It was good for food. It continues and says, "and that it was a delight to the eyes." Hold that too. And then it says, "and that the tree was desirable to make one wise." And I have overlaid over this 1 John 2:16 that says, "the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life,
Amen.
good for food, delight to the eyes, make one wise. The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life come not from the Father, but from the world."
Amen.
So, no, I don't believe it is an allegory. I think you both are right. Don't disagree on things that you agree with. Right?
And I mean, it's just something I was trying to point out. But if you don't agree, you don't have to agree. Nobody has to agree. We don't have to agree. That's good. Let's move on to the next one.
Well, but this is what happens, though. It's not when we disagree in order to help someone come to the truth and not have any lie in their truths. Because I will say again, as I have said many times in the past, the word truth in English doesn't reveal anything, but the word truth in Greek has the negating a and then has the word deception. So what truth means is no deception. So if you have just a little bit of deception in your truth, it's not the truth. For it to be the truth, it has to have no deception. So disagreeing is so we get the deceptions out.
Yeah, but
So-
but you can always do that because, like for instance, right here, James 1:14 is directly says that you're enticed by your own lust, but because of what we've been taught and what we've heard through our life from Christians, we won't accept that maybe Satan is within us. We won't do that because he's the king of this world, he's this, he's that. So we go with that rather than what the scripture says clearly without any hesitation. I don't see how you cannot see that and see it clearly what it says, but that's why we have to just disagree because that's the way it's going to be.
Well, there are other verses that support the fact that he is the current king of this lying world that is trying to hide the gospel from us from every side. But I do agree with you on the fact that I have in a lot of previous videos of mine, I see a war that rages within everyone, and the Bible is trying to open our hearts and change them by replacing our heart with the heart of God. And at the same time, within the same body, we have the carnal mind, and there is this fight between the two. So I'm not going to say that all these don't exist in our heads. I've told people before, and I will say it again. If you want to find Satan, don't look up, don't look down. Look in your mirror. That's where he is.
We agree
us.
on that 100%. 1,000%.
Question.
Who's the question for?
For both of you. So
Okay.
near-death experiences, every single one of them are hallucinations?
No.
Well, then,
No, but
then-
out of-
wait,
out of-
I am confused. I'm confused. Okay, if Adam and Eve are waiting for the game to be over, to be in heaven for the judgment, right? But then these near-death experiences that are happening today are real. Settle the difference for me. Make it make sense.
Okay. When somebody has a near-death experience and they come back, God knew about it. So what he's going to show them during the near-death experience is what he wants to show them in order for them to change. Because I've heard a lot of people who had the near-death experience and they saw hell. That doesn't mean that they would go there it means that they had a vision of it. So what I know from the Bible is that the judgment is at the end. So I consider this like something of a stadium where if you die, you just leave the game and go up and stay on, with the rest and observe the battle continue.
Amen. I agree with that. That you don't go immediately anywhere. You have to wait for the judgment. But some people will say that's called soul sleep, and they don't agree with it. So, yeah, I agree with you on that one.
I agree with you, fellas. I believe that we're all going to be rose on the same day of judgment. However, I will say this. I lost my other train of thought. So, yeah, we're just going to be raised together. To be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. I do believe for us, it's going to be instant.
What about Lazarus?
What though Stephen didn't I didn't hear what you said at the end.
He said, what about Lazarus?
No, you.
No, Stephen, you.
Oh, to be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. So I do believe that transition for us is going to feel instantly. So as soon as I take my last conscious thought here, I believe my next conscious thought will be judgment.
I agree with that. Yeah. You're not going to have thoughts while you're in the grave. You're not going to have them. It's going to be like you close your eyes, you woke up and you're there in the judgment. That's what it's going to be.
Okay, but I don't know. That I don't know. I can't say.
I mean, we don't know for sure. We just go with what Scripture says. It says to be absent from the body is present with the Lord. So,
What about Lazarus?
I'm getting confused. I'm thoroughly confused. What about Lazarus? I thought Lazarus was the rich man and the poor man. About how Lazarus called up to heaven to his poor servant to reach across the threshold with a drop of water, or to somehow get a message back to his family about the hazards of hell.
Let me say this and get this out the way. You're going to really hate this. I believe that's allegory, but other people's may not. So if somebody else who doesn't believe it, go ahead.
I mean, the whole book is allegory. Then.
Oh,
the whole thing.
Lanta.
There's nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
There's nothing in there.
I agree with you now. Like, there's no rules. Any of it could be allegory. Stump, can we pull up the scripture? Let's go to this Lazarus. Sure. My goodness. How much allegory can be in a true story until the whole thing becomes untrue? That's my question.
Doesn't Jesus say he can't tell us about spiritual things because we don't even understand carnal things? So he's trying to show us with parables and allegories what the kingdom of heaven is like. The kingdom is like unto a grain of sand. The kingdom is on a seed. It was like a sower that went forth. He's trying to show us things. You guys all like.
Did you used to do acid?
Did he?
I'm sorry. Did you used to do acid? Was this a regular daily thing for you? Like, did you do acid? Like, I have to wonder.
Dustin, he's a longtime law enforcement, so that's really a silly question.
Yeah, but what did he do with what he confiscated? That's the question.
That's Luke 16. We're going to go there.
Keywords, please.
Luke 16. I'll go to Blue Letter Bible in case we have to go to something else. So Luke 16. I'll share this tab, and I'll go to Luke 16. Luke 16, about Lazarus that went to hell, and there's a great divide. He's in Abraham's bosom, and he wants a drop of water, but this is a real account. Okay, let's see. Here is rich man and Lazarus. Who wants to read?
All right, where are we starting? 1620?
Yep.
If you change the Bible.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, you always forget.
You guys gotta have the lesser
accurate
version.
Yeah.
To make you guys feel superior, you gotta have the lesser version. I get it.
I said accurate just in time to make you say like you said accurate.
Wow. Let's try the simpler one first.
Okay, we're going to read the more accurate NASB over the liberal version that the Pilgrims refused to use, the King James.
I hope they don't change the allegory.
Now he was saying, Now he was
What?
also saying to the disciples, there was a rich man who had a manager, and this manager was reported to him as squandering his possessions. And he summoned him and said to him, what is this I hear about you? Give an accounting of your management, for you can no longer be manager. And the manager said to himself, what am I to do, since my master is taking the management away from
Wait a
me?
minute. Hold on a minute, Steve. This is not the right thing. I thought I was. What happened? I must have slipped down or something. What? That's not the right thing. This is not about Lazarus. Oh, here it is. It's 19. What happened there? Oh, because I changed the thing from you for your satisfy you guys' lust.
That's
Go ahead.
okay.
I'm sorry. I changed it.
We
changed it.
forgive you. Yeah, it's all right.
I'm like, I don't remember that being in the story of Lazarus. Okay, go ahead. 19.
Now there was a rich man, and he habitually dressed in purple and fine linen, enjoying himself in splendor every day. And a poor man named Lazarus was laid at his gate, covered with sores, and longing to be fed from the scraps which fell from the rich man's table. Not only that, the dogs also were coming and licking his sores. Now it happened that the poor man died and was carried away by the angels to Abraham's arms, aka Abraham's bosom. And the rich man also died and was buried. And in Hades, by the way, is not the same as hell. This would be the equivalent to Abraham's bosom. Hades just means
What?
absent of living.
I thought it was the
whoa.
grave. I thought Hades was grave.
No, Hades
Some-
means to not be alive.
Exactly.
Let
And
me-
That
let me
is
look.
exactly the
and this is-
definition.
Okay, I'm opening it up and look so we can.
Absent of living.
Wait. Before you even go,
Too late.
it is Hades represents two things: the underworld, which means not to live, the opposite of living, but at the same time, there was a god that was responsible for the underworld, and his name was Hades. So if you scroll a little bit further down, I read it here. It says Avis,
Well-
Aidis, I don't even know from the older, which Homer uses, and this is from a privative and idin, not to be seen. So it is not be alive. And what? Yes,
Let
it's
me
not
see what
hell.
this root word
It's
is.
no. There's no judgment in Hades.
Let me see
Well,
what this root word
there is some form of punishment, like we read in the books of Homer, that those that were not good in their lives, they were receiving punishment in Hades. But punishment is another story. Hades means to be there, to not be here. That's all it means. And that matters because in Revelation chapter 6, it's only your Bible and none other that has mistranslated that to hell.
By the
Well-
way, anyone is open to come on today. It's open panel day, so all are welcome. Just be respectful. Go ahead, Stump.
Wait a minute. So Hades doesn't mean the grave. So this is a
It
place
means-
where your soul
it-
is being
it mean-
held. We're saying, right? It's a
It
place where your
means
soul's
it
being
means
held.
to be in the grave, but it's a place.
It means absent of living. It's like
Yes.
if you're not alive, then you're dead. But being dead is different than being dead in Christ. Being dead in Christ means your soul's going to be dead forever. Man, this is a whole
Okay.
3-hour episode just on
So this is
that.
like purgatory with the you guys are
No,
describing
no,
like purgatory.
Purgatory implies that things are happening to purge your soul. No,
Well,
Hades means and 100%. I put my hand on the fire for this one. Like you
Let
gotta
me
take
ask
my
you,
word for
Stump,
it.
how many times can each man die? How many times has it been appointed for each man to die?
once then comes the judgment.
Okay.
So it's the grave.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same as the grave. It's equivalent to the grave, but you guys are saying it's something different.
Absence of life is not the same as dying because you can only die once.
So let me ask you this, Stump. If Jesus is teaching us an allegory to represent something,
Uh-huh.
but there's nothing in between the point that we die and where we go, what's the point in Jesus's allegory?
Oh man, he was trying to teach us that you can't send no one back from the dead. First of all, to anybody, you can't call on the dead to come back and help you. I mean, that's one of the things he's teaching you, right? He's also teaching the lesson
Why
that
would you need an
if they won't
allegory?
listen to me or whoever who rose from the, what did it say? If they want to listen to Moses, I forgot we have to read it. But anyways, there's a lesson there. Obviously, a lesson.
Okay, I want to answer this question real quick for Awake.
I would
She
do that.
says, why
I
in
would do it.
Hades if it doesn't mean hell? Okay, hell is the lake of fire that you get cast into after the day of judgment. That's the bad place. Hades is absence of living. When you stop breathing and your brain stops functioning, you are in Hades. You are in the absence of life.
And
Hell
as,
is hellfire and brimstone.
and as Stam just said, he said, if you are dead. Now, he can replace that word with if you are in Hades. It is the same with saying, I am dead. I am in Hades. I am not here. I'm not on the earth. So it is a place, dear Awake, according to ancient Greek mythology. And the ruler was a god named Hades. So if you are not living, then he is your ruler from now on. He is the god of the underworld.
I mean,
So,
but
yeah.
we're like grasping at straws here. I mean, you're dead. You're in the grave or you're dead. I mean, we're saying no. We're saying it's something else. It's not hell. In other words, it's not hell, but you're not living. I mean, not living. I mean, not living in the grave.
Well, okay, so let me ask.
Why are we pulling
Let me
straws?
ask you. Okay, let me try to make it simple for you, Stump. Can someone go to hell before judgment?
No.
Okay, so you and I agree on that. You can't go to hell until God judges you and you go to hell.
Oh yeah, I understand.
So
that,
if everybody goes to hell on the same day, they have to be somewhere after they die and before they go to hell. That place is Hades. They're not alive and
I get that.
and like mentally aware somewhere. It's not like
Yeah,
a
but
mini cell or
I
a
get
waiting
that.
room.
I get that, but it's saying the grave or Hades is the same thing. I mean, it's saying you're not on this earth walking around. It's not
Agreed.
hell. It's not hell. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand that, but why are we trying to pull? Oh well, it's
We're not
it's a
trying to
holy
pull
place.
anything.
It's this, it's that. Well, I mean, it's you're dead. I mean, and
That's what it
we would
means.
say you're in the grave.
It's Hades or it's
if we were in
Abraham's
the
bosom.
Bible, if just a normal lay person would say, "Well, you're in the grave. You're dead. You're in the grave." Yeah, that's what. I get it.
I don't understand how Awake still thinks it's purgatory. It's nothing at all like purgatory. Purgatory is made up Catholicism bullcrap.
And but then here it's related to being in Abraham's arms, and you guys don't think that's an allegory. You think there's Abraham actually holding somebody. So this is a problem for me.
No, we don't think it's actually somebody holding you. It's just like a
Well,
restful,
what is it then? If he's not holding
peaceful
you,
nap.
if it's not real, if he's not holding you, Abraham, in his arms in a physical manner, then it's an allegory.
It's an allegory, that part, yeah. So that tells
Wait.
you the whole thing can't be
But
an
you just say-
allegory
you just
stuff.
got to saying
You
that-
can't
am I
have
on
an
acid?
allegory within
Am
an
I on acid?
allegory.
Allegory
That makes the
everywhere?
whole Bible fake. You realize that, right?
No, it
If the
doesn't
whole
make it fake.
Bible is constructed off of allegories within allegories, there's no pillar, Stump.
Who said it was
no
allegory and
pillars.
allegory? I said the whole
That
story
is
is
the
allegory.
weakest foundation. See, even Awake's out in the audience. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. You make
you're confused
the
because
Bible
it's-
real confusing. Stump.
The Bible, Jesus Christ is the word of God, right? Does everybody agree with that?
Apparently not. It's just
No,
a
wait
bunch
a
of
minute.
allegories.
Wait, now let me finish. Is Jesus Christ the word of God?
I don't know, Stump. You
Is
tell
he?
me.
I'm asking you.
I don't
Is
know.
he? You don't know. He
I
is
don't
the word
know.
of God,
It's a
right?
bunch
Made
of
flesh.
allegories.
Jesus Christ is the word of God made flesh. And,
I don't
and
know.
Jesus says
Is
of himself,
Jesus Christ,
he
is
is the
Jesus
way,
Christ
the
word
truth,
of
and the
God, or
life. So
is
he has
that
to
another
teach you.
That could be allegory stuff. That could be allegory, man.
We got to go
No,
find
it's
out
not.
if God is even
That- it
Jesus.
doesn't
or
matter.
not,
That could be
'cause that could be
allegory.
allegory.
How could that be allegory? It's just a statement. A statement's
Well,
not
we
allegory,
don't know,
folks.
Stump. That's what
A-
I'm
a
saying.
statement
When
is
you
not an
make so
allegory.
much of the Bible allegory, it makes it
No,
hard to
you guys,
follow, brother.
you guys don't want to understand what it means to have an allegory. It's a teaching.
Oh
tool.
no, we're not smart enough to understand. I
No,
got
you
it.
don't,
No, I
because
got
you guys
it.
are
We should
saying.
just
You guys are
we
saying
we
when
need
Jesus
Stump,
says, "I'm the
we
way,
need
the
Stump
truth, and
as
the
a
life."
guru.
If they're saying that's allegory, that's a statement. That could not possibly be allegory because it's not.
No, I'm just too.
allegory.
Did the lion sort it out?
Nah.
No, I just played a quick lion just
The
to give
lion's just
everybody a breather.
hiding things, you know. Allegory is a
So-
teaching lesson.
So just in order not to confuse everyone and everyone that is listening, Hades means not the world but the underworld. That's what it means. And when it is referenced in the Bible, it is trying to say that they weren't here; they were in the world of the dead. And the next verse says, "And in Hades he raised his eyes, being in torment."
Excuse me.
So this is clearly not an allegory, and it speaks of a soul that is still alive, but it's not in the body anymore. It is in Hades. It is the
Wait a
underworld.
minute. You just made a statement. This is clearly not allegory. And you mean the story, or you're talking about Hades?
How can an allegory raise its eyes?
No, I said
this
it is
this is not fruitful.
talking. Wait a minute, guys. In
This is not
in
fruitful.
1622, it says the rich man died and was buried. All right, done. And in Hades, he raised his eyes. So he closed his eyes here, but the soul opened its eyes, because the only way for the soul to be destroyed is after the judgment and the second death. That is where the soul is destroyed. So once you die from here, you open your eyes in the world that doesn't belong to the living. It belongs to the dead. And because at that time and before the New Testament, there was a specific person that was being used about it, name, I should say, which was a god, and his name was Hades. It is using it to tell us underworld. It's what people would understand at the time for an underworld. You see what I'm saying? There's no allegory. There's absolutely no allegory. This is what people knew and before the New Testament was written and spoke of hell and judgment.
All right, let's say this. And you guys say that you all agree that this story about Lazarus is not allegory. It happened. It's real. I say it's allegory, and we'll put it at that because we're both sure that it's not. So let's just go on. We're not being fruitful here.
We're going to convert you.
Okay.
Stephen, Aiden wants to come in. I think the open panel just doesn't include people who haven't proven themselves that that they don't deserve to be banned. But this is your call, not mine. I'm fine with Aiden. I mean, if he doesn't try to play with my head all the time, I'm fine. He's a good guy.
You know what?
Before you answer, I'm gonna go. That way, it can't say I left. 'Cause I'm afraid of him.
Okay.
I just don't want to have fellowship with him.
No, we don't
I'm
want
gonna leave
to.
now.
But
No,
we
I'm
don't
gonna leave
want,
now, and you guys
we
decide
don't
what
want.
you do. That way, you're not influenced by
we
me.
don't want Sam to go. So
Oh,
that
but I
is
want to go
that is-
because this is not going in a good direction with this already, and somebody's jumping in, forcing himself. I don't like people
You know,
forcing
how
themselves on
about
me.
I leave?
No, I'm
I'll
gonna
just
leave.
leave so that.
All right, guys.
You know
I'll
what?
talk to
It's
you
cool.
guys later.
Wait, Stump. Wait. Stump. Wait. No, come on.
All right.
Well, if I have to choose, I choose the one that we just were doing a study with. But still, Aiden, no problem with you. But if it is you or Stump, I cannot kick Stump
I'm the
out.
substitute. It's okay. I understand. You've taken me off the bench, and now I'm ready to play, Coach. I'm ready. Put me in, Coach. I'm ready to go.
Aiden, I don't understand it. You're an enigma. You are both the most pleasant, yet at the same time revolting person to be around.
I mean,
But
when
you
was
are
the
such
last
a
time I
delight.
did anything revolting, though? Like, just genuine question. When was the last time I did something that was truly abhorrent?
I think whenever you get in your really sassy moods and you make like really snarky comments that you know are mockery,
I've certainly done that before. I've certainly done it before. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah. It's just that you have
Aiden,
this
Aiden,
Canadian
Hey.
mug about you when you want to.
Stephen just called you a redheaded woman.
No, I didn't. I would never call him a redhead.
I've been called worse things by better people. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Please don't kick me off for that. I'm joking. It's a joke.
All
No,
right.
people.
I don't know why he was saying that I'm forcing myself. I'm not forcing myself upon anybody.
No, he didn't. He
I don't
didn't
know
call
if he
himself.
was referring to you or Dustin. I was
Oh.
a little confused.
Yeah, it was a little ambiguous. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't just assume that it's me.
I wouldn't take it personal, though. I think we got him heated from that last conversation we had because we just disagreed on.
I just hope someday he's. I just hope someday he's willing to have a conversation with me, because I think he'll find that if we just had a conversation, that I'm a lot less horrible of a person than he finds me to be. I'm a human being. He's a human being. We have a lot more in common than we don't have in common. I think that
I think you would find if you were to convert and come to Jesus and he knew you were in a place where you wouldn't mock his faith, he would be the first one to come to you with open arms and welcome you to the family and really mean it.
Well, yeah, but why does it require me entirely fitting into his ideas for him to find me an acceptable person?
I guess it.
Because-
Go ahead.
Thank you, Maro. Because, as I've told you personally, there is so much wealth in our Bible that, as you saw before you entered, we are having disagreements among ourselves according due to understanding the truth. So he doesn't want to waste time with those who what they want to do is twist what they just heard and not actually hear it. And he's tired. He's like less patient than others. That's all.
But I do hear it. I do biblical study all the time. I do hear what the Bible has to say. I just don't agree that that's the truth of reality. You can hear something and not believe it.
Yeah, but we've reached the point where the evidence of the Bible being a true book, historic and scientific, for the past 30 or 40 years, and it is a little bit annoying to every time debate it with everyone about it. Like at some point, you need to, go forward and let those that still haven't arrived to this conclusion to check the evidence for themselves, and then they will arrive.
May I ask a question off the back of what you guys were previously? Because there was something that you said, Stephen, that really piqued my interest about what you guys were saying earlier. You were saying that purgatory wasn't what was being talked about because that's bullcrap Catholic lie. I'm genuinely curious. What is the difference between Catholic purgatory and the Hades that you guys are describing?
Because Hades is just the explanation of where you're at when you're not alive, which is basically a nap. And purgatory is a made-up place between this life and judgment where you can be prayed out of early if you have a relative who makes a big enough tithe or offering.
Yeah, I do agree that the whole idea of humans bringing intercession upon God is a really silly idea, because it's subtly admitting that human beings have the ability to somehow change God's mind, whereas the only time that God
It's not just a
changes...
silly idea, it's heresy.
I mean, I'm not going to call it heresy simply because I'm not a believer
I
and I
will,
can't
though. It's
call something
heresy.
heresy.
Well,
sure, that's fine.
I have to tell you the truth, and it's heresy. To think that you could strong-arm God, the creator of the heaven and the earth, by making a tithe and offering donation to let someone out of purgatory early, it's a slap in the face of the Holy Spirit, and it's a great heresy. I know you may not get told the truth on other places that you visit from time to time, but here I will have to point out total heresy.
And there is something more, and I'm gonna share it for Aiden. Number one.
Hello?
Here.
There you are.
You're here.
Sorry, you cut out.
Purgatory. Me? Okay, I'm sorry. Purgatory being a state in which the souls of those who have died in grace must expiate, or I don't know how to pronounce that, their sins. So it's
Expedite.
like no, it doesn't have a D. expiate,
Oh.
expiate.
I can't see it. I just heard something and
Oh.
I thought that it sounded similar to something else. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it doesn't
Expiate.
have expiate. A place of condition of suffering, expiation or remorse. And then it says, in the belief of Roman Catholics and others, a place of purgation in which the souls of those dying penitent, oh my God, with the hard words, are purified from venial sins or undergo the temporal punishment which, after the guilt of moral sin has been remitted, still remains to be endured by the sinner. So these don't exist in the Bible. And when we call something a heresy, we're not saying that it is, we're just saying it's against what the word teaches. That's all.
May I guess now that I'm thinking about it, maybe they're two different things. You can correct me if it is, but maybe God can't have his mind changed by man, so to speak, but he certainly can be negotiated with in the context of the Bible. Otherwise, Lot was wasting his time trying to lower the number of people, the number of righteous people in Sodom, for God to be able to spare the city.
Well, Lot did other mistakes too, because God has told us that there are spiritual things, we can understand them if we can't even understand the physical things that Jesus was talking about.
So you're saying Lot was mistaken when he was negotiating with God?
Lot was clearly told to get your wife and get out. But due to the understanding of the man, he couldn't let his daughters behind. And he took his daughters, and that was a terrible mistake, because you know what happened with his daughters. So,
I do.
yeah. So I think, yes, there is a difference, though, because if a whole city deserves judgment, and you do manage to change the city, yes, you change the judgment of the city, indeed.
But he did negotiate with God before God told him to get out of there, did he not? He had originally, the number was 50, and it got lowered all the way down to 5, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you are right. But we are clearly told by the Bible that once you die, it's all over. So those that have died cannot be changed. It's all about what they do while they are living, because life is not an accident, it's the testing place. So if you get out of the testing place and you change your mind, I'm sorry, you had your time. So in that sense, Lot was trying to change them while they were still alive. It's a different situation completely.
He tried changing them. I don't
Yeah.
remember anywhere in the story, at least to my recollection, I don't remember Lot going out and trying to warn anybody about the impending disaster. So I don't really see how they could have changed if they didn't get any new information.
Didn't you just say that he changed the number of from 50 to 5?
Yes, but that's related to God. That's related to his conversation with God, as opposed to him going out into the city and warning them of what was going to happen.
All right. I think the answer, the question was, what is the difference of a purgatory with Hades? And we just showed that what it is, and that's how we got into the fact that you cannot change God's mind once somebody dies, and that is heresy.
Okay, yeah, when dies, yeah, that's a qualification that you just introduced earlier into the conversation, and I understand. Yeah, once somebody is dead, once they've lived their entire life, there is inherently nothing that you can do to change that person's life. It's already all been done. So yeah. I can understand that, and can definitely agree with that as a premise as far as how that can be consistent, I guess. And maybe this is a different topic. I don't want to try and make it seem like I'm trying to change the topic, but I just find it really interesting, the idea that God even can be negotiated with in any context.
No, he can be negotiated with if we pray for each other. God is listening. So maybe he had made his mind about someone, but a person that is blameless and sinless keeps praying for him. God will take that seriously. He will not ignore you. He will
Okay.
not ignore your prayer.
Okay, well, that was the question that I personally had off of what was being discussed, and I feel like it's been sufficiently answered. So thank you for your answer.
Purgatory is heresy. Let me just add that note.
TLDR.
So somebody else wants to say something?
Lovely weather we've been having, huh? I don't really know what to say after that. I'm sorry. There's not exactly a ready-made segue to go into the next conversation. I remember something I want to bring up just while I'm on. Missing Maud told me that you reached out to her about possibly doing a show, is what she told me.
Yeah, a show like because I don't want to force people that I don't mind chatting with. I don't want to force them on other people's channels. Yeah, I told Missing Mod if she wants, she can arrange like a hangout where we can discuss. It's not like I don't want you to do any research on things. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving topics, but topics come up, by themselves. So,
but I thought you were going to fake me out on like 3 more debates so I could get even more researched on stuff. I thought that's what I thought that's what you said.
I was funny.
I know. No, I'd love to talk about Jupiter with you, because that astronomy night, the reason why I kept trying to get in was because the Jovian system is a really fascinating aspect of our solar system, and I would absolutely love to discuss it with you.
And by the way, I did move the telescope out in position again. I balanced it, I leveled it, I aligned it, and now they're saying that it's gonna rain at 5 a.m. Like, oh my God. So I was thinking after Larry's show that I could like join in and make something like even join in on Larry's show from the computer outside, so I can just show some views. But I see clouds gathering up, and that's just so exhausting.
May I?
What time does Larry's show start?
It's in 2 hours and a half.
Yeah, I haven't actually spoken to Larry yet, but from the bit I've seen of him, he seems like a really nice guy. He seems like a really good guy. But one of the things that I heard on that astronomy night, and we don't have to talk about this in depth if you don't want to. If you want to save it for another time, that's fine. But am I correct in stating that you said that you don't think that Jupiter is a gaseous planet?
Well, I am a guy that has his views according to the things he can observe. And the only time we saw something happening on Jupiter was
Levy Shoemaker.
Exactly. It was given to us by NASA.
Did you say I love you, Shoemaker?
No, Levy Shoemaker. It's the system of comets that collided with Jupiter between, I think it's July 1990, maybe 1991.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So what happened though there is that we saw all these scientists, like 5 persons from NASA, watching it and being like, "Oh my God, look, here's another explosion," because I've watched documentaries about it, and there were fragments of the comet that broke due to the very high gravitational pull of Jupiter.
That's right. Yeah.
So they started hitting one after the other, and we kept seeing the explosions. But here's where the funny part comes in. Nobody else has experienced anything like that in the history of the solar system, like nothing. And we have hundreds of thousands of telescopes on the Earth. Like there is no single night that somebody is not recording Jupiter. Not a single night.
Do you?
And then
go ahead.
Here's where I'm answering now your question. And then the second thing that matters a lot is that they told us at that time that you can observe the holes that happened on the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And that really freaked me out at the time. I was like, why? How can we observe them? It's a gas giant. So in other documentaries later, I saw that they said, well, it's because the gases will take time to. Well, it's been 30 years and the marks are still there.
I don't think they're still there. I'm
They
pretty
are.
sure that they
Oh, they are.
dissipated within a couple of months.
No, brother, they are. There are like holes at the bottom. Not holes. We cannot call them holes, but they are distinct marks at the bottom of Jupiter. Well, I've opened a new tab in order to show it to you. And they are still there. But at that time, they said that these marks were the remnants of that comet.
Well,
But
I'd
now-
have to. Sorry,
But
go
now
ahead.
they're not. Yeah, but now they're not admitting that. So
I'm pretty sure that
I-
they still say that Levy Shoemaker was a system of comets. I don't think that that's changed as far as the scientific purview of that particular event is concerned. But as to whether or not those holes are still there as you claim they are, I'm not sure. I would have to go do research, and as far as determining that, I'm not going to call you a liar without having the data in front of me. But
Yeah.
what I do know is that one of the biggest hole in all of Jupiter, you actually just had it on screen earlier there, it's the Great Red Spot, because it's an anticyclone rather than a conventional cyclone. So in a conventional cyclone, you'll see
But wait a
it.
minute. Wait a minute though. Let's not leave. Here are the marks. Can you see them at the bottom? So they told us
yeah,
at
I
the
see
time,
those.
They told us at the time that these are left from the
But
comet.
the marks were black, weren't they? When they first came in, they said that they were a blackish, deep brownish kind of hue, and those ones seem like they're white spots.
It's either those or those that are right above.
I'm just
Can
going to
you-
say there is nothing about this photo that says to me, oh, that's a ball of gas.
I
actually
agree.
think- I think that is the stupidest claim I have heard throughout
Oh.
this scientific side.
Well, there's actually a few different ways that we can determine it to be a gaseous planet. Now, I agree on the surface level, it doesn't appear to be all gaseous. It wasn't until just a few decades ago, or no, it would have been about the 50s or 60s, that we definitively determined it to be a ball of gas. There's a couple of reasons why we think that. The biggest one and the most definitive one is
Well,
that
yeah,
if
'cause
you
say
look.
we know definitively, but then you say, well, the reason we think so is, well, you can't.
Well, yeah, because science isn't dogmatic, right? More information could come forward that supplants that theory.
Explanations for each other, then.
No. What I'm saying is that science isn't dogmatic. So when I say what we think, it's because we don't have access to all the information, and more information could come forward to supplant that theory. That's why I say that.
But
As far
here's-
as
but
evidence,
there-
well,
there
I
is
was trying to get in just really quick.
Okay,
Cadence.
okay,
I'll
okay,
just
go
give
on.
one point. I'll give one
Right.
point. If you look at the terrestrial planets, Earth, Venus, Mercury, any of the terrestrial planets in our solar system with radar, you will see that they are there. They show up on radar. All of the Galilean moons and all of the other 83 moons that orbit Jupiter all have a radar signature when you pick them up. Jupiter, an object that is 2.5 times the mass of all of the planets in the solar system put together, has no radar signature whatsoever. What that tells people is that there's no solid object, there's no surface for that radar to make a return on.
Or it tells us that it's much larger than we think it is, and that it's much further away than what our radar can scan.
No,
It's
it can't,
aliens.
because I
It's
just
aliens.
told you
and
the
that would actually be the common sense thing to approach.
No, the Galilean moons show up on radar, though, Stephen. So if it was an issue of distance, then we wouldn't see the Galilean moons either. We wouldn't see Europa or Ganymede or Callisto or Io. We wouldn't see any of those moons if it was an issue of range. But we do see those, and we don't see Jupiter.
And what about space particles and space dust? You don't think that could somehow play any role in it whatsoever? As to
Wouldn't
why
that do
it
the
would be
opposite?
picking up?
It would mean that it would pick up, because that's a surface for it to bounce off of and detect. If it was like an asteroid or a meteoroid or something like that, that would cause interference, but that wouldn't totally obscure the largest object in the solar system besides the sun.
But listen,
Dude,
though,
there is
listen-
already definitive evidence, all right? Definitive evidence in the movie Aliens versus Predators. Okay, listen, they can cloak everything.
So they only cloaked it in radar? That's one budget, janky cloaking device if they can only cloak on radar and we see through visible light.
But in all seriousness, though, Aiden, you need to realize that I'm not a person who opened the Bible and then started doing science. I started with science. I watched every single documentary that was out there. And I've actually been waiting for new documentaries as years passed. Like, come on, can I see a new documentary on the planets? I would put them on to go to sleep for many years in my life. So you need to realize that I have arrived at a position where I agree with you. What you just said about science should be science, but it's not. And it's not in this manner. When you find something new and it goes against the narrative, they will not accept it. But I will give you the proof. Oh, no, we're not accepting it. It goes against the narrative. And here's how I will prove this to you right now. What you just said, I agree that they've said so. And they are telling us that it's a gas giant. But they're also telling us that it has a metal core. So the metal core...
You mean metallic hydrogen?
Which oh no, forget the hydrogen, because the metallic hydrogen is still gas. Look at the inner core, the rock and ice core that it says. Okay, that's in the center. That, if I can spot from here with a radar, Io, I should be able to spot that too. But if you try to bring that in the discussion, they're like, "Oh, what are you, a conspiracy theorist? Would you think they would lie to you?" No, wait a minute. This is just pure math. You cannot tell me that we cannot scan it in radar, but we can see the moons, and then telling me that it has a rock and ice core. But
I didn't tell you that, though. I didn't tell you that.
Not you, science. What I'm telling you...
You did say you, to be fair.
Yes, I was referring to science, because you, for me, is somebody who believes them, and that makes this a religion. The thing is that science, its job is to refute itself and improve upon itself. Like when we find something new, we should be able to discard the old theory. You, not you, Aiden, you, science, cannot tell me at the same time that we cannot see it with the radar, although I can see Io, which is a tiny little bit of tiny thingy, but it has a rock and ice core as well. So which of the
it's not a consensus, though. You keep acting like this is a scientific consensus, that it has a rock and ice core, and that's never been a scientific consensus.
Oh, no,
Juno, the probe Juno was thought... No, just let me finish, please. The probe Juno, which was recently sent to Jupiter, I say recently, I think it was 2019, Juno was thought to definitively answer this question as far as, does it have a core or doesn't it? And to my knowledge, I don't think it has definitively solved that one way or another. They don't have the data sufficient to be able to prove that. But what you're talking about in terms of proof...
Answer me this, Aiden. What do the schools teach then? If we don't definitively know, what are the schools teaching about?
I will say, in the textbook I had in school, it does describe the core as being a solid core, but that isn't...
So they're lying to children.
No, they're not lying. That's one of the two different theories. Hold on, that's one of the two different theories about how this...
We don't know. It's a freaking lie.
No, it's not, because there's two different possibilities as far as whether there's a core or not, and that hasn't been definitively proven. But that doesn't mean that showing one of those two possibilities in a textbook inherently makes it a lie. I agree that they should put the alternate theory in the textbook as far as it possibly not having a solid core. But these are children that we're talking about. These children are not typically going to be people who are all that interested in learning the intricacies of the Jovian system. It typically takes somebody who specializes in those things.
Age. Of
course, that's not a lie. I just told you that that's one of the possible theories that we have. That doesn't make it a lie.
Wait, Aiden. Wait, Aiden.
Half a truth presented as a whole truth is no truth at all. So if you're only presenting half of an idea to these kids and you're telling them this is definitive, this is solid, this is...
They didn't say it was definitive.
This is fact. It's a lie, Aiden. They're lying to children.
Wait, Aiden. Wait.
Why is it okay to lie to children?
I'm waiting, Achilles.
Is that why it's okay to lie to kids? Because they're stupid and they'll buy it?
You are inferring so much right now.
when before you respond, as you just did, but wait a minute, I will just say that the reason they are doing this on children is because exactly of what you said. They are children and they will believe anything you tell them. So that is not right. You should tell them, hey, wait a minute, we don't even know.
So if science
But
was
if you
this
pick up
dogmatic,
if you pick up any astronomy book right now, you will read about the iron core, but that refutes what
it's
you
not
just
iron.
said about the radar. The
It's
radar.
not iron. It's that nobody has ever postulated it to be iron.
Oh
That is
yeah. Well,
what
okay,
what you're
okay.
saying though, like what you're saying in the context of the Jovian system. The reason why I brought up metallic hydrogen is because I'm sure you know, Achilles, as somebody who has studied astronomy, that the Jovian magnetic field is a significant oddity in the solar system compared to other planets, including the Saturnian system, because the Saturnian system, while being smaller than Jupiter, doesn't have a magnetic field that scales with Jupiter's magnetic field in any way, shape, or form. So when we're talking about the inner workings of Jupiter, when we're talking about how the planet works, the amount of data that we have available to us now, while being significantly greater than what they had in, say, the 60s or the 70s, is still not complete. And the reason
Okay.
why I bring this up, though, is because the Voyager missions that went to Jupiter in the 1980s, they prove what you're saying to not be true, because they threw all of our conventional understanding of the Jovian system into the trash bin as soon
Okay.
as they went by the Jovian
Let
system.
me respond with something, and it should, if you are a legitimate researcher,
Oh
it
boy.
sh- it should make you wonder about a lot of things. So we sent Juno, is how it's pronounced, Juno,
Yes.
because so it is the name of the wife of
Of
Zeus,
Jupiter. Yes, that's right.
and
Or
her
sorry.
name was Hera. So we sent it to a place where the gravitational pull is so strong that it shouldn't be able to do any circles around it. But here's where the science comes in. That was just theory. But here's where the science comes in. They released a video and it was showing Juno, I'm sorry, Juno, but let's call it Juno from Jupiter. Okay. It was showing it approaching, and they did a terrible, 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 terrible mistake. They gave us the time frame. They were showing the time. So what I did as a scientist is go to Stellarium, which is a program that you can have as well. It's free out there. And I went back exactly on that time, and it wasn't even back. I was there watching it. I was watching the mission from launch till the supposed crash. But then a couple of years later, they said, oh, we didn't crash it eventually. But where did it find the energy if you didn't crash it eventually? But anyway, because they said that it would crash because it only has energy to go around for so many times. But anyway,
That's right.
yeah. But 2 year later, it kept sending pictures. So I put the specific time frame, and the moons were not where the animation was showing them to be. So what I did then is I took the animation, I put it in my video editing program, and I raised the exposure, and there was a square around Jupiter. There are no squares in space. So what I'm trying to tell you is that if you do actual science, you will see that you have some people that have a very good reason, which is $40 million per day, to lie to you.
So just a question off of what you said. So you think that the Juno mission is not real? You don't think that the Juno mission is an actual probe that exists?
Yeah, the evidence for that, I've made a video out of it. It is a little more complicated than what we are just discussing, but it is in playlist 2016 in my channel, and it is video titled Part F, I think it's called, Discordia. I'm not very sure if it's Part F. I think it's Part F, yes. And we've had a discussion about this video on another show, which is called Globebusters, and they were showing off that video. So it is very easy to refute the lie. Now,
So,
if
off
you
the
want
basis of what you said,
but if you want to ignore that and you want to go to what they are actually telling you, if you start taking one theory and contradict it with the other theory, you will see that they are contradicting each other. So there's a
they're
lot of
contradicting
ways.
each other. How so?
Oh yeah, we proved that with the fact that it supposedly has a core, but they're telling us that we cannot see it on the radar, but we
Yeah,
can see IO.
There's some people that think it has a core. It's not a scientific consensus that it has a core.
Then
the
why
same-
do they teach it in scientific books to children?
There is
Because
no
it's
way.
the theory.
That's
Because
no
it's the
way.
theory. Because it's the theory that closest aligns with what we observe within the
Theories
Jovian
don't
system and
belong
with the
in
mass.
actual books. And I'm not even upset.
So
at
what
you.
are they supposed
I
to put
know-
there,
I know,
though, Stephen?
I
What are they
know
supposed to put there? Just a big
nothing.
question
Here
mark?
they
Oh, okay,
go.
just a
How
big
about-
old question
how about
mark.
Instead
Yeah.
of these giant, stupid, confusing textbooks that take up a whole year to teach kids, we just give them the 3 chapters of fact we actually know in science and use the rest of the time to teach them like math, social skills, things that are actually going to be useful in day-to-day life. How about
And not
that?
things
That's
you
a
haven't
really great
verified.
freaking idea.
So guys,
So-
I unfortunately have to get going for at least like 40 minutes. So
May I ask you one more thing before you go?
You'll have to debate something else.
May I just ask you one more thing before you go?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll use Voyager as an example because Voyager is a mission I'm much more familiar with as compared to Galileo or Juno. The rocket that was used to launch Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 was known as the Titan 3, also called the Titan Centaur. We have footage of both of these probes being launched on those. Now, the schematics for the Titan Centaur will show you that it does have sufficient delta V to be able to reach the Jovian system. And we have, because there was a third Voyager probe that was never used, it was given a serial number, but it was mainly for spare parts. We have the schematics for the Voyager probes, and we have the remaining parts that they didn't use for the third one. So why would they launch a rocket that provably has the delta V to go to Jupiter? And why did they build a probe that we can see through the schematics would have worked and functioned exactly how they describe it would have? Why would they do all of that if they didn't actually go to Jupiter? Why would they spend those billions upon billions of dollars launching a rocket that just went nowhere and building a probe that just did nothing, even though both provably are able to accomplish the objectives that they say they did?
America.
To fool Aiden.
So they
And
had
let
the
me- and let
capability,
me-
but they just chose not to.
And let me tell you something. Did you hear the news about Voyager 2?
No, what news?
Other than the fact that we lost it and then we found it because something happened with the trajectory and we made an error and we lost it. But then we fixed that error and we found it again. But I will put that aside.
You're talking about the downlink error caused by Doppler shifts in Voyager 2's backup radio system, because during its transit from Jupiter to Saturn, Voyager 2's radio transmission failed and its backup radio transmitter wasn't able to account for Doppler shifts. So yes, there was a period where we did lose it, but we gained it back due to being able to adjust for those Doppler shifts and improving the deep space network.
Okay. But please help me here, because I said, thank you though for describing it for those that didn't know. That's exactly what happened, 100%. But I said at the beginning, let me just ignore that. And let me just go to something else that happened recently. But Yahoo is giving me a cookie thing, so I have to find another tab. So it has reached it. Come on, go back. Now it can't even go back. It wants me to just accept the cookies.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. No, again. I mean, seriously, I will have to Google it again.
No, it's okay. I understand. I know, right? Oh, Achilles just suddenly can't find his argument as soon as he needs it. Wow, how convenient. I know, I'm joking.
Yeah. It's just joking. But
I want to put you back on the hot seat for just a second. What happened to the Happy Club? I mean, has it been disbanded?
Steven, don't go there for now, because I am going to leave.
I'm curious.
Yeah, but I gotta go the dogs. Let's keep this as the next question. Now,
They're about
I
to
wanna
eat him.
I wanna say something. Aiden. Voyager has gone so far that it has no more means of getting energy from the sun.
That's correct.
That's correct. Did you hear the news though?
Which news?
This news that I'm putting on the monitor right now. We power hacked it from here. We power hacked, wink, wink. And it's going to keep going until 2026. And we'll keep
Well, Voyager was never a solar-powered spacecraft. It's powered by an RTG. You can actually see it in that photo of Voyager. There's two different arms, right? There's the big one that you see right there, which was nicknamed the Astromast. And then there was the smaller one that you see down below that carries the radioactive RTG generator that basically bombards the inner surface of it with naked helium ions that generates enough heat to be able to power the spacecraft.
All right,
but
good.
They were able to overpower it, so to speak, the same way that they were able to program the RTGs for Voyager 1 to be more powerful than those of Voyager 2. Or sorry, no, it's the opposite. Voyager 2 is more powerful than Voyager 1 because Voyager 2 was the one that took the Grand Tour route all the way from Jupiter to Neptune. So it's basically just them using command lines with a reprogrammable computer, which thank goodness they included a reprogrammable computer on Voyager. It was actually one of the first probes to ever include a reprogrammable computer. But nevertheless, that's why they were able to do it, because they included a reprogrammable computer and are able to make adjustments to the probe all this distance away because of that.
Okay,
so I don't know why you mentioned the sun, because it's never been a solar-powered probe.
No, well, if you look closely, I will zoom in for you. These are solar panels that it has around it. Can you see them? These are solar panels.
I thought those were sun sensors.
But still, I will accept that. I will accept what you said, although I don't believe that when something runs out of energy, that you can power hack it from here. We would have been able to do miracles if we had that ability to just punch a line in Linux and press enter and give it extra juice. I would run my battery car, forever.
Well, yeah, the fuel that's in the RTG isn't the issue. The actual main issue was the limited amount of thermocouples they had that were still functional between the RTG and the spacecraft itself. They just found through testing that they were able to route more power through the remaining thermocouples they had without shorting those couples out, because that was the concern, right? It's not like you can travel out to interstellar space and make a repair.
Exactly, Stephen. That's what
incredulity isn't an argument. Incredulity is not an argument.
Would you not agree though that is that has to be a miracle?
No, not really. It's just you doing a test. It's just literally you doing a test on a thermocouple and realizing that you're able to route more energy through that thermocouple than you originally planned on being able to route through it. Like the thermocouples that are on Voyager 2 are taking a higher energy load right now than they were ever designed to be able to take. It was just proven through experimentation that they are, in fact, capable of handling that. And the reason why that's only the case now was because it took years of experimentation to prove that that was something that would be capable. Because Voyager 2 and 1 are both in interstellar space right now.
Just think,
it's not like you can just go out there with a wrench and a hammer and repair.
I still have trouble getting signal here in Georgia, on Earth, where the Verizon towers are. But somehow, some smart astronaut with Linux recoding was able to hack something in outer space.
Well, no, it uses the deep. Like I said, it's a reprogrammable computer, so it's not necessarily hacking. It's just changing the values that are already on that computer. So
okay. I told you. I will. Let's just say that I could accept that. Even though I agree with Steven, this is just hilarious, and they're gonna send you new pictures, and that's what they're doing. That.
They're not sending any pictures. Voyager hasn't sent any pictures since Voyager 1 took the Great Blue Dot photo. They powered down the image subsystem. The ISS hasn't been working for decades now.
We haven't found a way to magically hack that yet?
No, there's just no use for it being powered on. We're trying to save as much power for... Yeah, in the middle of deep space right
But they
now where
thought it
we
was going
are,
to be
there's no
useless.
meaningful
They thought it was
data.
going to be useless a
let me-
while ago. So any pictures after that makes it extremely valuable, right?
What do you mean? You thought it would be useless in terms of them misestimating where the
They thought it
heliosphere
would
would
be
be?
useless because didn't they think it was going to crash already? Wasn't
Crash
this
into
supposed to be
what?
like temporary?
No,
Crash into what?
it's not gonna crash. It's going supposedly out in space, but at some point we should get a picture of the solar system from the outside. You know that now that it has reached that point.
We already have one. It's called the Great Blue Dot photo.
No, that's
You
not
don't think a
from outer.
second one would be valuable,
Wait a
Aiden?
minute. Yeah, but that's not from outer space, brother.
It
This
is.
is this is from exactly the spot of Saturn because you can see the rings of Saturn in the same picture.
No, you can't. That's not the ring. I know what you're talking about. That's not a ring. That's actually an artifact from a star that you see
No,
there.
they're saying it. They're saying it that turning from Saturn here, you can see the Earth. But let me not focus here. I want you to do some math for me, and I will be forced to ask. Can you? Can you do math?
What kind of math?
Simple math.
If it has letters, I ain't doing it.
Okay, Aiden, I love you more than I did before. Like, drop the Canadian stuff. We're kindred brothers now on the math.
I'm sorry. I did statistics in high school. I did quadratics. Like I've been there and done that, and I didn't retain a single iota of any of that information. So
numbers constitutes math. When you add letters into math, it's no longer math. It's witchcraft, and I don't do.
I agree. No, I agree with you there, Stephen. I think we've actually found a space of common ground. This is pure witchcraft.
It's been 2 years in the making, but my God,
but you're
we got
losing.
there.
But you are losing me though because I love equations. But anyway, let me just point this to Aiden. And seriously, if you are interested in discovering truth, go do the math. If you want to only do the math in order to try to refute me on the next discussion, I call you not to.
The math related to what?
Math related to what you have heard and you've seen like in hundreds of documentaries and in hundreds of movies. It is called orbital insertion.
Oh, you're talking about how they made the Grand Tour possible.
No, I'm not talking about that. Listen to me. On the same video that I mentioned, which is part J in playlist 2016, I put the math down for you, but you can go ahead and do them yourself in case I lied to you. So Juno was supposed to do some spins around the planet, and then it would crash into the planet. So we get more data during that process of it crashing into the planet. But they said officially on that documentary, so these are their words, not mine, that what we have to do now is a remote orbital insertion. And they continue giving me the same propaganda that they give me in documentaries and in films, which is, if it is, let me try to do their voice. If it is 1 millimeter, one fraction of a degree off, then we have the chance of it crashing and burning in the atmosphere. Or if it is 1 degree less, it's going to fly out in space. So we have to be very, very precise when we do the orbital insertion. Okay. So my response to that is, if you do radio signals have a specific speed. We cannot make them go faster. Can we concede on that one?
Yeah, there's a set rate that radio waves transmit through a vacuum.
Around 370,000 miles per
second, something like that.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
it's a set parameter. I agree with you there.
So if you take the distance to Jupiter and you divide it by that number, we have a 45-second delay from the time we give the order here for it to arrive there. And check this out. If something happens, if it is like 1 second off, 1 fraction of a degree off, then somebody has to correct it. So now count the seconds with me. 45 seconds for the picture to show that there is an error. Let's just say that it only takes you 5 seconds to correct the error, but it's not 5 seconds because it is a team, and the team has to make a consultation concerning what they will press enter at. Okay, they don't. Okay, so it's like minutes. But anyway, let's consider that 5 seconds. From 45 seconds, we reached 50. We send the signal back, and it's 45 seconds. Do you know what happens next? We need to get the confirmation that the machine received the correct order. And when we get that confirmation, which takes another 45 seconds to come back to us, we then press proceed.
Okay.
So that is around 180 seconds. And they are calling this remote orbital insertion, that if one thing goes off, it's off. I mean,
they can't. You don't think they can't predict all of those parameters before they do the insertion?
No way. Because one small error, one tiny little error, like it hit a small fragment of something in the air, we will take 45 plus 45 plus 45 to correct that. So it is impossible.
No, it takes the extra 45 just to confirm whether or not it happened. The extra 45, like I agree, there's two 45-second intervals.
It's not two, but at the same time, because I just said why it's not two, but at the same time, you are talking about the gravitational pull of Jupiter that it would tear you to pieces if you were close to it.
Well, yeah, that's correct. If I was close to it and I wasn't inserting into the atmosphere in a very particular angle, yeah, you're right. Because what they're talking about is that either it could plunge in too fast and they won't get any meaningful data if it's too steep an angle, but if it's too shallow of an angle, it'll skip off the atmosphere.
Exactly. I've heard this I've seen this in every documentary and in every film that I've seen concerning orbital insertions. And if they didn't add the word remote film, I wouldn't mind it, bro.
And again, kids, this is
but it is remote. I don't know what's the problem.
This is theories presented as fact, children. Just to remind you, this is not confirmed knowledge. This is theory, children.
And what are you talking about?
I'm just letting the kids out there knowing that this is theory.
With theory that we inserted, I don't understand.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do have to go. The thing is that if they didn't use the word remote, I swear to God, I wouldn't mind. But they said remote. And remote, if you take the math and you put them down, is simply impossible.
It's not impossible. It just means that you have to have a wider parameter of prediction. You need to be able to predict in a longer period of time what is going to happen.
While the planet is pulling on the object with
at a consistent rate. At a consistent rate, though. That's the thing, though, Achilles. You were talking to me earlier about how radio waves have a consistency about themselves. So, too, does Jupiter's gravitational field. So, too, do the wind speeds that we observe on the upper cloud decks of the Jovian atmosphere. These are things that we can account for.
I need to interrupt you and let you know how supposedly gravity works, and if you are one fraction closer, it multiplies by a factor of 10.
That's right.
The closer you get, the bigger it becomes. It's not the same. It's not a constant. And we've never been on Jupiter before, so it's impossible to predict.
Hold on. No, that's not true. There was already an insertion made by the Galileo probe when it plunged into the atmosphere of Jupiter.
And
it didn't last all that long.
Okay, so
it didn't last all that long.
All I want to say as a conclusion from my side, and I will have to AFK at least from here, not go out, but AFK, is that this is what Stephen is talking about. They are talking about these theories to children. They are indoctrinating children with these theories because children are not able to put the math down.
No, you're saying a minute-and-a-half prediction is impossible for a multi-billion-dollar space program, is what you're saying.
You are proving to be a child right now.
I'm not. I'm saying that you are postulating. You're postulating that a minute-and-a-half prediction.
Be a real scientist.
No, I'm just stating to you that
do want to say,
wait,
Aiden has been extremely fair and respectful today, so we don't want to call him names. He's not a baby.
He has been, but I muted him because he continues right now, and I'm trying. Unmute yourself, Aiden. But let me say this: All I'm asking you to do is do the math. And you cannot tell me that the math gets proven because some smart people with billions of dollars wouldn't lie to me. This is not
That's
a
not what I'm
mathematical
saying.
proof. You
That's not
just
what I'm
said so.
saying.
You just said
No,
so.
no, no. What I am saying is what you are stating, Achilles. What you are stating with your statement that you just made was that it is simply impossible for them to be able to get it right because the parameters whereby they could get it right are very improbable. That's not
No,
impossible. That's just improbable. That's just an
I did-
improbability.
I didn't even use the word improbable. I'm just
You
saying.
use the word impossible, which is even worse than
Yeah,
improbable
no,
scientifically.
Exactly.
You're saying it
because-
literally cannot
because-
happen under any circumstance, and that's absurd.
Because mathematics prove that you cannot have a precise orbital insertion on the strongest gravitational pull of the solar system
On what basis?
with 180 seconds delay.
Why?
Can you just
Why?
And remember one thing. We didn't add in this equation the time it takes for the decision to be made, right? We kept it out. We just talked about the 45 and 45 and 45. We didn't add 5 minutes to discuss
Because the
about it.
decision would have already been made before they
No,
make the
that's
before they make the
impossible.
insert. No, no, it's not. We're talking
Aiden,
about a
Aiden,
planned insertion at
we're
a specific
talking about
time.
a correction. We're talking about a correction.
Oh, they can't make corrections. I agree. They
Listen,
can't make meaningful corrections. I agree with you there.
A correction proves that something went different than what we expected, right?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what it-
Which is
that's
what
what it
happened with
proves.
Galileo.
So anyway, think about this and do go to the math and don't trust that they would know. They wouldn't lie to me.
I
That's
just want to
all.
know what math do I apply to this?
Oh, it's simple. You take the distance. You take the distance from Jupiter, which is 5.2 to 6.8 astronomical units.
Mhm.
Multiply the astronomical unit by the distance that Jupiter was at that time, which you can find in
You mean divide it?
Stellarium, divided by the time of the speed of the radio signals. We don't
Yeah,
have
but
any
the
other.
speed that radio transmits
Yeah,
within a
yeah,
vacuum.
yeah,
See, the funny thing is that I'm actually granting you that. Like you're acting like this is something that we disagree with, but I'm granting you that premise for what we're talking about. The amount of time
not from
is
the
not what I
beginning.
take issue with.
Not from the beginning, you haven't.
No.
But math.
That's not
is
true.
math is irrefutable, and you conceded, and I thank you for it because what math says, you cannot refute it with what you are being told that math say. So
No.
I'm just calling you to verify some things with mathematics and geometry, and you will see. Or the other example is that I took the specific date that they gave me and time, and I
So-
saw that the moons were in completely different positions
Here's-
than what they gave me. And I put it on an editing program, and I saw that it was fake.
So are you really telling me though, right, Achilles, that there's no computerized systems in Juno that wouldn't be able to make corrections in that moment, that it all needs to be entered in by humans? There's no way that they could
What-
program a system
They
to be
said-
able to
year are
make
we
small
talking
course
about? Hold on.
corrections.
What year
Hold
are
on,
we
Dustin,
talking
one
about?
word.
2019.
One word for me. It wasn't
Oh.
19. It was. I have it on the 2016 playlist, so it wasn't 2019. But Juno kept going for 2019 because whatever. So anyway.
You're right. They should have just launched another fake probe at this fake planet with its fake information.
The thing is, my brother, if something mathematically doesn't work, and you have visual proof of it, and you take the visual proof and you put it on a scientific program, and it says wrong, and then you take the visual proof and you put it on an editing program, and that editing program says
But the
fake.
The
My
only
brother-
mathematics that you're giving me, Achilles, the only mathematics that you're giving me in the context of this discussion is the distance radio waves travel between Jupiter to Earth, which I granted you. I
It's
said
simple
that that's
mathematics. I
accurate
didn't-
and that that's correct.
So
I'm not
I
disputing
didn't
that.
second here.
Achilles,
I didn't even-
Achilles,
wait,
I'm not
wait,
disputing
Aiden,
that.
I didn't
Aiden,
even
how
use
long-
letters. It was simply
How long?
mathematics.
How long would it take for a telemetry calculation to find its way through a computer nowadays?
All right, I gotta go.
It depends
guys.
on the
I'll
parameters
see
you set
later.
for the calculation.
All
What I
right,
would
Hart.
say, what I would say would be, and I'm just purely speculating at this point because I don't have the source code for this probe in front of me. But what I would imagine their solution to be for this isn't just to have one computer delegating every aspect of the Jovian descent. They probably have multiple computers computing specific aspects of it. So yeah, there'd be one communicating the telemetry data. There'd be another one trying to correct for shifts in attitude and attitude adjustments on the way down. There's probably
Attitude,
a variety
latitude,
of
minutes.
different
You also
subsystems that are in
have-
place.
You also have the 7 fixed coordinate points that you have to keep in constant alignment, and then you're talking about landing telemetry, which would include angle and velocity of tumble, or specific entry velocity to relation of the atmosphere. When you're dealing with calculations that have multiple tier adjustments like that, they don't have an independent telemetry computer on board that can handle it all. It has to be handled by Houston.
But that's
That's
why I'm saying they
bottom line.
delegate it to multiple machines. And the only thing they would have to manually do is put it in the trajectory whereby it could insert itself into the atmosphere. That's the only
If
thing
you're
that they have
running-
to do manually. After that, everything, and this is why I mentioned the Galileo probe, is because the ability to have computers that adjust for so much information going by so quickly did not exist at that point, which is why the Galileo probe only survived for less than a minute in its descent into the Jovian atmosphere. Because they didn't have any information on what the makeup of the inner workings of Jupiter was. That's why they needed to put the probe in there so that they could get even a basic idea of what it's like underneath the skin of the Jupiter atmosphere.
They were still using rope core memory data back then, correct?
In the
Correct me if
90s,
I'm
that's
wrong,
correct.
if I'm-
No, it's the 1990s.
So yeah, when you're dealing with that kind of telemetry, what they used back then, and the feedback data gave us the general premise for a simulation, right? But here's the issue, okay? They found out that the angle of telemetry was a lot greater due to the atmospheric what was it, the density. So they needed a different computer for that specific telemetry. And what I believe Hart is referring to is that if you're dealing with atmospheric differences due to gravitational telemetry of the moons as they're pulling on different aspects of the atmosphere, you would have to adjust for that. And that's one of the 7 fixed points. So you're dealing with three tier layers of communication and 3 tier layers of calculation, where you're practically rewriting a whole portion of the simulation. I mean,
only if you
you're
were
doing
trying
it
to
at
get
that-
it all the way to the core. But that's not what the intent of it is. The intent of any atmospheric insertion into Jupiter isn't for the probe to survive. It's simply to survive for as long as possible within the atmosphere. So any one of these adjustments that are made are not made to save the probe. It's just simply made to prolong the probe's life, even by just a fraction of a second, because the rate through which this probe is falling through Jupiter's atmosphere, another second could mean the difference between observing the uppermost cloud deck of Jupiter and the cloud deck that's below that. And that is an incredibly... Go ahead.
You also have an omnidirectional antenna, which is affected by the atmosphere. So your fall trajectory.
Can someone invite Mark
versus your
Reed also?
tumble.
I don't have him on call. Sorry. I'm sorry, Dustin. Please go.
Your fall trajectory versus your tumble has to be taken into account. Otherwise, you're transmitting data into the planet as opposed to back to the omnidirectional antenna, where the information can be retransmitted back to Houston. Okay,
we actually had an
have to
issue
take
with that.
Yeah, you thought that's I know, and
Well,
I believe now I believe that's what Heart of Flesh or Achilles was referring to. I could be mistaken, but I believe that's what he's asking you to look into.
See, Yeah, no, I understand that. And what he's talking about as far as how it needs to be inserted into the atmosphere, I agree that the calculations need to be incredibly precise. What I disagree with is his preface that it's impossible, because it's not. It's simply not. Like, the idea that we could send a space probe all the way to Neptune was thought of as impossible 40 years ago, but then Voyager 1 happened, and we got all the way to Neptune. But what I'm really wondering, what I wanted to ask Flesh before he left, and I hope he comes back before I go, but
He's still here.
the thing I know, but he said he's going AFK, so he's not actually there physically. He's just here in the call, or the hangout, or whatever this is. Sorry. The thing is that I want to know what purpose, if Voyager 2 and if Juno, if all of them are fake, and they aren't actually in space and they don't actually exist, what's the point of saying that Voyager 2's antennae lost its ability to project downlink into space? Like, what is the point of saying that there was any issues with the probe at all at any point in time if it's all just fake? What does that benefit anyone? It doesn't benefit anyone anything.
Your question
Like,
is
if-
well noted, and I see the premise, and I can't argue with that. You know, the only thing that makes sense to me is an uneducated populace is easy to control. Are you hitting a bong right now?
No, I'm actually filling up my water bottle. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm here. I'm legitimately pleased. I am filling up my water bottle, Steven. Please, I promise you
okay.
on everything that's good and holy in this world.
Okay. All right.
I swear that's what I heard. I swear.
No,
Anyway.
that's not what I'm doing. I have no reason to lie. That's the thing. Like, I have no reason to lie
I'm
about
not- I'm
that.
not
You know
accusing
what?
you of
I have to
lying.
say
I
for
just-
Aiden, he has been too honest in the past. So
I try my best to be honest in all affairs. I know it's impossible because everybody lies at some point or another, but
why would
I
you
try
try to
to-
be honest?
why would I try to be honest?
Yeah,
Because
well,
I
mean,
think
it's proven that, you know, from an atheistic point of view, lying is more beneficial in most cases.
I don't agree with that at all. I think lying is just a route to later destruction. Because not in a biblical sense. I think that
How do you
Mark
get to
Twain-
that conclusion without the
Well,
Bible?
Mark Twain said it great. No man is intelligent enough to be a full-time liar. So what that means is that nobody, if they tell a lie, is intelligent enough to always be able to hold up every aspect of that lie all the time. Eventually, something's going to slip through the cracks, and you're going to get something wrong, and you're going to be inconsistent, and you're going to say something that either is the truth compared to the lie or is a lie compared to the truth. It's just far easier and far simpler to pursue a truthful
I would argue-
means of
The
living
point-
because you don't have to worry
I
about
would
that. You don't have
put-
to worry about keeping your story straight if your story is true.
I would put one caveat to that. If you're dealing with someone who of subpar intelligence, you don't have to worry about your story.
I don't know about that because trust me, there's been plenty of people who thought that they were just too slick to be caught and thought that they were just going to be able to get away with a lie forever. And there have been pretty stupid people, so to speak, that have come across those lies and have exposed them to people throughout history. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I just think it's easier on a baseline level to live a life of honesty, because if you live a life of honesty, you never have to look over your shoulder and ask, was that the truth? You already know it's the truth. It's just far easier that way. But as far as the errors with different spacecraft are concerned, it's like the Apollo 1 fire, right? Like if the Apollo program was supposed to be this big cover-up by America to make it look really competent compared to the Soviet Union, why did the Apollo 1 fire kill all of the astronauts that were involved in the Apollo 1 program? That doesn't make
Because they
NASA
couldn't
look
get the
competent.
door open.
Yeah,
They
but that
couldn't
doesn't
get
make
the damn
NASA look
door
competent,
open.
is my point, right? Like Voyager losing telemetry data or losing its downlink for weeks, or the Apollo 1 fire, don't make NASA look competent. They don't
It
make
would be a
NASA
good way
look
to
like
get
a
rid
good
of
organization
evidence, though,
that
right?
has its crap together.
Wouldn't it be a good way to get rid of evidence, though?
Evidence of what?
Well, exactly. But if there is no evidence, you can't prove whether or not it ever happened in the first place, right?
I think
So
the
I would
evidence.
think that the accident would be awfully convenient from the conspiracy point of view.
I mean, the point I'm trying to make, though, Stephen, is that if these programs are there to instill trust and faith in people that the government is competent and that the government knows what it's doing, then that fire and
American
that
believes
loss
that.
of downlink was just as fake, though. Like that Apollo 1 fire and that loss of downlink, if all of this is fake, then those errors are just as fake as the triumphs. And I just don't know why they would artificially insert errors into something when they're trying to look triumphant.
All right, fair.
Do you know what the only barrier to truth is, Aiden? Do you know what the only barrier to truth is?
No, what is it?
Do you know what it is? It's the belief that you already know what the truth is. That's what it is. If you believe you know what the truth is, you're not going to go looking for what is true.
I mean, I actually agree with you fundamentally on the idea that it's very easy to become stagnant in your beliefs or in the idea that you hold the truth. I think that's something that is just part of the human condition. It's that longing for convenience that's just endemic within all of us. And part of that, unfortunately, is the convenience of being comfortable in your ideas as they already exist. So yeah, I agree. I think that ideas need to constantly be evaluated against other ideas, and the validity of those ideas need to be tested against other ones, because that's the only way of truly knowing that your ideas, whether you still hold them or not, at the end of the day, were in fact valid, is a constant, rigorous examination of them.
All
So
right,
hold
on. I want to take just a moment to let Claude say hello. Claude's been in here for about 10 or 15 minutes and has not said a single word. Monsieur Claude.
Hello.
Hello, Claude.
Yeah. I've been just more interested in listening and watching, and to be honest, some of the mathematical things is beyond me. But
I think Achilles was lying. I think that math definitely has letters in it.
Yes.
When I try to spell my name, it does.
But if he comes back, I would like to hear more. I saw someone asking about flat Earth. I didn't know if he was, but it sounds like he is, and I'm interested to hear his math on the flat Earth or from his telescope. It would be good to hear him do a presentation.
Well, he said that he may be back in about 45 minutes, and that was roughly 10 or 15 minutes ago. So give or take another 30 minutes, and I'd say he would be back if my math is roughly accurate.
If he does, I can be listening, but I probably can not talk because I'm doing some other things. But if one of you can ask him to tell us and explain, that would be good. I can listen or listen later.
Yeah, well, I personally think that the Voyager missions and the Voyager program as a whole is one of the greatest achievements of all of human history in terms of logistics, in terms of engineering, in terms of a wide variety of different things. It basically took advantage. I don't know if you're familiar with the Voyager program, Stephen, but it basically took advantage of a window of time in the solar system. Every about 175 years, based on the calculations we have of the rotation of the planets around the sun, about every 175 years, a planetary alignment occurs between the four major gas giants in our solar system, where you're basically able to take the energy that you get from that planet orbiting the sun, and by rotating around that planet in just such a way, you're basically able to capture a tiny bit of that rotational energy and use it to fling yourself to the next planet over. So it was called the Grand Tour because even though the Voyager probes only had the Delta V to get to Jupiter, they were able to take advantage of this planetary resonance and visit all four of those planets because of where they were in relation to each other. Originally, they were going to, because originally in the 70s it was called Mariner, Jupiter, Saturn rather than the Voyager programs. There was
this is one of the new episodes of Star Trek?
I wish Star Trek was still this cool. Anyways, Mariner Jupiter Saturn was the original name of it because they were originally only intending to go to Jupiter and Saturn. But then that evolved into it going, they wanted to build 4 probes, one for each planet, to take advantage fully of the resonance. That wasn't able to happen due to the limited budget that NASA had. So they ended up going with the solution that they did. It's just, to me, and I know that it may seem obvious just because I already have this perspective, but to me, when you look at the history of the Voyager program and you look at the struggle that NASA had trying to get Voyager funded, and you look at its competing project, the Pioneer program, which actually preceded Voyager, when you look at the totality of it, you'll see that it's not just this propagandistic tale of American exceptionalism and America spreading its influence all over the solar system. It's actually an incredibly interesting tale of scientists constantly having to run into hurdles of problems and trying to overcome hurdle after hurdle.
Here's my point, though. You believe that hold on, Dustin. You believe they were able to hack into this thing, though, right?
No, I don't think they hacked into it. They just rewrote the rewritable computer.
Okay, they rewrote it. What would be the purpose of it if it can't film anymore?
There's actually different systems on the Voyager probes. There's the plasma wave science system. There's the particle density system. There's a few different systems they have that aren't
and
just
they
photographic.
Thought all of those were more valuable than the good old-fashioned Nikon that could send us photos?
Actually, the ISS, the imaging subsystem on the Voyager programs, was primarily there for public relations. Now, there was some data that was gained from those images. One of the best examples of that was the discovery of spokes around Saturn. So the Saturnian rings have these little spots on them that are darker than other parts.
I would think keeping that camera going would be much more valuable than the plasma whatever doohickey you said.
No, plasma wave science is much more important in the outer solar system because we're trying to discover not only where the heliosphere is, which is the plasmatic wave the sun makes around itself, but also what the background plasma is in the universe outside of that heliosphere. So the imaging subsystem in the middle of deep space, all that you're going to capture is just star fields. That's all that you're going to be able to capture. You're too far away from the solar system at this point to be able to image any planets or any moons or anything like that with the imaging on the Voyager.
That's not entirely true.
There's a great blue dot, but that was only one that was at the very outermost edge of the solar system, which it's orders of magnitude further away from that point now than it was at that point when they took the great blue dot photo. I don't know why Achilles said that was a photo from Saturn, because we actually have images of the Earth from Saturn, and it's substantially larger than the great blue or than the pale blue dot photo. And that would make sense because the distance of Earth to Saturn on a cosmic scale is not that far. In terms of our solar system, it's pretty far. But on a cosmic scale, not all that significant.
At some points, we're actually closer to Saturn than we are Mars. But,
is that true?
At some points, yeah. At some points because when Mars is on the extreme of the other side of the sun and Saturn's close to us, we get closer to Saturn than we do. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're talking about the very furthest Mars takes in its ellipses on its elliptical orbit. Yeah, it's actually interesting. The reason why Io, the innermost moon of Jupiter, is so volcanic. It's actually 10 times more volcanic than all of the volcanoes on Earth put together, is because of its eccentricity in its orbit around Jupiter. Yeah, it's not a perfect circular orbit like you would expect it to be. It would actually be able to circularize into a circular orbit over time if it weren't for the fact that Io is in resonance with the 2 other Galilean moons closest by to it, Europa and Callisto. Yeah, they're basically it's a combination of those those moons tugging on Io on one side and Jupiter tugging on the other one. That's basically making the planet tear itself apart from the inside out. So that's why we see it being so volcanic.
Theory. We don't know if that's the case, or if there's tectonic activity under the surface.
It could be partial tectonics. It could be partial tectonics because Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you're good. No,
Oh, I was
go ahead.
I was just going to say, we observe tectonic forces on Europa as well as Ganymede that do separate parts of the planet, or parts of the moons, rather, apart from them. The main reason why we think those two moons have a ocean of liquid water underneath them is both a combination of its density compared to its mass that we can observe, as well as the fact that
its atmosphere.
the ice surface of Europa is not a static surface, which is what you would expect if it was frozen solid. It seems to be moving and
Right.
shifting and changing, and that's what we typically observe when we see massive ice sheets on top of oceans of water. That's what we typically observe. Now,
Right.
I will say, for your sake, Stephen, we've never confirmed the presence of an ocean on Europa. It's never been something that we've been able to drill down and find, primarily because the ice shell of Europa is estimated to be about 5 kilometers thick. But we can infer through processes like how Europa's its surface shifts and changes.
Did you hear what
And
you
how-
said, though, buddy? You said, you said since we can estimate the thickness of the whatever, we can then infer. Like, that's not.
Well, no,
solid
it's
language.
the shifting.
Not
It's actually
resolute language.
No, it's not the thickness of the surface that I'm talking about. It's the shifting of the surface. It's the way that it shifts and changes upon itself that we can infer that there is an ocean of liquid water underneath, primarily as it is theorized to be. It's either through decay of radioactive elements within the innermost part of Europa, or
Didn't
tidal
we
forces
catch-
exerted on it by Jupiter.
Didn't we catch moisture from one of the spouts, one of the eruptions?
That's Enceladus
I
you're
think we
thinking of
did.
for Saturn. That's Enceladus for Saturn.
Oh, okay.
We do know though that because there is a small amount of material we can see jettisoned from Europa, there is it's theorized that there are hydrothermal vents. They've never been directly observed, but that's the best way that we can explain the particulate makeup directly around Europa. There seems to be a trail of icy particles that kind of follow it like a tail
Yeah,
as
that's
it
actually
rotates.
yeah, that's correct.
As it rotates
Yep.
around Jupiter, and it's theorized that that's most likely due to cryovolcanism inside of Europa's surface. And it's interesting to me that that's the case, because when we think about places that life could exist, right, in the universe, we're typically thinking about places that mirror Earth almost exactly. It needs to be in the Goldilocks zone, needs to be a certain mass, it needs to have oxygen in its atmosphere. But when you look at Europa, and when you look at the thickness of this shell that we can observe on the surface, compared to the ocean that we would imagine to be within, there's no reason not to think that if that ocean does indeed exist, that it hasn't existed for billions of years. So, because
So,
Europa
can I
has
ask
been...
you something, Aiden?
Go ahead.
It's on subject, but it's off topic. So can you attest to the 2% of inertial rotational energy in the sun versus the 90% in the planets, and how they cannot be rotationally related to each other?
I can actually, and I can explain it because the barycenter of our solar system, the barycenter meaning the gravitational center of everything in the solar system, is actually outside of our star's surface. That's primarily due to Jupiter. So it's actually interesting that you brought that up. Jupiter is so massive compared to all the other planets in the solar system. It's about 2.5 times the mass of all of the other planets, that it actually makes
Which
our
brings up
sun...
another problem.
It
Bless
makes
you
our
with.
sun... technically, it means that our sun and Jupiter rotate around each other, because our sun does indeed rotate around a barycenter. It's just a very, very,
Well,
very
hold
narrow
on.
barycenter.
That Noid point is still below the surface of the sun, though.
No, it isn't. It's
not
above it.
outside of the
It is outside of it.
inside of the No, they don't pull on each other that much. That node point is still below the surface of the sun.
From the research I've done, I'm pretty sure the barycenter is just barely outside of the sun's surface. I'm not
When did
saying
they
that it's like
discover
far
that?
outside of that. I'm not saying it's extremely far outside of it, but from what I've read, it is
Where?
outside of our sun's
I want to
surface.
see that because everything
I believe
I've
it was
read
in a
says that it's still.
I
Go
believe it
ahead.
was a National Geographic article about the Juno mission that mentioned that the Barycenter was outside of the surface of our star. Now, I will say that's not a scientific paper. So, as far as whether or not that's definitively true, I would have to look further into it. But I am pretty sure, off of what I've read, that yeah, the Barycenter is outside of our star's surface. Just barely. Like we're
Wow.
talking about like we're talking about
Well,
like
then
50 to 100,000 kilometers outside of its surface, which is minuscule when you
even
talk
makes-
about.
but that even makes the problem worse. How do you explain the outside surface? Okay, so like most of the other stars we see, the gas giants are on the inner rotational
Hot Jupiters.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. What
It's not that
makes
it
the
doesn't make
problem even
sense.
worse.
There's a couple things about our
Well-
solar system. There's a couple things about our solar system that does make it very unusual compared to other solar systems that we observe. One of those things, you're right, is the fact that we don't have a hot Jupiter close to our star. The other thing is that we don't seem to have any sort of super Earth, which is thought to be a planet in somewhere in between the mass of Earth and Neptune or Uranus, one of the smaller gas giants, that we've observed through measuring the pull on other stars that they should have planets the size of super Earths, about anywhere from 2 to 10 times the size of our planet. But they don't exist in our solar system. Or if it does, like some people still think that there is a super Earth called Planet 9, but if it does exist, it's so far outside of the rest of the solar system that we just haven't been able to discover it yet, which would make sense in my personal opinion, because we have disturbances in the resonance of Uranus and Neptune's orbit that currently cannot be explained except without the presence of some other sort of body existing outside of those two in the solar system. Whether that's a singular planet or if it's just something like the Kuiper Belt, I'm not sure of personally, but there is that problem that exists nonetheless. Now, my problem with just saying, oh, well, that means there's another planet, is that we've made that mistake before scientifically. We thought that a planet called Vulcan existed between Mercury and the Sun, because Mercury had problems in its orbit.
I was going to say that. Yeah, that you get away with it one time. You get away with it one time. You go, look, here's the math. Look, it should be right there. Oh wow, look.
No, it's letters. It's letters. Get away from me. Get away from me. No. But yeah, I'm hesitant to just immediately say it's another planet, because that assumption's been made before and it's been proven false. And that's what I find interesting too, is that Hart has told me on a couple of occasions that he thinks that science is a religion. And if science was a religion, then we would still think that Vulcan exists today. We just would. Because a religion requires dogmatic beliefs that are unchanging regardless of the evidence that comes forward to supplant that. And overwhelming evidence ended up showing that the reason why Mercury has its protuberance in its orbit isn't because of another planetary body, it's because of relativistic forces.
See,
that
what
Einstein
you just
predicted.
described to me is ironic about evidences coming forward and then unchanging opinions, because I see how that directly applies to Darwinism. And it's just fascinating to me that that is the scale that you pointed out, which somehow does not apply to the extreme aspects of Darwinism.
What extreme aspects of Darwinism?
Well, for instance, like the fact that you believe we're related to a banana. That extreme.
We have a common ancestor with a banana. That doesn't mean that my great-great-great-great-great-grandpappy was a banana.
But doesn't it though? Like, you guys have the same.
No,
ancestor.
it really doesn't. We share a common ancestor, but that common ancestor diverged between humans and bananas a very long time ago.
Which one of your cousins do you think it was that decided it would be more beneficial to be a banana?
Well, that is how evolution works, after all. You just decide one day, man, I'd really love some wings right about now, and you just sprout some wings. That's how the theory of evolution works.
Well, no, because you
Why
have to
are
have
we-
billions and billions of years.
When did we get onto evolution anyway?
I don't know.
I
don't
know. Hold on. Why are you talking prekaryote versus eukaryote in the first place? I don't understand why. If you were going to make any kind of a direct correlation or even any kind of a contrast, it would be between the Y chromosome, right?
Oh, Claude left.
Oh, that's
I saw that.
unfortunate. As soon as
He's-
Atheist AJ got in the comment section, Claude dipped.
Oh, how convenient, Claude.
I don't know. Do they not like each other?
Atheist Junior? Come on,
Such an
Atheist
incredibly-
Junior.
Such an
The
incredibly
water is
stupid
fine.
question. What is the question that's incredibly stupid, AJ?
I'm
I
pretty sure the
genuinely don't
question
know.
I asked you he thinks is incredibly stupid, which is fair. I don't
think
care.
It would be
referring
interesting
to-
for him to come in.
He's referring to Gangster Ghost, I think, on asking what kind of cereal I'm eating.
I think you're right, Lupin. Hi, Lupin, by the
Which
way.
is very, very pressing. And just to answer everybody's anticipation, it's Reese's Pieces Puffs.
I think that's a salvation issue.
I don't know
Uh,
why you told us on like the main chat.
So let me
cereal.
let me just ask you,
I was too
Lupin,
lazy to switch
why-
channels.
why Reese's cereal and not Oreo cereal? Let me just ask you that.
Well, you can't go wrong with peanut butter and chocolate and Oreos. Do they even have Oreos in Canada? Don't they call them
We
something
do.
weird?
No, we've got Oreos.
What about Reese's Pieces?
Yeah, we've got Reese's Pieces.
They call them Reese's Pieces?
So democracy
Oh, yeah.
is not the only thing you guys ripped off.
We
from
just
us?
we just don't call them Reese's like those Southerners do in America.
Well, the
That
appropriate
is us,
way.
yeah. That's us. Reese's.
Oh no, Reese. It's Reese's. No, not Reese's.
What are you saying? Reese's?
Reese's Pieces.
It's Reese's.
It's not.
It's not
Somebody's
Reese's
gonna
though.
clip that. Somebody's gonna clip this. I'm
Look,
telling
okay,
you
I
right
don't
now.
care anything about the satellites.
Shut it
of
down,
Jupiter,
Steven. Shut it down.
The satellites that are on Saturn. Okay, it is definitely not Reese's. Nobody calls.
So you don't hold on. So you don't care about what God created? You don't
God
care
didn't
about His
create
creation?
Satellites, did he?
No, he didn't create all the moons around Jupiter and Saturn and all that stuff. Because
that I agree with. And you know what? I like the expiration of, and that's one of the reasons I pointed out that I think it would have been more beneficial to use the camera, because I would love to get more pictures of stars. I would love to get more
Looks like
evidence for things
Atheist
that we
Junior is
currently
gonna come in.
speculate.
Uh-oh. Steven, better batten down the hatches.
For what?
Atheist Junior's coming into SummerSlam, brother.
You know what? I've got this. I have
Atheist is
all my
coming in.
side videos.
No, God!
I'm ready to.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What
As
are we
long as he
actually
doesn't
talking
invoke Kent Hovind, I'm fine.
What are we talking about, Lupin? We've kind of been bouncing between like 3 different topics at the
I've
moment.
been
We don't
trying
really
to
have a
dig into
direction.
I've been trying to get Aiden to admit that the planets don't actually come from the sun, and he's fighting me. He's fighting me.
Well, we know that that's.
They don't come from the sun. They're part of the same stellar. They're part of the same stellar disk that the sun came from, but they didn't come from the sun, so to speak.
Are you talking
Like
about
the
You
sun
have to
is-
account for the change. You have
Are
to
you talking
account for the
about-
change in inertia between the planets and the sun.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
you
about
don't think that that couldn't have
our solar
changed
system?
over a period of time? Like, why is Venus the only planet that rotates counterclockwise as opposed to all of the other planets that do? It's because at some point in the Venusian past, there either was a sufficient impact in it that it was able to change its rotational path, or it just simply didn't have as strong of a resonance to cause it to rotate in the first place, which is why it eventually ended up reversing. Like, these things, like fundamental
Conservation.
aspects. Go ahead.
Conservation of energy shall not be violated. If there's inertia coming from the sun, right, and this is all the same nebula, then the sun should be with the same rough inertia and rotational energy as all the planets combined. It should be it should be linear.
If they never collided with each other, yeah. If there wasn't a period in the solar system known as the late heavy bombardment, which is why the moon has all the craters that it does, and why moons like Callisto are so extremely heavily cratered, because there's no evidence of any internal exodermic activity such as hydrothermal vents or tectonic plates shifting it. The reason why we see these moons so heavily bombarded is because there was a point in the solar system called the late heavy bombardment.
Well, speaking of periods,
there's a problem with that too, though.
Can we let Lupin? Wait, Lupin is trying to.
In Canada, do they use periods or just commas and semicolons all the time?
Well, if you're me, you don't use periods. It's not a Canadian thing; it's an Aiden thing.
That's an Aiden thing. Okay, just.
So hey,
okay, go ahead.
Lupin, serious question. If you're boating through the desert and you get a flat tire, what color crayon should you have in your pocket?
If you're boating?
Yeah, if you're boating through the desert and
Like
you get
on
a
a
flat
boat?
tire, what color of crayon should you have in your pocket?
Like you're on a boat in the desert?
Never mind, man. You're never gonna get it. It never mind. Anyway,
Is it a joke?
back to
a
the topic
riddle?
at hand. No, it was. I'm pointing out that, like, bro, like you just busted into a conversation with a completely pointless question. I'm trying to talk to Aiden,
It
bro.
wasn't pointless. Okay, that's fine. Continue on with your conversation.
It wasn't pointless. It was a dig at me. A dig at me is never pointless, Dustin.
I don't think it was a dig at you, but go ahead.
I'm joking. Don't worry.
It's okay. It's something about a plane crashing into an airplane, something of that matter. It's okay. That's all right. I've heard it before, been there before. You guys can continue.
I mean, a plane crashing into another plane, that should be impossible because if you do the mathematics, you should be able to find that there is a delay between the one plane and the other plane. So there should not be an occasion where they fly into each other.
Also, we must find the trajectory of which the
That is right.
the vehicle, the four-wheel vehicle, takes off, and which color crayon is in your
So
pocket.
you're going to be a mocker. Is that what you're going to do?
we
You're going to
must-
be a
we must
mocker.
determine the color of the crayon because this has.
Oh my gosh.
What are
Atheist
you
Junior's
guys
here.
going on about?
Atheist Junior's here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
how's it going?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know, I mean, the world's your oyster. I'm just living in it, right?
Exactly.
I know
exactly.
the answer to the joke.
That's a-
The answer is supposed to be pineapple. As for the
There you
color.
go. So,
The
what question were you
answer
saying?
The answer is toaster because Pop Tarts are afraid of microwaves.
Ah, well, that seems to make sense.
I've heard a version of it that is slightly different. Whatever.
I think
Doesn't matter what
toaster
you answer,
strudels
it's
are
supposed to be
far
different.
superior, though. But anyway,
Boats don't have
What were
tires.
you, what were you saying was a stupid question, Atheist Junior?
I don't remember the exact question, but it was just something like which one of my ancestors decided to do
To evolve
to
into
be
the banana.
to have
instead
wings
of
or
a
to be a
human.
banana, or I mean, which one of your ancestors deciding to do anything is just
Right, your cousins.
kind of flawed in the first place.
I agree. It's
that's
flawed to
Alabama
think that
thing.
you have any relation to a banana whatsoever, but you do believe that you have the common ancestor. So
You can't
I
really
think
say
the
that I
common
agree
question
that
you
it's
get about your
flawed and
common
then
ancestry
totally
would be a
change
common
what I
occurrence
said.
for you.
That's kind of not. That's like you can't
So
really
you-
say you agree with what I said.
so you any common fruit? So you're not just limited to a banana.
I think it's bananas and strawberries are
I forgot
cousins to them.
which one-
That's right.
no.
That's right.
I think you were related to a potato. I think that's what it was. So weren't you a tuber, essentially?
No, I'm not. I'm related to Adam. What, was someone else
No.
related to a potato?
Atheist Junior. I forgot which one he said he was related
Atheist
to.
Junior, are you
If you're-
related
if
to
you're
a
related to
potato,
your
a
sisters,
strawberry,
does that mean you
and
are
a
your
banana?
sister? Does that mean you're a girl?
I'm sorry. Say your answer. Say your question again.
If you're related to your sister, does that mean you're a girl?
No, we have different chromosomes.
Okay, then
We
why
have
would you
X,
say
Y,
if you're
and
related to a potato, that means you're a tuber?
Okay. Would you prefer a different type of tuber type tube?
Does
I don't
being
even
related to
understand what you
something
mean
you
by
are
tuber.
that thing now?
What did you just blow a gasket, Lupin? What just happened there?
I couldn't think of another word for tube type. What is it? I mean, a potato is a tuber.
It's like one of those 50s cartoons where the car is just about to break down. It's like
Potatoes.
That's his brain right now.
Do potatoes have genders?
What?
Do potatoes have genders?
Well, potatoes are plants, right? Vegetables.
No, they're tubers.
Dustin. Chill out, buddy. Chill out. Deep breath. Deep breath.
This is one of my all-time most favorite conversations of all time.
Okay.
Deep breath, Dustin.
Do plants have genders? They
No,
do.
do potatoes? Potatoes aren't plants.
Well, I don't really know off the top of my head, but I know that plants have male and female genders. I know that. Like if you grow a marijuana plant, they have male and female genders, and there's a difference between them.
Well,
you know what?
There's other comparisons we can use besides marijuana plants, if you don't mind.
Well, plants like a plant that has flowers. I don't actually know about potatoes, but
Cotton.
Seeds.
Oh, let's not talk about cotton. This isn't. Or I don't want to bring up cotton again. That already.
We're not going to bring up Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so
your seeds. Okay, the seeds are what determine whether or not it's a male or female plant. Both plants have seeds, but the seeds are different. That's how you know.
Yeah, tubers don't actually have genders.
They are gender neutral. So therefore, your question about my sister and the potatoes is a non sequitur question. Touche. Your point has been refuted. Good day, sir. You have been defeated.
I just thought it was remarkable
Well,
that
I
you
wasn't
got him
complaining
to
too, but-
openly admit that he's related to a potato, a strawberry, and a banana.
I mean, they're not really. It's not a very hard thing to get somebody that thinks evolution is a valid way of explaining the world to do.
I know.
It's not a
but
very difficult thing to suss
From
out.
our perspective, it's just amazing to hear someone say
I mean,
out loud with
It's
words.
amazing for our perspective that a donkey talked, or
I know it
that
is.
somebody
I know
walked
it
on
is.
water,
Well,
or
that's what separates our two faiths is we have that faith to believe in the talking donkey, and you guys have that faith to believe you're related to a strawberry.
it's actually
a
data.
potato.
It's not faith.
Well, when you have flat earthers that are talking
What's your
amongst themselves,
data?
and they're saying that if you were in a conversation with like two flat earthers and they ask you, so you think the Earth is round, and you say yes, and they start like laughing amongst themselves, like that's what it feels like when I hear this like stuff about you think you're related to this. Like I know like it's very humorous to you, but it's like not.
It is though.
mean
It is
anything
very
right there.
humorous to me.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to bring this sentence. I'm trying to bring this sentence to an actual sentence here. Let's try it again. If you have two flat earthers and they're laughing,
It's just incredulity.
Yeah, if you're in a conversation with two flat earthers and one of them asks you, "Do you think the Earth is round?" and you say yes, and they start laughing at you, would you care?
No, not really.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel when you say you think you're related to. You think animals have common ancestry with humans? Like okay, yeah, it's funny to you, but I don't care. It's
But
not
you,
like-
but you, but, but you believe it though.
When flat earthers laugh amongst themselves at me, I don't have to give an analogy about how it doesn't affect me. It just doesn't affect me, so I move on.
Atheist Junior, you are
Okay.
aware that genes don't have ancestry, right?
Genes?
You're aware of that, yeah.
Genes don't have ancestry.
Yes, you are.
What do you
aware of
mean
this,
by that?
correct?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm
It
aware. That's
means-
an odd statement.
That's a factual statement. It means that how do you prove that we're related to anything when genes themselves have no ancestry?
Because you can compare nucleotide sequences of different organisms and see the amount of commonality between the two sequences of base pairs.
Yeah, you can compare how many base pairs you have in common with another species, and funnily enough, the further and further we get away
Okay, you kind of cut out. So let me ask you a question real quick.
It's like
unless-
there's
did
a
he cut out for you
correlation
guys?
between these things.
Did he cut out for you guys too?
Yeah, he definitely.
Yeah, I missed
Can you
like
hear
the
me?
middle part of that.
Okay,
No,
hold on.
we heard,
Nate.
like, the first part of it.
Where did I cut off?
Something
Near the
about
beginning of that statement.
going back something. But let me ask this: How
Are you
far
going to
back?
change the subject entirely?
How far back do you have to go to get to
The common
some
ancestor?
type of either a potato or a strawberry? How far back in your genealogy do you go to get to a non-human type what we would
Oh,
call
if you're talking about any
species?
kind of non-human type species, like I would say that the earliest species that we would definitively have in common would be the Australopithecus or Homo erectus, probably Australopithecus. And that existed up until about 200,000 years ago, I believe. 250,000 years ago. is
Which
when
that
it
was a
ceased to
monkey.
exist.
That was a type of monkey, right?
Right. That's an ape.
So, you think just because I mean it's died off, it's gone, right? We haven't found them anymore,
The
right?
species no
Well,
longer
some
exists.
creationists
Yes.
think that there are still Lucy type Australopithecines living in like somewhere in the Middle East. So you'd have to ask some of your
Or the Congo. That's another really popular one. Yeah, the Congo man was a really
Lucy
frequent.
Lucy's already been disproven to be a hoax, so why would you even bring Lucy up?
Well, I was just saying
Oh.
Australopithecines, but they don't. Creationists don't really seem to understand the difference between a single member of a species and the species as a whole.
That just must mean the entire species is fake, though, Atheist
They're all named
Junior. I
Lucy.
mean, come on.
Yeah, they're all named
Exactly.
Lucy.
They're all the exact same.
They're all
No, we
female.
could probably agree that there's somewhat of a species out of all these bones you guys compiled. What we disagree with is
What?
that we're related to them.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fit the entirety of evidence
No.
for the Australopithecine, whatever, in the trunk inside of a trunk of a car.
Do you want to try again on pronouncing that?
I cannot
Take two.
pronounce those words.
Take two.
I'm not gonna. I don't like.
Australopithecine.
that anyway. So I should not be mean. But
Was that good enough? Was that
I just
good
want to
enough?
say,
Australopithecine, true, though.
I just wanted to say really quick. I will be returning. Hello.
Are you
It's a mon-
serious?
It's a
Who put
monkey.
your baboon
Who
butt off
put
of the
their
screen?
grandmother on the screen? That was
Oh, sorry. I was about to say. According to Steven.
attacks, guys.
According to Steven, I was about to say, where'd my granddaddy come from? I don't know who put my granddaddy up on the screen. I'm an evolutionist, so I think my granddaddy was a chimp.
I never said that was your granddaddy. Darwin said that's your granddaddy. I say
No,
Adam
he
is
doesn't.
Adam's
Rock,
granddaddy,
though.
but you guys don't want to identify with Adam. You want to identify with Lucy's whatever.
You want to
cousin.
identify with the random bit of clay that made Adam.
What happened to
Well,
Grandpa
no,
Rock?
the
though? I
clay
thought
was
Grandpa
made
Rock-
into Adam. The
And
clay
our-
Yeah,
was
so
made into
Adam has a common ancestry with clay.
Our
Yeah,
bodies,
yeah, and
our
we will
bodies
return to
contain
the
the
dust of the
minerals.
earth. You're right.
That was Haggard.
My
Okay.
great,
What are
great,
you
great,
doing?
great, great, great,
We
great,
have a-
great grandfather was a human. That's all. That's
I
all.
thought my grandpa was
That
a
many
rock.
greats, you're actually correct.
Yeah, that's
yes,
what it
but if
is,
you
atheist.
look at it from the biblical perspective, you're a couple more greats over. Your granddaddy was a lump of clay. So
So when
That's
you do your
true.
23andMe and it comes back and it's just gonna be like what 99.9% human and 0.01% rock.
I could actually show you my 23andMe if you want to see that there's no rock in it.
Let me guess your 23andMe. 23andMe. It's gonna be 73% European and probably 30% African and 1% miscellaneous.
no, 1% Hebrew or Jewish. Everyone has a
And-
1%
and-
Hebrew
and-
or Jewish in their
and-
23andMe.
0.1% space rock. Is that close?
Well, the European ancestry part is fairly close, but you totally missed the amount of Italian ancestry I have.
Okay.
No, there's no
Italian.
rock in there. There's no space rock because that's not like an ancestry.
Throw that
I thought from Darwinism, the whole concept originates from like some kind of radioactive soup boiling on top of rocks.
What? No, the Miller-Urey experiment. That's not from Darwin at all. First and foremost,
Where did you put the rock in for that experiment?
Primordial soup.
No, the primordial.
Well, no, the primordial
soup has been
soup
around for.
It came like a century after Darwin, the primordial soup theories. So I don't know why you're inherently associating with Darwin and Darwinism, because Darwinism.
Do you believe
no,
that theory?
I don't think that the primordial soup explains life. It explains at the very best how complex proteins and RNA compounds can form abiotically. That doesn't get to DNA.
Aiden,
So there is a gap.
Aiden, why do you deny it? All right. So it wasn't even Darwin. It all goes back to Egypt, and it goes
Yes.
back to Aristotle, and it was soup.
Absolutely.
It was
What
soup.
does that-
Absolutely.
The
Absolutely.
bacterial soup.
No, but to say that is the exact same as modern primordial soup theory is a little bit silly. That's just
give
taking
me
a
a
linguistic.
break with
That's
that.
taking
Chicken-
a linguistic
climb off
similarity. That is
Chicken
such a
soup.
myopic
Climb off
position.
that
No, that's
high
such a
Soup.
myopic position to
What-
take. This
what do you
sounds
wanna
similar to
call it?
this.
Oh.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
We need a bell, like a ding ding ding. whenever,
Right, we
like-
can only
Look.
hear one person.
Steven,
at
you
a
should
time,
buy a
please.
gavel. You should
Okay.
buy a gavel, Steven.
How
So
many
let's-
things? Look, Aiden, hold on. Aiden, how many things from legend, from history, need to be proven, verified, and therefore driven completely different experiments from before you acknowledge that there is some sort of scientific background in the past that ancient man was a lot smarter than you're giving them credit for?
174,816.
Yeah. Did they have a MacBook back then? No.
We have a
Checkmate.
They
long
didn't
way
need
to
a
go with
MacBook, they
Aiden.
had paper.
Yeah, you can do a lot more on a
atheist.
MacBook. I mean, I don't think you can visit.
Wait
you
a
know,
minute. Just because we need a
That's
cheat device like a MacBook to be intelligent doesn't mean that they didn't have a superior intelligence. I think that's a flaw.
You point to a crutch. You
Do they
point to
have-
a crutch and you
Right.
pretend like that adds some kind of IQ points to
I
you.
have a
It
rescue
doesn't.
device, and because I have a
Here's a
rescue
crutch.
device, I'm smarter than other people.
Absolutely. Every single computer and
I mean,
and,
yeah, you were
what-
smarter. You're
whatchamacallit.
smarter. You're smart enough to invest in a rescue device, and other people didn't.
Now,
So that
the
does
only
prove
part-
that you are
the
in
only-
fact
the
smarter
only
than most
part
other
of
people.
intelligence device there is that you knew you needed something to make you as smart as previous people.
No, I was just joking. I
Ironically-
wasn't being
Ironically,
serious.
the logo for the MacBook is a bite from the apple from Adam and Eve, and also, if
The
I'm not,
forbidden knowledge.
the apple that only came into popular conception a few hundred years ago. I'm pretty sure it was a fig for the vast majority of our understanding of the Garden
fair
of
enough.
Eden.
We don't know.
He's got you there.
They had to change it.
It was. It was.
I mean,
a joke.
I
It was a
personally-
joke.
I know it was a joke. I know it was a joke. Don't worry.
I personally
Um,
think it was a
Not
pomegranate.
based on it.
I will be right back. I need to get on my computer because my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna rejoin in just a
You
second.
honestly think
To
that
be
that's
honest
not?
with you, Aiden, whatever you're joining from now, there's no feedback. And typically, when you've been joining shows lately, there's some kind of bad feedback.
Well, I'll try, and if it doesn't work, then I'll try to rig up my phone in a certain
right.
way.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Let me. Are you really trying to defend the point that the Apple logo is not that?
Who, me?
It's not based on the biblical story.
Yeah, it is. It is though.
Well, I mean,
It's a
that's what I
perversion,
thought. I
Lupin,
asked
but
somebody that the
yeah.
other day, and they told me that, and I mean, they seemed pretty trustworthy, so I'm going to go with that answer. I mean, I tend to
Well-
believe whatever I'm told immediately, so I'm, you know,
Well, if it was another apple like the apple of gravity, it wouldn't be beaten.
It was
Based
Isaac Newton.
Yeah, this
I'm
one,
pretty
this
sure
one
that
is
that's not something. That
this one
actually
is
happened. It's
beaten.
probably an
So if
allegory.
if you wanna like avoid the obviousness, you can go ahead. But when somebody's creating a logo, he's showing in the logo what that logo is, and it is plain and simple that it is the beaten apple.
Guys, maybe it's the apple from the Snow White encounter. Wink, wink.
That
Nothing
would
to
be an
see here.
alternative. That
Nothing
would
to see
be
here, guys.
an
Let me
alternative.
let me show you guys something too here. Hold on 1 second. You guys can continue talking.
The
You
apple
know,
is
they
a
don't
reference to
call
Alan
it the Big
Turing.
Apple. They don't call it the Big Apple in New York for no reason.
Okay. So yeah, you guys, I think we're talking about the Statue of Liberty the other day. Anyway, about it being the Statue of Liberty is really it's a
liberal hoax.
Doesn't
exist.
The Statue of Liberty does not exist. I'm telling you now.
No, I looked it up the other day. We have a Statue of Liberty that France gave us, and then in like 1989, we sent them one back as a gift. And then there
And it
are
was, like, tiny,
smaller
wasn't it?
versions.
Yeah, it was.
No, I think there's two that are the size of the one in our harbor.
Oh, okay. Because I was
But
gonna
it's,
say,
really Apollo. I think it is Apollo. Heart of Flesh could probably confirm. I'm getting.
Yeah, they
I'm
wouldn't
getting
shout that out, but yeah, that's who it is.
I'm getting.
if it was Apollo, wouldn't it be a man?
No,
It is like some form of trance if you look at the face. But
It is a very masculine woman. I have to
Yeah.
say, like, I wouldn't
And
want to
that's
fight
not
that
a
woman
dress.
in a bar.
if you want,
Well,
because
that's a
I am
toga.
The
because
first Apple
I am
computers were
busy.
$666. That's
Wait.
satanic conspiracy.
Wait, Mr. Atheist, one
Sorry.
at a time. If you can, Lupin, just Google the Colossus of Rhodes, and if people don't see the resemblance, it's their problem.
It's
hold on.
because
Wait
they took
a
direct
minute.
inspiration from the
Yeah.
Colossus of Rhodes.
Dustin might make fun of me, but I'll do it. Colossus of Rhodes. How do you spell Rhodes? ROADS.
RH.
RHODES.
RHODS.
Oh, so it's not roads like a road
Like-
you travel down?
No, RHOEDS.
What am I looking for? Am I looking
Thank
for
you,
an
Aiden.
image?
Don't worry, Achilles. I try to study the ancient world. But my point was that the Colossus of Rhodes was directly what the Statue of Liberty took inspiration from, because it was an extremely famous monument that stood in the harbor of Rhodes for many, many centuries. So I know that they take direct inspiration, but that doesn't mean that there's some nefarious influence behind it just because they're giving homage to the past.
Yeah,
So
no.
the Statue of Liberty was trans. Did somebody say that?
Yes.
Let me
You
respond
checked?
to Aiden.
The symbol of America is trans. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty base.
It's
Right?
it's based
That's
off
not the
pagan.
symbol of America. It's not in
based off
America. It's in the
paganism.
harbor.
The symbol
That's
of
still in
America is the
America.
Whopper.
I don't
wait,
know
wait,
if it's
Dustin,
the symbol of America. I
Dustin,
think I
Dustin.
think the eagle is the symbol of America.
No, it's
Let
the
me
home
get
of the
this
Whopper.
straight, Dustin. By your logic, if the Statue of Liberty isn't in America, I can just pull up with a warship and just take over Liberty Island, and the United States will just be like, "Oh, that's fine. Oh, whatever. He's just got a new country."
Hey,
Not
as
like
a
it's our
southerner,
country. Nobody
as a
cares.
southerner,
You do.
as a southerner, you could take over all of New York, and I won't say anything about it. Okay.
Well, I don't
You
know. I think
own
we
a
might
rebel
have
In all
slightly different
fairness-
policies.
No, own a
on
rebel.
In all
Don't
fairness,
do
a
it.
group of retards took over like 6 city blocks here in Seattle. So I mean, you make that what you want of it. But the
Oh.
reality is, Ellis Island is not a part of America. Ellis Island is owned by
Oh,
America.
part of
There's a
Flash.
subtle
Part of
difference.
Got
Flash.
real butthurt by my comment. Are you a Yankee by chance?
I definitely support the Yanks in the Civil War. I
No,
think
not
that-
you, Aiden, atheist.
Oh,
I live in Texas, but I mean, I'm
Are
not
you a native
like,
tech? Well, that could make sense too. You
What
guys
part
are
of
your
Texas?
own planet.
I
Yeah,
live
man,
in
I'll-
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
No, I
I'm
was in
Houston.
shirts for a year.
I mean,
really?
Sol
Social Security.
Invictus, Heart of Flesh came after the Colossus of Rhodes, though, right? Because Sol Invictus was a Roman
Pagan deity.
religious sub-institution, primarily spread by Aurelian. I'm trying to take this serious. I'm really trying to keep things together.
Guys, we're
And-
trying to make a peace offering here.
Well,
we
you know,
believe you
I can't
guys-
tell monkeys what to do. They just come on their own.
I am just surrounded by mockers. That is all these people are. They just here to mock me. It is okay.
Is that an
It is
Otangelo
fine.
accent?
Oh, come on, Dustin. Don't leave now. You destroyed my layout.
No,
I'm
not
a monkey
really.
now. I have become monkey.
You are finally close to your
My
ancestry.
final form.
Wait,
So-
Atheist, while you're there, can you pick some lice off of his back? Like help a brother out?
I don't know. I mean, I think they can do that with each other. I'm not going to get involved.
I deleted the
Wow,
other way,
you're not
but
going
it's
to
offensive.
help you're not going to help your fellow
It's offensive. I'm gonna bring this up to the rest of the monkey tribe.
hominide.
I'm
I
bringing
mean,
this up to the
I've been
rest
to
of the
Las
monkey
Vegas
tribe.
before, and I don't want to get a lice again. So, just saying.
Have you guys seen the experiment we did on by we, I don't mean this channel, on monkeys and their memory, how it works way stronger than our memory? Like we can't even compare our little finger to the memory that monkeys have. Have you seen that experiment?
I think I kind of vaguely know what you're talking about. You're talking about their long-term pattern recognition, are you not?
No, I will look it up.
I've seen something like that with elephants, but not with monkeys. Although,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised actually in the slightest, because hunter-gathering societies have been known to have people that have absolutely vast stores of information as far as oral histories are concerned, as far as different methods of their survival is concerned. And that's because in a society where you don't have the ability to write, you're really not allowed to be lazy with it. I mean, let's face it, writing is just a tool of convenience for us. It's just a means that we can
You were so
easily have
close.
access to information.
You were so
yeah,
you were
I don't
so
even know
close
how
to
you can
using a
compare the
period
memory.
right
though, 'cause
there.
monkeys don't even have a sense of self the way humans do. So, kind of,
That is amen.
Yeah, but
amen
still,
to that.
if we evolved from
How do
them,
you know? How do you know this?
we
How do you
are-
know this, Atheist Junior? That's an interesting observation.
because of how they react when you show them mirrors. There are some animals that if you put a mark on their face and you show them a mirror, they'll actually try to remove it. But some animals don't because they can't. That's why I think animals like monkeys don't have empathy in the same way that humans would, because like they can't recognize the fact that there's an animal, that there's a difference between them and a different animal. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but
They don't recognize third-person conception.
yeah.
But I'm sure that we've had examples of we see examples of monkeys having remorse and emotions whenever they see
Sure.
like one of them die. So
Yeah, they'll have like sort of
In captivity, you
hero.
see this,
no, in
but
the
you
wild,
wouldn't
I
see
believe
this if, say, like,
they've seen it in the
no,
wild.
you wouldn't see it. Say, like, if there was not the same. It's not the same. Like you're making a comparison that's no. The compassion
Dustin.
between
Dustin, when an elephant dies, all the other elephants keep going back 1 year later and
The
then another
graveyard.
year later at the graveyard of the elephant. They all
that's an
gather up.
elephant. We're talking monkeys.
Well, okay, but he said that there are animals that exhibit emotional behaviors, and you said only in captivity. So no, it's not only in captivity. And the example I
In
brought, yes,
monkeys.
it was,
Monkeys. When you're dealing with monkeys, there's a hierarchy, and usually that comes with peer pressure. All right, it's not a good thing for a monkey to show emotion because they're going to end up getting picked on.
I think in the
well,
I think in
I've seen a lot of emotion from monkeys.
and
Although
dogs. I think dogs can have those too. I think it's obvious.
yeah. I mean, in documentaries of Discovery Channel, you can see that they have emotions. They have anger. They it doesn't always have to do with superiority. There are monkeys who just are just angry compared to others. So
Go to the one with
anyway,
the orangutan with the saw. That's a good video.
which one? The saw. Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah. I think it was like at the end screen of the last one. Like
I think the
This
point
one.
that the point that you made earlier, Achilles, about some monkeys just being angrier than others in spite of there not being any direct correlation. I think that's a great example of, even just in a proto form, a personality of
Yeah,
a
but
creature.
no, brother, it only proves that we have common things all over the kingdom. It doesn't prove that I come from it.
Well,
It
chimps will
doesn't
go to
prove
war
in
in
of
the wild.
itself that you come of it. You're absolutely right. That in itself doesn't, but that's not the only thing that we would ever bring up to you as far as
Well,
relations between
well,
them.
when I joined, I heard you say about comparative anatomy and comparative genes. I so happened to enter at that moment,
Yeah,
and
base pairs.
that proves a common designer, and it also proves that we are the ones that name the bones.
It doesn't
Hey,
prove a
man.
common designer. Wait, if it
It
proves a common
does.
designer, hold on. If it proves a common designer, then what motives does that common designer have to just create things that are in essence extremely similar to
Love.
other things?
Love.
Does he have
Individuality,
limited resources?
creativity,
He has limited
unlimited
resources. Is that why
resources.
he reuses
When
the
you're
same
a
gene
generator
over
of
and over again?
resources,
Okay,
guys,
Aiden, we have to
I-
Aiden, we have to time you, Aiden. We have to time you a little bit. You
Guys,
can
I
continue on.
stopped the video because I fell in a trap of playing that, and it's from BBC.
And
And
yeah, BBC is probably going to copyright you.
yeah,
What's wrong with
yeah.
BBC?
I'm sorry. Maybe we'll get the whole video
Now they can
down at the
delete
end.
the video. Now they have an excuse to delete the stream.
No,
No,
not for
I'm joking.
no. But
I'm
anyway,
joking.
this is how the system works. So if yeah, I think it should be copyrighted, and we are now beeped.
I'd like to respond to this common designer thing. I just don't want to overtalk somebody. So
Well, real quick, I'll let you speak. Hold your thought, please. Just to the copyright thing, we were talking over it, so it didn't pick up the audio. So
Oh, hopefully.
we may be
Hopefully.
okay.
Yeah,
It
we
may
may be
be okay. And we didn't play too much of it, and we didn't play it like full screen, also. So it may be okay. All right, go ahead about the common designer argument versus.
Okay, so-
Okay, so let me posit to you this. Do you have
Go ahead. Hold on. Let me say something.
Do you have a thing with? Do you have a? Is your argument between common ancestry and common design or common designer or designer?
Yeah, I would think so. Although I take issue with that framing of it too, because I feel like when you say like we like these we can prove common ancestry with this, and then the response is that, well, no, this is proof of a common designer. But I feel like in order to jump to that, I would have to grant the idea that like a God exists in the first place, and that like, and then you just say common designer, but you're not talking specifically about like a Christian God that like is, you know, because like
I
when you
am.
talk about
Whenever I say I am. Whenever I say God, I'm talking about the
Lupin, don't
Judeo-Christian
interrupt
God.
him, man. Let him finish what he's saying.
You jump to that without proving it, though. That's the problem. Like
Well,
you just sort of assume that
atheist
your
junior,
God.
atheist
That's the problem
junior.
I have.
Don't bring 20 subjects in one statement, because nobody knows which one to address first. Let's just
What are you
say.
talking about?
You'll see
Let him
from
explain,
my.
Aiden.
You'll see from the answer. Let's just say that the problem here is not which God it is. We'll leave that for another argument, another day. Let's just say, did somebody create the world, or did the world create itself? If you have a third alternative, please share it with me.
How does? But it's a nonsensical question of how can a world create itself? It would be the forces
According to evolution,
ruled by the laws
Big
of
Bang,
physics. You know,
it created
that's not how
itself.
planets are formed, though, by evolution. Unless you want to talk about like stellar evolution.
Repeat that, please. Sorry, repeat it. What is it? It is what?
You don't. Evolution is not how planets are formed, though.
Oh, you're wrong.
A planet can't form itself. It's formed from different things happening in space that are governed by the laws of physics. The planet doesn't form itself because that's like something forming itself, but it wouldn't have to exist before that to form itself. Like it just seems like a nonsensical question to me. Like,
well, okay, I will make it more clear to you. In order to make it to the point of evolution, there has to be different kinds of evolution before, and these are Big Bang, cosmic evolution. From Big Bang, you have element evolution. There are another 4, and I don't. My mind doesn't work right now. But then we get the planet, and then the planet starts forming from a rock, slowly becoming animals and stuff like that. So the whole thing is a fallacy from the beginning to the end. So that's why I call the whole thing evolution, because you have 2 separate theories. If you have a third one, give it to me. But the ones that I see is A, somebody created this, B, it created itself. Go ahead.
Okay, so my understanding of this is just that you're saying either my version of God created the universe and then planets, and on those planets that there was life, or what I would say is that you had Big Bang, you had an expanding universe, and then one that cooled down, and then you had a stars forming, one of them being our sun, and then you have a solar nebula to form a star, and it's going to collapse under its own gravity and spin faster and faster and flatten out into like a disc shape, and it's going to kick out a lot of material like gas and dust, and all over the solar system, and some of that gas and dust, because of gravity, is going to get drawn together and form a planet, which you can call planet Earth. But that's not the planet Earth forming itself, though. That's processes that are happening in space that are governed by the laws of physics. I just don't like the wording of that question.
I'm talking about all the things that you mentioned, which are assumptions, because we've never seen any star form.
I wouldn't like it either.
Is direct observation the only form of evidence?
Well, hold on
We
a second.
see them
Let me
exploding.
ask a question.
We see
Observation
many
the only form of evidence,
we
Heart of
see
Flesh?
many supernovas, Aiden. Many.
Let me
but
ask
we
you-
have never seen
To echo what
one
Atheist Junior said,
form.
I wouldn't like my theory either if it was all based on assumption. Go
Can
ahead.
I ask a question, please? So, Atheist Junior, if a nebula of mass and gravity started pulling together a bunch of other mass and gravity, why do we find heavier elements on the surface of the Earth when all the heavier elements would have sunk into the source of gravity?
What do you mean? Because you're talking about heavy elements that we find today. I'm talking about the planetesimal forming, like when the Earth
Formation
first
of the
formed.
planet, right?
Yeah.
So,
So
if
those
the
elements
formation
didn't
of the
exist
planet is governed
then.
by gravity, hold on. If the formation of the planet is governed by gravity, then the heavier and more massive material would find its way to the center. Why do we find heavy elements on the surface? If number one, the Earth was formed in a nebula, and number two, if it was ever in molten form, it's a simple question.
Because all of those elements didn't exist yet. They take time to form.
That
They didn't
doesn't
exist
make
at the
any
very
sense.
beginning of the
That's
That
no,
doesn't
hold
make
on.
any sense. You
Can I
don't.
take
That
this?
doesn't make any sense.
Can I take
Yeah, it
this?
doesn't.
not?
It
No,
doesn't.
because
I gotta feed one more dog, so I'm AFKing again. I'll be back.
All right.
Bye, Achilles.
Elements have half-lives of billions of years.
What
Oh,
element?
please.
What
that,
element?
no, they
Uranium?
don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they
Which
do.
one? Which one?
Uranium.
Uranium is not elements. That's one element, and that's an unstable element, and it's an element that does not fit the definition of element because it breaks down over time.
Not
it is
all elements,
irreducible.
What?
And
Did you say you said
elements are irreducible.
Did you say my example was wrong because uranium is not
Are you
elements
going to
and
answer
element?
the question or no? Are you going to answer the question or no? Why
Yeah, I
do we
already
find
did.
heavy elements? No, you didn't. You didn't
Yeah,
answer
because
anything. You
some
put
things
some.
on the Earth that are here today take time to form, and they weren't there when the
That
Earth was
doesn't make
first
any
forming.
sense.
Is that why does that
Gold
not
has
make any
always
sense?
been
Is that not a
gold.
simple concept that
I
some
actually
things
agree
Gold
with
has always
transform
been gold.
and they don't just exist?
I actually
Gold
agree
has
with
always
Dustin on
been
this.
gold.
Wait a minute, Aiden, did you just
Yeah.
say you agree with Dustin on this?
I do. As far as like, there's specific examples of elements that your Atheist Junior is right. There are elements that have half-lives, like uranium and plutonium and einsteinium, and these sorts of elements. Yeah, you're right. Higher up on the periodic table, there comes a point where the stability of the electron fields within those particles are not able to sustain themselves over long periods of time. But that isn't to say at the same time that there aren't specific isotopes of elements that do indeed have half-lives. That's why carbon-14 is used as a form of dating, because carbon-14 and carbon-12, which is the more common form of carbon, are different from each other, because carbon-14 does not have, although it has an even number of protons, they're not able to distribute themselves as evenly as carbon-12 can. So it has a half-life, whereas carbon-12 does not seem to have a half-life. So it's a bit more of a muddy picture than what I feel either sides are presenting. But you've also got to keep in mind, Dustin, we have a moon that orbits us that is much larger in comparison to our planet than any other planet we see in our solar system, the reason for which is commonly postulated because a planetary body known as Theia, some 3 billion years ago, collided with the Earth and formed our moon. And that would have led to an incredible amount of elemental mixing between those two different bodies and would have allowed elements to unevenly distribute themselves, which is why we find elements like uranium or tin are concentrated in certain parts of the planet rather than evenly spread out and evenly distributed.
Justin, is that what Dustin, is that what you were trying to say?
I'm laughing so hard right now. No, that doesn't make any sense. You have no proof that those collisions even actually ever happen. Number one, no.
The Earth and the
that
Moon
doesn't-
have an extremely similar makeup to each other when you look at the
No, they
internals of the Earth and
don't.
the Moon.
They
Yes,
have
do.
absolute. They have nowhere close. They have nowhere close the same amount of iron. There's still helium on the moon. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
You're
there's
not
helium
making
on the
any
surface.
sense.
There's helium on the surface of the moon, but there's also helium on Earth as well. Like, what are you talking about? There's helium on Earth, which is why we have access to helium.
If that was the case, how long does it take for helium to bleed off?
In open air, not very long at all, but most
How
of the
many
helium
times
we
can you
get
make
is not open to the air.
How many times can you say
Dude.
funny things with the helium from the moon, Aiden?
It's
Listen,
helium-3,
look, no,
so I would actually say
Stop
you could
changing the
probably say
subject.
funny things for even longer because helium-3 is more dense than conventional helium. So
Look,
The astronauts
we-
took
we-
helium-filled
whoa, whoa.
balloons.
We need to invade the moon. and
before
take
Dustin
the helium.
explodes,
Go
let's
ahead,
get back on
Astronauts
Dustin.
took
topic.
helium
Dustin,
balloons
Can I
to the
say
moon.
something?
Dustin, go ahead.
Look, I was on something. I was on a fact. Come on, hold on a second. We have a serious issue here. Okay, you're telling me that a nebula formed the planet, right? Where the elements were somehow mixed up by both helium not being able to be released. I mean, dear God, dude. Never
What are you
mind.
talking about?
I never
There's
freaking mind.
there's caverns that we've found in the
Oh.
Earth with high concentrations of helium within their air.
So you have gas that hasn't released, and you have elements that are on the surface that should have sinken down by gravity.
Not
Neither one of
necessarily.
these things.
That's why there are some that
Oh,
are
dear
closer to
God.
the Earth's core.
Carbon is a relatively light element. You would agree, right, Dustin?
Yeah, but it's not helium.
No,
Or
I agree.
hydrogen, for
I
that
agree.
matter, which-
I agree.
which-
I agree fully. But you would agree that Venus has an incredibly carbon-rich atmosphere, would you not? Carbon and sulfur are the two primary components of the Venusian atmosphere. Would you not agree?
Which they have no real explanation for because carbon comes from life.
No, it doesn't just come from life at all. That's not true. We have chalk cliffs all over the planet that we can observe that are extremely carbon rich. The point that I was about to make was that the reason why we don't have such a carbon dense atmosphere like Venus is because much of that carbon got locked up in things like chalk cliffs, like the White Cliffs of Dover that you can see in England. Those have huge, massive quantities of carbon in them that would have otherwise been released into the open air. So there's absolutely instances where elements that otherwise would have bled off into space found ways to be able to form compounds like chalk.
No, because carbon has an unstable electron bond.
Carbon-12
I forget
doesn't.
what it's called.
Some types of carbon do.
No, carbon-12 doesn't, but it's formulated in the atmosphere by cosmic rays. You're splitting hairs here, and you're still not answering my question.
I'm not, though, because I'm directly addressing what you were saying. You were talking about how helium could bleed off of the atmosphere, and I'm giving you examples of how light elements can
You know
find
what though?
themselves trapped in
It
areas
did
that
sound
prevent
like a
them.
real Aiden answer when I feel like it could have been simplified.
No,
I'll say
because
that, Aiden.
it requires these are not simple topics, Steve.
Yeah.
It requires
These are
a
not topics
period
that
and maybe
require
a
a
comment
one
in the
sentence
breath.
answer. These
I
are
will
very
admit, I may have
complex things.
misunderstood the question a little bit.
These are things that don't have a legitimate answer yet, Aiden. I think you know it as well as I do, and you're playing it off like you know what the answer is.
No,
There's a
I'm
reason
saying
I'm
we have
asking
the
these
most
questions.
data. There's a reason why that is the answer that we have, the data that we have. It's the most likely answer. That's not to say it is the definitive answer. I've said it at the very beginning of this stream. Science is not in the business of prescribing reality to things. It is in the business of describing the reality of things. There's two very different things in those two processes. So when I say that this is the information that we have the most data for, it's because science isn't around to prove things. It's there to demonstrate whether something is consistent beyond reasonable doubt.
Remember that.
Well, I'm telling you
Remember.
this, that if the Earth formed from a nebula, right, and gold has always been gold, there's no reason for gold to be close to the surface. It should have been pulled into the source of gravity, right? Anything heavier than the elements surrounding it should have been pulled into the
The
source of
vast
gravity.
majority
due
of
to-
gold is in the mantle.
Yeah, and uranium is closer to the Earth's core. So what you were saying, I would actually agree with what you were saying, and that is like because it was molten, you can find elements that are the heaviest, like uranium and super heavy elements, closer to the Earth's core than being on the surface. So that's why
Yeah,
I
like
said I kind of
there's a
misheard your
reason
question.
why gold and tin and uranium, like there's a reason why these elements are rare, Dustin. And it's
Okay,
because
can
not
I-
a lot of it survived on a
Dustin,
surface
may
level
I-
or where a place that humans could access. Go ahead.
Achilles, you have the floor.
Let me remove the AFK. I just got back. So I want to ask one question, and whoever of the two can give me the shorter answer, because we have another show in 20 minutes.
Do we?
Yes, Larry.
I thought his
uh,
show started at 6.
Oh, you are right. Oh my God. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Still, I want the short answer because I want to take you somewhere by the answer that you
I
give me.
feel like you're going to get a shorter answer from Atheist Junior, to be honest with you.
That's an outrage.
I'm sorry,
Outrage.
Aiden, but a fact is a fact.
That's
and
the most scandalous thing I've heard all day,
Look,
Stephen. You were
I rarely give any credit at all to Atheist Junior. You know that about me, but I have to say, I feel like we'll probably get a more direct answer from him on this one.
Well, I think you should say 3 Hail Marys for that, Stephen, because that's scandalous.
I'm not even Catholic. That's so odd.
That's why you should say it.
Okay.
He might turn us Catholics.
That's right. Wouldn't that be funny if an atheist turned you Catholic? Wouldn't that be
All
so
right,
funny?
Heart, ask your question, and then Atheist Junior, you can answer it.
So I want somebody to give me a short answer on how do we have the elements? Where do they come from?
2 things: stellar nuclear synthesis and supernovae.
Why, Atheist Junior, I can't help but notice that your voice changed. You sound awfully Canadian.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Atheist Junior.
Well,
Atheist,
so,
go ahead.
Okay, we
So
got a short
get,
answer.
You can get elements up to iron by fusing in the cores of stars. Everything past that would have to be formed at the end of the lives of those stars in supernova
good.
explosions.
Okay, good. So combining your 2 answers, I am satisfied. This is the answer I was looking for. So I want one of the two to describe to me how stars are formed.
One of the two, but not Aiden.
Form. Sorry, how stars form.
Dustin,
Aiden, if you have a short answer,
and
Aiden, you can
turns into
answer.
a star.
I gave a short answer. I literally gave a 1-sentence answer.
We gotta give him credit. He did, right? Okay, so how do stars form? What is the process that leads to a star forming?
Nebulae.
Well, you have what's called stellar nurseries, I think they are, and they're big, gigantic clouds of dust. And they basically, the effect of gravity draws gas and dust closer and closer to itself, and eventually it'll collapse under its own gravitational attraction, and that's the first step to forming a star. It's a lot more complex than that, but that's sort of the short answer.
Okay, it is though a summary and it is scientific. So yes, thank you. We can go much deeper in the. But the question now comes: is it just dust, nothing else? Because a star needs.
Gas and dust,
Yeah, what does that gas contain?
hydrogen, helium, and in some instances a bit of lithium.
So, do you understand the chicken and an egg problem? Which
Well,
one
not
of the
yet,
two?
but
Which
the
one of
chicken
the
came
two
first.
came first?
The
Okay, but
chicken.
in your but in the question that I asked, which one of the two came first? Did the elements exist so the first stars were formed, or the stars got formed without the elements and then through fusion created the elements?
Well,
See,
hydrogen
the
is
convenient
created.
thing about the elements he listed is those are some of the very first elements that formed after the Big Bang. So the answer would be the elements, for me at least.
Okay. Okay.
Agreed.
But I actually enjoyed your answer about the chicken because that's what I believe too. God made the chicken. He didn't make an egg.
So wait,
Were all the elements
what was the
contained in that
engine?
singularity?
What was that?
Were all the
One-
elements compared in the singularity? Do you believe in the singularity theory, or Atheist Junior?
Well, I mean, a singularity is just a mathematical concept, but I mean, I accept the idea of it in the context of Big Bang theory. Yeah.
Now that we have exposed the little problem that exists in the theory, let
What
me
problem?
the chicken and egg problem.
That's not a problem because we just
Oh, it
explained
is.
how the Big Bang already has
It is
hydrogen, helium, and
because
lithium present.
hydrogen by its own cannot create a whole star. It has a lot of other elements in it.
Right, like
But you
helium
can-
and
but
lithium.
you
What was
can-
the
that we
brother,
engine? Hold
like
on.
helium and lithium that we
Aiden.
mentioned.
Wait a minute,
But what was
Dustin,
the engine
Dustin.
that? Hold on. Okay.
All right, go.
What
I
was the
said go,
engine
but
that
it's okay.
collapsed?
Gravity.
What was
Dustin,
the engine that collapsed all the hydrogen? Are you saying that there was just this great big old spot of gravity out in the middle of nowhere
Yep.
that just started?
Gravity is everywhere
What
in
was?
space.
It's everywhere. It exists.
But it
It's
would have
like
to
a
be
magic
concentrated in
force.
order. But it would have to be concentrated in order to bring together enough hydrogen to spark off an atomic reaction for an atomic fire, thereby
Wow.
creating a sun, correct? Well, because
No.
there has to be enough atomic
correct.
weight for the reaction to take
The
place,
mass
correct?
has to be
So what
concentrated.
was it? But where?
Yeah,
How?
but where?
Because it's a solar. It's a
Not because,
nebula,
where
which
and
is a
how?
giant collection of gas
What-
and dust.
What I think is ironic is
Where-
you guys pointed to the Big Bang as a safety device, but I don't think you guys want to get into that conversation because the
Where-
Big Bang opens you up to so many more flaws.
Where and how did the hydrogen get gathered together? How? How
Because
did that happen? The first stars.
It's an uneven distribution
How did they get
of
gathered
matter. That's how. It's an uneven distribution of
That
matter.
doesn't make sense.
We can
That doesn't
observe in
make
the universe
sense.
around us that the universe does
No.
not have matter evenly distributed through it, though, Dustin. That's something that we can observe in
doesn't-
the universe around us. That
doesn't
has been
no
no, but
that
but
doesn't-
hold on.
that doesn't
is
account.
true. That is true.
That
the
doesn't
amount
account.
of matter and energy that
CMB shows
exists
us
within
that.
this universe is not evenly distributed. There are super voids that exist within our universe where there is little to no matter or energy concentrated within that area whatsoever.
All right,
So-
let him finish his
You're
thought.
avoiding the question of gravity. What was it that created that gravity? Where was that mass?
Gravity is
How do you
mass.
get all that hydrogen in one spot?
It
you
requires
can't explain
a
it.
mass. It requires a
It
mass.
requires
so
a
it's not
mass. Where,
but it
if you're
requires
having
it.
a big bang and everything's being blown apart, how do you get a mass that's big enough to collect all that hydrogen in the first place? It doesn't exist.
Gravitational
It's all
attraction.
gas.
Can I
From
can I
what?
answer this,
It's
or are
all
you done
gas.
yelling?
It's all gas, as you said, Dustin. It's all gas, and it's very, very stinky.
Hold on,
It's actually
guys.
very
Let-
hot.
let- hold on, everyone.
It
Let
could be hot
ATS
too,
go.
but sure stinky.
Yeah, can I attempt to
I'm
answer this?
waiting. Come on, atheist. But
Okay,
don't
so-
change the
Wait.
subject.
All right,
Answer
well,
the
let
question.
him talk for Jiminy Cricket.
Okay, I think you're asking where did the gravity come from, and the answer to that would be the curvature of space-time. And secondly, you asked, like, where did all this collection
Ah.
of hydrogen come from? And like, I think Aiden gave a good answer to that. It's just you have the expansion of the universe, and it's not an even distribution of all of the elements and molecules and dust particles. So they're going to be, distributed in higher concentrations in some than others. And like I
You
was saying,
flowed
those are called
already,
stellar-
You
Mr.
said
Atheist.
curvature of
Mercury?
space-time, and that reminds me of like an episode of Doctor Who. It's so
Do you disagree with
scientific.
Einstein, or could you?
No,
disprove
what,
him?
what?
No, I would think
but
Einstein disagrees with that.
Yeah, but Einstein.
Go ahead, Hart.
Einstein
talks
disagrees
about-
that the curvature of
muted?
space-time causes gravity.
Am I muted? No, I'm not muted.
Something has to bend
All right,
the
guys,
space first.
let Hart
Exactly. It requires a star. Hello, a star must be
Wait.
there, and it
Star
curves.
You have to
It
have
curves
something that bends the
the
No, it
space.
doesn't.
space-time.
Yeah, you have.
The thing is, how did the star
Absolutely, you
create
need
itself?
mass.
All right, there is no curvature without something with a strong mass to curve.
You need a
Okay,
mass.
so-
You absolutely need a mass.
What do you mean that you need something with a curvature in order to do that? Every single particulate
not
of
with the
matter
curvature, not
curves
with the curvature.
space-time.
Anything
Every
that has
single
any
particulate
mass
of
at all.
matter.
Yes, but we are
curves
talking about
space-time.
yes, but you brought this up when we're talking about star formation and how Dustin asked, how did all the gas cloud get together? And you said, oh, gravity. And he said, what brought it together? What mass was there to
Well,
pull
the universe
stuff
itself
together?
was smaller at that point in time.
So the universe
See,
starts
you're
creating
so arrogant.
pockets.
The way that you,
The
the way that you
universe creates
constantly go about this,
pockets
going,
of
"Oh,
gravity."
that must be it." It's just, it's
No,
so
wait a
arrogant.
minute. No, wait
It
a
comes
minute. You're
across
just
as
you're
incredibly
you're
arrogant.
trying to avoid the obviousness of the problem here. What Einstein said is that when there is a star, it curves the space
Anything
and time
curves space-time.
around it. So if
Anything.
that star didn't exist there, poop, it disappears.
You're not giving the full theory though. You're being very selective with how you're describing
I
his
have to-
theory
I have to
because it doesn't
respond-
just require a star. It literally
I
is
have to
any mass
respond to what
whatsoever.
you said. No,
Does
no,
a
he didn't
photon
say-
does a photon curve
A
space
photon
time?
doesn't have mass.
A photon.
Anything with mass.
Okay, stop interrupting and let him finish.
You did
Come
say
on,
anything.
man.
You did say
Go ahead,
anything.
Achilles.
You did say anything curves space.
I said anything with mass curves space-time.
So that's
I
what
don't know
Dustin
why we're
said.
even giving this credit, right? We can't get past the origin of the Big Bang. Okay, so the universe is just
ridiculous
sitting
question.
there, it's smoking a cigarette, it's watching reruns of How I Met Your Mother, and then poof, rapid expansion of the
kind of
universe.
like
What
is that
caused
kind of
it?
like what God was doing before
What
he created all
caused
the universe?
the
Was he
rapid
watching
expansion of the
reruns?
universe? No,
Was
there
he
was a
watching
purpose.
reruns on it before then?
No,
Oh, there was
with
a
an
purpose.
intelligent designer, there is a purpose,
Oh,
and
what was that purpose?
a chart to go by.
The reason why you're here right now.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
The
really
answer is
strange.
dark
The gift
energy,
of life.
Just so you know, if you care.
Oh, the answer to why the sudden rapid expansion of the universe happened
Yeah.
is dark energy.
The answer to why does the universe expand?
Well,
is yes,
dark energy came in to answer all these questions that are unanswerable.
it's
Of the
literally
accretion disk.
just a
That's-
placeholder.
you know what?
And
That's it's
arrived
funny that
and
you
solved
say that.
everything. It solved everything.
It's funny
So
how
wait
you
a
say
minute,
that.
hold
It's
up.
kind of
My
like how
question is-
Christians in the 80s said that dinosaur fossils were just God testing our faith. You know, it's kind of
Well,
like
no,
that.
okay.
How you get more
If it's
information,
if it's
and then you
dark
have to
energy,
come up with
if
things
it's
to
dark
fill in.
energy, why didn't this dark energy cause the rapid expansion of the universe before that period of time?
What do you mean before
Why
that
didn't it
period of
cause the
time?
collapse?
Yeah,
is
what do
a
you mean?
better
What was there
question.
before time?
Oh, so you guys are some of the atheists that believe that the Big Bang is the creation of the universe? Because most scientific communities now believe that the Big Bang is just the rapid expansion of the universe, but that the universe is possibly even eternal.
I mean, yeah, before
Yeah,
there was
these are
any
very
space,
difficult questions to answer, and
Before
I
there
just
was
love.
any
I like
space,
that
there was
people
no
scoff
time.
at like you don't know the answer to like the most difficult question to possibly answer in human existence. You an idiot.
What a stupid! I know. What a,
Well,
what a moron.
ask me, atheist. Ask me
Well,
the same
oh,
question.
I
I
already
can
know
give you
what you're
answers
gonna say.
because
And
I
I
know
have-
that's
and
the
I have-
beautiful part.
And you have no data
Except this doesn't
whatsoever to back it
explain
up.
anything,
That's the
though.
equally beautiful part.
I want to say
Well, I
something.
don't know. I don't know if what you count as data, but I can think
you
of
have a
at least.
prescription. You have a prescription of what reality is that doesn't actually.
Hey
bear
guys,
out
did that
scientific
dark
data.
matter? Did that dark energy have like a time release or something? when it was
Well,
when
it
it
couldn't
was
have had a
created
time release
itself,
because
was it
there
on
wasn't
time
any
release?
space and there wasn't any time.
That's right.
Aiden,
because
Aiden,
you guys have different perspectives from the rest of the
Where in
scientific
Genesis does
community.
it
Hey, Steven.
answer what causes expansion, cosmic expansion? Where does it mention that in Genesis?
That God stretched out
God
the
created
heavens.
the heavens and the earth.
The heavens.
Stretched it out like goats.
Yeah.
Well, no. When he
Yeah.
says the
Aiden.
heavens, he really means the firmament, which Christians
So
don't actually think exists anymore.
let me please respond.
Aiden.
The firmament
Hold,
was
hold
very
on.
thoroughly
Hart
disproven.
has the floor.
Dustin, give me a second, brother. First off,
Yes, sir.
what Aiden just shot out there, I have refuted it in one of my recent videos, and that is that Christians were saying that God wants to mess with our heads, and that's why we have fossils.
That was stated.
That video is titled "The Lying Religion," and it has to do with your religion. It is a straw man because because the fact that some Christians said that doesn't mean that Christianity believes that.
No, the point that I was trying to make, though,
Christianity believes in a flood that put everything upside down, and then they came along and said, "Oh, look, they all evolved from one another." And
I wonder how many babies
we
died in
have
that flood.
we have like clams at the bottom, and they're saying that this is what evolved first. But according to our theory, they were at the bottom already when the flood happened. So
not all Christians believe in a literal flood, though. You were just saying earlier that that's not all of Christianity.
I don't care.
So you're being blatantly favoristic towards your point of view. You're not equally applying your own viewpoints.
I don't care
of
what
reality.
some Christians say. I call Christianic something that exists in the Bible. Okay, so that's what exists
An
in the Bible.
allegory that exists in the Bible.
And
right.
I don't care if you think it's an allegory.
Some book says a thing.
Don't take me in different places, because I was about to explain to you something.
You were the one that brought up the flood. You brought up the flood.
Control, Aiden. Control yourself.
Wait, I just kicked Aiden. He can maybe come back, and I might let him back on. It just depends on how aggressive he gets. Now, Atheist Junior, you asked a question, something about how many babies drowned in that flood. Does that mean now you're conceding that the flood was a real event? Or were you just being a mocker? Because if you were just being a mocker, I'll kick you now. But if you were asking a real question, we can have the dialogue. Which is it?
I mean, I don't think that me asking that as a question means I have to admit it happened. I think that's a false dichotomy. Because you could do something called an internal critique.
I think
where
that's
I can
a
ask you about your
fair
beliefs.
question.
Was it a rhetorical question, or was
you
it
think?
was it a rhetorical question, or are you seeking a genuine answer?
No, I'll admit that it
Were
was
you
made,
asking that?
it was said in a mocking way. But I mean, if you want to talk about it,
The mockery will not be tolerated.
Don't do that in a Christian channel.
And it is called.
This is your warning, buddy. Don't mock.
That fallacy is called red herring. You're throwing something else, so we can go after that, because you cannot refute what we were just talking about. But the thing is,
I want to address
prove to
something.
you,
What thing was thrown out?
Yeah, Dustin, but because of Aiden's mouth, that doesn't stop. Not that it said something bad, but it doesn't stop. I wasn't allowed to say what I wanted to say. I heard like 10 minutes ago somebody saying that sorry, atheist, I think it was, sorry for not having the answer to the most difficult question in mankind. And I want to accept that and say yes, but you can do something else. You can study. So if you go back to 300 years before Christ, you will find a man called Parmenides, a philosopher. And he talked about the Big Bang. Would you like me to tell you how the Big Bang is refuted from 300 BC and leave my Bible aside and not even touch it? If not, you can go ahead and say that it's a big question. But for me, it's not, because I live in 2023, which is already 1700 years after Parmenides. Want me to go ahead?
that's a bit of a dishonest way to ask the question. Do you want me to explain how this guy refuted the Big Bang? Like, I'm not going to concede that guy
it's
refuted
simple.
it.
Do
But if
you want me to
simple-
explain
it's
how your
simple
worldview is
stuff.
wrong?
Well, it's simple stuff, guys. It's called philosophy, and if you don't want to study it, it's okay. Philosophy
That's not philosophy. That's
has no
rhetoric.
problem with your Parmenides was the first idealist philosopher, and that's his title. Now, if you want to take his title off him, that's your right. Call him whatever you want, but that's what the books call him. And
Can I call him Daddy?
what I've been taught about him is that he asked himself some simple questions, and I can ask them to you if you are not afraid.
I
One
think
of
he
them
is
is.
afraid.
Yep.
He is afraid. He just
Aiden.
left.
Yep.
No, I kicked him because
I'm
he
here,
made
though.
stupid.
I'm
I
here to
kicked him
face the
because
fire.
he made the
Aiden.
stupid daddy comment.
I didn't hear it. I
Aiden.
didn't even hear it.
He could call
I
him
need to
father.
address something with you.
Okay, go ahead, Dustin.
Lupin. Okay. Are you making
Noted. They didn't want to go for it. Let's continue.
I'm
Dustin.
right here. I'm right here. What are you talking about?
Oh, you
Are
should say to
you-
Dustin,
are you
wait, I want
making-
to answer.
What?
You could say to Dustin, wait, I want to answer, and I want to see where Achilles is taking this to.
I wanted to see what Dustin had to say, and then I was going to
I'm
get
sure
back
you
to you.
did.
Oh
I'm
my
sure you
gosh.
did.
You're
Go
so
ahead, Dustin.
arrogant, Achilles.
All right, what's up,
Yeah.
Dustin?
You're so arrogant.
I'm not arrogant, man.
so-
I read books. I do science. I do
Yeah, and that
mathematics.
fans the flames of your arrogance.
And I can't. I can't take people. I can't take people who consider themselves the scientific side, and they haven't spent 8,000 euros to buy a telescope that I did. So I am
So
the
I didn't meet the
scientific.
specific parameters of what you
I am
consider
the scientific side.
I don't know how
I
I'm
am-
going to sleep at night.
Well,
didn't
if you
meet
don't,
Achilles'
if you don't do
definition of what is
mathematics, if you don't
scientific,
do
oh, no.
mathematics, if you don't read books, if you don't do
I do
your
read
astronomy,
books. I've,
then
I've,
I am
I've
the
talked
scientist.
to you. I've been
I am
I've
the
been spending
scientist.
the last how long talking about scientific topics with you all night, Achilles, and now you're going to honestly look me in the face and say that I'm running away from you while you're bringing up science. Are you really going to try to go down
Hold on.
that road with me right
Hold
now
on.
rhetorically?
Dustin has wanted to get in for a while. Dustin.
I know. I was trying to let him, and then Achilles is trying to act like I'm a coward.
Aiden,
For
did I
letting him
just
get
blame
in.
you?
No, but Achilles did.
Well, I didn't. All I said is I'm going to let Dustin go.
Aiden, you made the accusation that there's a prescription for reality. Are you making that a flat accusation, or am I exempt from that accusation?
I'm saying that the Bible makes a prescription upon reality.
That's not what you said. That is not. That's I listened very closely to what you said, Aiden.
What was it that I said?
If you're making, you made the accusation that there's a prescription, that we have a prescription. That was your exact words, that we have a prescription for reality.
Yeah, and I was going to expand and say that prescription is gotten through the Bible, which is prescriptive of reality.
Regardless, are you making that a flat accusation across the board, or am I exempt? I believe I have given enough consideration to your side of the equation, and on multiple occasions demonstrated the knowledge necessary to prove that fact multiple times.
Oh,
that is not a prescription, but that I have given fair due consideration and done my due diligence.
I think that you now let me finish what I'm saying when I say this, please, because you're going to think it's one thing in the beginning and it's not. I do think that you're making a prescription, but I think that you're making a prescription in good faith, because it's obvious that you have tried to understand my point of view over the time that we've been talking with each other. I don't doubt that. I think that you made a prescription upon reality the same way that a pharmacist will look at two different options for what they're supposed to prescribe somebody, and made the choice, an educated choice, to prescribe one thing over another. I don't think that you're...
For what illness?
Well, a prescription being that you're prescribing something, right? Like you are making the statement that this is what should be, this is what reality is, whereas a description is a way of, I'm trying to not use the word in the definition. A description is a form of outline. Yeah, it's an externalization of something. No, you're right, Dustin. Thank you for coming in clutch with that.
Okay, but the prescription is written for what issue?
Well, I think you're
He
taking
was
prescription
he
to be
was
negative.
he was
I'm not saying it's not.
analogizing. The overall tone of the comment was negative, but I was wondering what his whether he was being more specific or if he was point and spray.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that Christendom, as an extension of the Bible, prescribes what reality is. It says, this is what reality is. It's this very specific set of circumstances and rules outlined by an omnipotent creator, whereas science is descriptive of reality in that it attempts to work up an understanding of reality around it based upon other factors outside of the pursuit of that particular endeavor. So when I say that the Bible is not scientific, I say that because the Bible does not cite sources. The Bible does not have a peer review process. And now, of course, you're going to say that's because it was inspired by God, but we still have a set standardized way by which we do science. And the Bible does not meet the rigors of that standard. That does not inherently mean that that's an attack, right? That doesn't inherently mean that it's wrong. It just means that you pursue that idea of reality through different means than science does. I think a lot of Christians, when they hear the Bible isn't scientific, what they're inferring from that is, oh, well, the Bible's just stupid and it's dumb and it's stinky. That's not what I say, at the very least, when I say the Bible isn't scientific. I simply mean that the Bible comes at reality from a fundamentally different angle than science does.
Okay, well, science has been around for a long time, and science predominantly, well, modern day science has been to understand the creation itself, and in turn also to understand the creator. So they do go hand in hand. However, more recently, I would say during the times of Darwin, because Darwin opened the door to the theory of creation and evolution without the means of a actual creator. That's what Darwin really did. He tried to explain evolution where it was more of naturalistic and not a creationist way. And over time, we've seen that Darwin has been proven wrong many, many times over as we looked further and further into microscopic organisms, how we've seen DNA work. A lot of things have disproven over time Darwin's theory. But
may I ask you a question when you're done? Not right now, but when you're done, may I ask you a question?
Scientists can definitely separate religion and science, and they can be separated. However, one of the biggest points of science, whenever science was being developed, it was partly to understand the ways of God. But go ahead.
Right, but that assumes something. That's not scientific to assume anything off the basis of your hypothesis. Like to say, okay, we need to figure out how God created the universe inherently infers that it is a God that created the universe, and that's not scientific. The point I was going to ask you, or the question I was going to ask you rather, was, do you think that dogma is scientific?
No, I don't think dogma is scientific.
Right. So the idea of something.
What do you mean by dogma? Can you?
Well, I was just about to explain what dogma was.
Okay.
So it is a stance which is unmoving and unchanging, no matter the standard of evidence which is presented to the contrary. That is dogma.
No, it's not scientific.
It's not scientific, right? So, religion or at least the Christian religion, being one of faith. Faith to me, and please anybody interrupt me at any point if you take issue with this, because this is another interesting topic. But to me, I feel like faith and dogma are two things that are inherently linked with one another. They are two things that you cannot have one without the other. You cannot have faith without dogma. You cannot have dogma without faith. And that is why, among other things, why I personally take issue with people saying that Christianity or the Bible are scientific, because they make dogmatic statements about reality that many people throughout the history of the church tried to use to argue for models of the universe like geocentrism that we do not find to be the reality that we observe. So the point I'm trying to make,
you're drawing over a lot of lines, and they all need to be addressed.
Okay, well, if you want to start, I told you at any point, interrupt me. So please, if you have something, if you have a line that you want to tug on.
Dang
please
it.
tug
He
on
did
the line.
say that, Dustin. Dang it.
But dear Lord, I mean, you're all over the map. I mean,
I know.
look,
His answers are so Canadian.
I said the reason why I said to interrupt me is because I don't want there to be this idea that I just go on and on and on. Please interrupt me.
Look, hold on a second here. Okay, look, you attribute geocentrism to what? A religion? That has something to do with a dogma?
I would attribute it
Or was this-
specifically to the Bible, because the only way that the sun could stand still in the sky, as it was described in the Bible, would be if the solar system is geocentric rather than heliocentric.
That's totally
Okay,
not accurate.
No. Don't interrupt
Go ahead,
me.
Dustin. Go ahead.
Okay, because I'm trying to keep something straight here. Okay, if you're looking at the Bible and you're saying that the concept of geocentrism is an issue, but then you're going to turn around and acknowledge Einstein's theory of relativity as though it's a basis for science. In certain respects, the universe does in fact revolve around the world from a first-person perspective, if you're taking it from the theory of relativity.
Sure,
Okay?
yeah. Like,
If anything, we
Go
don't
ahead.
know the difference, because if an object is traveling in relation to us at the speed of light, it doesn't know the difference between it standing still and us driving by it, or it flying through the sky. So, when you say that there's an issue there, it's really more of a difference in understanding. It could even be all the way down to, at the time, the way language was understood, because most dead languages are used for that exact reason, because there's no one around to change them.
Not always. I mean, Hebrew is a great example of a language that used to be dead, that was very much so brought back and revived. Hebrew was a language that wasn't spoken by people, but was only used in writing for several centuries, until I think it was the
You
late
had to-
1800s that it was revived.
You had to cross-translate that. You had to cross-translate that through Egyptian and some Italian, if I'm not mistaken. But
Wait, one second. You said that Hebrew was only a written and not a verbal language?
In between the Jewish diaspora that happened under the Romans, specifically under, sorry, not Vespasian, that would be his son, Titus, who sacked Jerusalem. Hebrew largely became, yes, a language that was not spoken. It was a language that was only written, much like Latin became a language that was once a very popular spoken language, and then translated to only being a scholarly language. The same was true for Hebrew, in that it used to be spoken, became not spoken, but unlike Latin, was revived and is now spoken again.
May I just
But
say
still,
here
dead
that my brain hurts from all the things that you went around, Aiden. I just want to point it out.
Oh, well, your brain hurting isn't my problem, luckily.
Well, my brother, we
I'm-
start from one point and look where we are now. Like
It's almost like reality isn't simple.
That's I've been trying to explain that, but you called our science dogma. when our religion a dogma, when I clearly pointed out to you that I don't care what others do, but
Yeah, that's dogma.
this channel and this Bible that I have right here next to me, I'm not sure if it's the correct one, but it can be verified by science. What is dogma is people like you not accepting the possibility of a creator, and
No,
they
I
will
do.
spin anything around,
I
no
do
matter
accept it.
how much time we will spend.
I do accept it.
Now you accept the possibility of a creator because
I
we've
never
been discussing.
didn't. I never didn't accept the possibility of a creator, though, Achilles. You really cannot address my point of view honestly, can you? You cannot
Well,
address it honestly.
I will apologize though. Then because I did consider that anything that you've said is trying to point that there is no creator, like from the Big Bang, from the elements, from evolution.
How does that preclude a creator?
Oh my God, I'm telling you, my brain hurts, and now you just kicked it. I mean.
No, but how does that preclude a creator? How does any of that? The thing I find interesting, right, is something that you said the other day about how science. I think this was particularly referring to the flat Earth. Science refers that the Earth is spherical because it wants to distract away from the Bible, and it wants to distract away from what the Bible has to say. And yet, the vast majority of Christians believe in a globe Earth. So it does a pretty bad job at disincentivizing people from believing in the Bible if the majority of people that believe in the Bible believe in a round Earth model. So I don't understand.
You're punching.
You know what you
Hold
just
on,
did
hold
there?
on, Achilles.
You know what you just did there?
Let me
Hey,
step
look, a
in there. Yeah,
distraction.
let me. No,
Yep.
yeah, you're
Yep.
punching below the belt there, Aiden.
I don't even
and
mind.
I'm gonna
I
have
don't
Below the
even
belt?
mind.
How? What did I say
They're
that was
made
below the
from
belt?
iron. I got them from iron, bro.
Guys,
What did I say that was below the
guys,
belt?
I have to say, because Aiden's tried really hard to be good today. He is like a little squirrel. And if you hold a squirrel that's not domesticated, it will squirm and try to get away and may bite you. So
Have
you
you
guys
been- have you
can't
ever been-
corner the squirrel.
Have you ever been bitten by a
You know
squirrel?
what you're doing.
No,
Aiden.
I've never tried to pick a squirrel up because I'm not
Well,
dumb.
now that you mentioned that, I need to
Hey.
show Aiden that we actually love him because we have a
I can
weird
feel
kind
the
of
love.
love. Yeah, we have a weird kind of love, and allow me to show it to you.
Here, Squirrely Whirly, look what I have for you. Come on, little Squirrely, take the nice peanut. Ooh, now I have a cute little Squirrely Whirly to pet and love and charge and squeeze. I'll take you home and lock you in a nice little cage and never, never, ever let you out except to pet you and love you and hug you and squeeze you all up. Won't that be fun? Oh, come back! No cute little animal wants to be my
That
pet.
moment I threw away was when they boot me, by the way. That was when
No,
they boot me.
you actually are not trying to run away, and we love you even more.
Yeah, I respect you. I got respect for you today.
I mean, every time that you've tried like this whole atheist challenge thing where you bring me, I've never run away. I've never shied away
No.
from coming into
This,
these
this
rooms.
is for the trolls, actually. But still, it's the
I'm
same
a
love.
half troll. Harry Potter and the half troll prince.
Well, no, you're spinning some things, but you are not trying to troll. Those that troll, we have fun with them, and then we send them back home where they came from.
Not quite
So,
yet, but
yeah,
I do just have to say, I really genuinely don't appreciate it. It really does genuinely rankle me when people try to make that statement that, oh, well, you just don't even think that a creator is possible, because it's blatantly not true. I've never once said that a creator just could not exist or that there's no possibility that it exists. I'm open to the concept, but I'm at a different point in my understanding of that.
Can I
than
point
any
something
of you
else
people
on
in
that,
this
Aiden?
room. Go ahead.
Okay, and you can answer to it. If that's the case, why don't you ever present evidence that could point towards a creator? I think I could be wrong, but from my recollection, I only recall you pointing out information that would be against a creator.
once again, I would have to ask you the same question I asked Heart of Flesh. How does any of the things I pointed out inherently preclude a creator from existing?
Well, because it's from the basis of an argument that we're on the side pointing for a creator, and you're presenting evidence on the side counter.
But no,
to that.
that's not true. Even if evolution was real, like let's just grant the idea that evolution is real and exists. Even if that's true, that doesn't mean that a god doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that a creator doesn't exist. If the Big Bang happened, that doesn't mean that a god doesn't exist. If any of the things that I've presented to you guys as arguments have happened, if every single thing I've said to you guys is true, none of that precludes a god from existing whatsoever.
It does, though, because
hold on. Let me ask a question to Aiden here. One question. Are dinosaurs dead because of millions of years or because of Noah's flood? Go.
I would have to go
no
with
answers come out of your mouth that
I would have to
preclude a
go
creator.
I would have to go with the giant asteroid crater we can see in the Yucatan Peninsula for 500, Alex.
You didn't even want to use one of your 3 lifelines. That's your final answer.
How long ago did that asteroid hit?
It's about 66 million years ago.
Oh my gosh. So it actually hit the Earth before the Earth was even around.
I mean, according to the young Earth model, yeah. There's this other thing.
Yeah.
There's this really nifty thing called old Earth creationism. You should look it up sometime.
Okay, brother,
no thanks.
brother. If we get to be connected, just because we take the Bible for the Word of God, if we get connected with other Christians who say things that are not true, and they claim that they say that the Word of God is the Word of God and it's infallible, but at the same time, they believe in evolution, they believe in the globe, blah, 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 all these things that you brought up, then you also, if you are supporting every argument of Big Bang, evolution, then it is very hard for us to see you as an exception, as somebody who does believe in God, but does believe that the universe created itself. Because
I don't believe
I
in
asked
God,
at the
no.
beginning. I asked at the beginning. There are 2 options, and you can give me a third one if there is one. The one option says God created everything, and the other option says they created themselves.
There's also the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita.
Wait! Don't go into different books.
But you just said different options. You said there's different options, and I'm presenting you with a different option. The Bhagavad Gita is a different option for how reality came about.
Listen. I'm not even going into books and into which one is right. I am going at this philosophically. Leave the religion out of it. Okay? Is there a creator? Or is it all randomness that brought us here? That's the simple question. So you support one of the 2. That's for sure. Which one is it?
I think there's more evidence to suggest that there is not a creator behind things, but that does not mean that a creator does not exist.
So you believe in a creator?
You were talking about no, I don't believe in.
You believe? So you believe? No, I'm asking.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain to you that.
Wait, let me form the question first. You believe then? I'm asking, in a creator who was doing something else at the time that the Earth was created, and then he turned around and was like, "Whoa! Look at that! Look what created over there."
In all honesty, if you're asking me if a deistic God is more likely than a God of the Bible, then I would say yes. A deistic God is more likely.
What do you mean a deistic God? I understand
mean
the
a
word.
deist. I mean it in the sense that there is a God that exists, but he does not. He doesn't consider humanity special or the Earth special in the grand scheme of the universe.
Okay.
I would.
Okay,
I
but
would
that
think
doesn't
that
make
would be
sense
likely.
because we're obviously unique in the universe. So he made us unique in the universe, and then he turned around and said we're nothing special in the universe.
We're unique the same way that the giant hexagonal
No, we're
storm on
unique the
top of
way there
Saturn
are
is
no
unique.
civilizations on any observable planet at all.
Yeah. And there's
and
no
we are
hexagonal.
fundamentally take humanity out of it.
There's no giant
Aiden,
hexagonal storms on the
take
tops of
humanity out of the equation. in the creation on this planet is far superior to anything else we observe anywhere.
By what metric?
By
the
every
fact that
metric.
we
No,
haven't
that's
even
not
found
true. That's metrics that
anything.
we
Hey, hey,
ourselves
hey,
are
hey,
using. That's
hey,
just an
hey,
arbitrary
hey.
form of
We
measurement. Of course,
haven't
we're going to
found.
say that we're special. Of course, we're
Show
going
me
to
a
say that we're
planet that
special.
sustains actual life.
Oh, I can't show you a planet that sustains
I know
actual
you
life
can't,
outside
because
of
we're
our own.
fundamentally unique in the universe.
No, because
baby.
you just said you can't show me one, therefore it doesn't exist. Is essentially what you're saying, and that's not a
Okay,
scientific way.
then
of
I'm
looking at
correct
things.
until you prove me wrong.
No.
Until we have the evidence.
No,
You're
not.
saying that God doesn't exist until we can show him to you. That's not scientifically supported.
Oh, I agree that mysticism
Just
and
because I
science are not
can't-
the same thing. I don't think that God could be proven scientifically.
back.
I think that is a religion that is inherently mystical.
I love you,
Requires
Lupin.
forces that are outside of conventional understanding to be able to make itself known to the universe. I don't think there's a way that you can have
Do
an
you
equation
know-
that proves God.
Do you know how many fields of
I
science
do have an equation.
that have been become fields of science that were previously thought hocus pocus? Can you think of how many countless fields that were previously thought magic?
Anesthesia is one.
You're not being practical. You're really not. You're
What do you mean?
well, you're calling us biased, right? And you're saying that somehow you're in the position to
No, we're all
judge
biased.
that, but you're every bit as if not so, even in some cases even more so, especially point in case right now. You're sitting there saying that I don't preclude God, but I don't believe in him either. And I mean,
Yeah.
you can't
Yeah.
you can't that doesn't make sense. Like, I mean,
What do you mean that doesn't make
that's
sense?
not
I allow for
scientific,
the possibility
because
of
you're
a God to exist. How is that not? Hold on. To be unscientific means that you say that there's no way, shape, or form whatsoever that this could possibly happen under any circumstance whatsoever. That's dogma. That's a dogmatic position to take. That's not scientific.
no.
That's not what we said.
You
That's
both
not what we said.
hold open the reservation that God can exist, but then at the same side of the token, you turn around and say that he doesn't. You are a hypocrite by
I
definition.
allow the possibility of God to exist, and I never said that he doesn't exist. That's not true. You're putting words into my mouth.
You
I never
just said that.
I
not
never said
5
that. No, I didn't. No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you
That is
did.
a blatant. I'm sorry,
You are
Dustin, but that's a
refuting yourself,
misrepresentation
Aiden.
at
You're
best. No,
refuting
listen,
yourself
I'm not
constantly.
done.
You said you don't believe in him. You said.
May I speak?
I'm gonna shoot that lion one of these days.
You can.
Uninterrupted. I'm just going
It's an
to.
unshootable lion. You can't
It's
shoot
true.
it.
I hope you don't, because that's poaching, and I don't support poaching. That's kind of
So,
bad. But no, wait, please,
no,
Achilles, please
wait,
let me finish,
wait.
because he
No,
said
because
something
you're
that
gonna
needs to be
bring-
responded
let's-
to.
let's
No, I'm
just-
going to
let's
directly
just
address
touch-
what he was saying to
let's-
me.
let's
I'm going to
touch one
directly
of your
address what he
point
was
at a
saying to me.
time. One
Yes,
of-
and I'm going to address the point that he just
And
made
you're
to
gonna
me,
bring up
Achilles.
another 5,
No,
and you're gonna
watch,
find
watch.
another way to mock
Watch, Achilles.
Christians.
Don't believe me, just watch. Come on.
Do I need to
okay,
be
go ahead.
liked? Absolutely not. I like to be liked. I enjoy being liked. I have to be liked. But it's not like this compulsive need to be liked, like my need to be praised.
Those are two different things. Anyways, what I was going to say was, I do not believe in a God personally. That's correct, Dustin. I do not personally believe in a God. That does not mean that inherently means that no God exists. Those two things are not inherently linked with each other. I don't have any sort of revelation given to myself, either scientific or mystical, that seems to indicate to me that a God exists, let alone the God of the Bible. That does not mean that I'm saying that the God of the Bible does not exist. That's not an honest representation of what I have been saying at all.
Aiden, I'm going to leave the door open to me giving you a forgivable loan of $1 million. I'm going to leave it open. But you and I both know that I'm never going to give you that $1 million. But I'm going to leave that possibility open, buddy, and you can keep hoping for it. But
So let me just say then, imagine if there's a book where you do see somebody give another person $1 million, and you do see that person receive that money. And that is the context and the precedent through which you are observing your current reality. That's exactly what I'm trying to say as far as revelation in the Bible. There's plenty of instances where God gave unbelievers revelation that caused them to spread his word in the Bible. That's not unprecedented. So you saying, well, that's just never going to happen, that's just not fair. Once again, I'm sorry, but that's not a fair and honest representation of my point of view, because for you to say that I'm just never going to convert, that's basically you just giving up on me and saying, well, he's a lost cause. That's never going to happen.
It's a pretty parallel because I don't give up, Aiden. I haven't given up on you. I won't give up on you. That's not going to happen. I'm just saying it's the other way around. It's like saying I'll leave the possibility you could convince me one day, but you and I both know it's never going to happen. It's the equivalent of me saying one day I'm going to give you a forgivable loan.
I don't know that.
You're pretty stubborn.
And if I were to say with absolute certainty that I did or did not know that, I would be a fool.
So
I just don't want to see.
May I? What happened?
By all means, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know what to address first, but I will let Aiden choose. Do you want to address what I said about philosophy disproving the Big Bang?
Sure.
Do you want? I have other options. You can choose.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
don't pick the first because
I'm
it's
excited.
Not,
I'm sorry.
it's not the one you should choose. Trust me. Do you want to address again the fact that there are only two possibilities, which are either things were created by a creator or they created themselves? Second option. Third option. Because I believe that the proof that you are saying you are searching for are over the world, and I believe you are blindsiding yourself and you are not genuine in your search. Do you want me to bring some from any field that you choose? I have chemistry, I have astronomy,
Which one do you
biology.
think would
Biology. I have a lot of examples. That
Wait,
you
guys,
can...
hold on. You can't handle the truth and the hope and the life.
Oh man, wow, that was certainly
Uh,
something. Which one
yeah.
do you think would bode worse for me, Achilles? Out of all of those that you just gave me, which one do you think would bode worst for me?
That would be the one thing that is making you so sure of the non-existence of God. Which one
Okay,
would
let's
that
hammer
be?
on that. Let's
Which
hammer on
one?
that.
Which one would that be? Yeah. No, I'm asking you which one. What is the ultimate for you proof of the non-existence of God?
Oh, I don't think. What do you say? That's not what it might be. That's not what my position is. I don't think that there's a definite fact that God doesn't exist. There's a possibility that God exists. But if you're
So-
asking the one thing I need in order to believe,
Yeah, something like that.
it's divine revelation.
Why? Why when we are talking scientifically, why do you need something that is out of science to be proved to prove to you that God exists? We can continue
Because Jesus
examining
walking on water isn't scientific. Because Jesus turning water into wine isn't scientific.
Yeah,
Because
but do you think you are so special that for you, God has to do something some divine revelation for you specifically, and then for 7 billion other people on the earth? Or could there be other proof out there that we can examine scientifically?
I think God knows my heart. If the God of the Bible exists, he knows my heart. And if he truly knows my heart, then he knows that is the standard by which I need to have met in order to believe him.
Well, because you said that, you know that every one of us is an example for God, right? And what you just said could be that you are a bad example. You are an example, you like it or not. But you can either be a good example or you can be a bad example. So God does know your heart and knows whether we are actually wasting our time here or not. He knows that.
Well, I agree. If what your beliefs are true, then yes, that would be correct. So what I'm trying to say to you in saying that he knows my heart He knows my heart the same way he knows Thomas's heart. Okay, he knew that Thomas required Christ to physically go before him, and to physically show him his wounds, and to have him run his fingers and his hands through those wounds. He knew that was what he needed. I don't even need that. I don't need to run my hand
But
through
again,
Jesus's
but again,
wound in order.
but
No,
again,
wait, let me finish though, please. Let me
this
finish.
one is
Okay,
the
don't
bad,
let me finish,
is the
that's
bad
fine.
example. Yeah, I can't let you finish because you're saying one thing and it needs a response. So,
wasn't finished with what I was
so
saying, though.
Thomas was the bad example. We know him as the unfaithful Thomas because he was the bad example that needed
Doubting
this.
Thomas.
Okay, yeah, I don't know the exact English word.
I
used,
wasn't
but
trying to correct you. I
apistos.
was just I
Okay,
didn't even know
yeah,
I was
okay,
unmuted. I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay. You know, I'm Greek, so there are no. I take it as a valid correction, which I didn't actually hear. But which one
I
was it?
said
What was
doubting Thomas?
doubting? Okay, thank you. So that's a bad example. Are you sure, out of the other examples, that that's the one you want to attach yourself to?
I do, because we can see through the scripture that even if it was a bad example, God still saw it sufficient to make himself known to him, even if it was a bad example.
Yeah, but
It's still precedent in favor of what I'm talking about, no matter the context.
Okay, but in our case now here, don't you think it's a little bit arrogant to want that when the evidence is all around you? Like, let me just
It's
say,
obviously not evidence to me.
let me just tell you this: if I was God, I am not. All right, if I was God, and I had all the proof around, and you still wanted a revelation for you specifically, I would discard you. I wouldn't
Okay.
care for you.
Okay, well then
And,
that's
I-
what's
and I'm
going
just,
to happen.
and I'm a man, you know.
If you would discard me simply for wanting proof that you existed before I dedicated my life in service to you,
when everything
then
around you
I wouldn't
is
think you to
proof,
be somebody with best character personally.
Well,
But hey, whatever, that's fine.
like it or
At the
not,
end of
yeah,
the day,
we like it or not, he has a character,
well, that's
and
why I said whatever.
yeah, and we should figure out whether it's a character we enjoy or not. We read our Bible and we read his character in there, but I think it's a little bit arrogant
Character
to
that
ask
revealed himself
if
to
we are
Thomas.
if we are a speck in this vastness, to be like, hey, you know what? I want specific proof. I want you to come to me personally
Why is
and
that
tell
inherently
me.
arrogant? Well, just because
Why?
it's vast, it makes it arrogant?
Because we are so small that we call the Creator Himself to reveal Himself to us. It is arrogant. Now, I'm
If
not
I was the
saying.
size of Jupiter and I thought the same thing, would that make it any less arrogant?
No.
Then it's
Okay,
not a matter of
but it's
scale.
more arrogant. It's more arrogant. But still, yes, if you were the size of Jupiter, it would still be arrogant.
It's
But-
not a matter of scale then.
But I'm trying to show you that we are nothing but ants in this whole creation, even on the earth, right? And each of those ants has a specific way for them to realize if God exists. So you have around you all the fields of science, all of them, and they all point to Him. They all point
So
to Him.
you
All
never
need-
you never received yourself a
indoctrination,
any
of
mystical...
course.
No,
I did.
no. I'm asking if you ever received a mystical experience.
Oh yeah,
from
yeah,
God.
many.
So would you be arrogant in
Not of
saying
God,
that you
not
got
of
to
God though.
experience those
Not
and
of
I
God.
didn't?
No, but if you ask, I've had supernatural experiences that proved to me that Satan exists, and I turned up and said, God, you better be real, because if he is real, you better be real, because I can't save myself from that one, from the guy I just met.
I just want to say, I think Satan got a pretty bum rap. He got made Lord of this world. Well, I mean, even if this world existed for 10 quadrillion years, it's still a pretty bum rap in comparison to all of eternity, because no span of time is significant in comparison to that of eternity.
Yeah, okay. Well, you don't even have to take that vastness of time. You can just say 80 years of life. Yes, it is very small compared to eternity. Yes, but it is a time that you have to figure it out.
Right.
And
he knows my
to
heart.
be frank, to cut the bull. We
No,
have
because
not you.
what do you
not,
mean
not,
cut the bull?
not you specifically. We have that amount of time to cut the bull and seriously look into this because we know one thing for sure: we will be dead for far longer than the
Then
time
we're
that we are
alive.
alive.
I agree. That's you know what? I don't agree with you more on anything else that you've said in this entire show than what you just said right there, right now. You know,
That's a confusing statement.
what, that we are dead much longer than we are alive?
No, the way you agreed with him.
May I share something has to do with this discussion that we were going through with Aiden? I will
I
share
guess
the
I got
audio.
one last thing to say before I go, and then I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I was just listening in the background. Aiden, you say that you like genuinely seek God and genuinely seek Him out and everything. Have you ever been to a single one of our Bible studies at all? Like have you been there and listened to us and asked questions? Or
Yeah. I've referenced earlier discussions you guys have had when I wasn't there participating at all, so I would have had to have been there to know those things.
A Bible study in specific, not an open conversation.
Yeah. No, I've referenced things you guys have talked about in Bible studies. I'm pretty sure I referenced something you guys did in an earlier study on this stream. It was a couple hours back, but
What Lupin is trying to find out.
I think it was the episode on sexually transmitted demons, right, Aiden?
no, that was no, the last time when you guys had your astronomy night, I tried coming back in as a sexually transmitted demon,
Okay,
but that wasn't what I was referring to.
So
that's
Lupin
not a
asked
Bible
for a
study.
Bible studies, and what you said is use the word reference things you said 2 to 3 times, and that actually proves that if you've watched anything, it was so you can reference it. So it wasn't because you are genuine in your search. Because if you
No,
were
I
genuine
referenced it because
in
it was
your
something that I saw.
if you were genuine in your search, you would have listened to what the Bible has to say, just for so you know.
I would have had to have listened to it in order to make reference to it, correct?
So are
If you don't listen to something, how can you make reference to it?
Yeah, but there's a difference between watching a show to learn something or to know what to reference from that show. There is a difference. If you can't see it, I can help you.
You need to be able to reference in order to learn. You literally have to have one. In
No,
order to
because
have
when
the
you
other. You
reference,
have to have
no,
referential
because when
experience.
you
Yes, do.
reference, listen, when you reference, you speak. To know, you have to have ears. You have to be able to listen, not to speak, to listen.
Right, and I've listened to you.
And the question of Lupin was, have you been, even silently, on any Bible study to watch it from the beginning to the end, to learn what maybe
I know
God
for
is
a fact
saying?
I've been your only viewer on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, you said astronomy. Anyway, give me a second. This will not be long.
Well, I think Achilles sees the point that I'm trying to make, and I think Aiden is fighting with himself to grasp at straws at an obvious
How am I
answer.
fighting? I'm literally explaining to you that I've watched your streams before.
Okay,
and that I've listened
the
to
Bible
you.
study.
Yeah, your Bible
Specifically,
studies.
You say which one? Which one?
There was the one that you guys did on John the other day. There was that stream. It wasn't a very long stream, but there was one that you guys did on John that I watched through.
Me and Stump.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good enough.
Okay, I'll accept it. The reason I'm going to even give you any leeway is because I think Steven just unchannel banned you guys. I haven't been in communication with Steven.
Oh, no. I'm not that unclean. Don't worry. I'm not that unclean. I haven't been unbanned. This is just a one-time thing, I think.
We're gonna baptize you. Then you will be clean.
I'm gonna try to host an atheist night at least every 2 weeks, but maybe once a week. And on those atheist nights, if you can behave like you did today and the last time, Aiden, you can come on.
Yep, agree.
I'm just giving you some leeway because I can't say that you've been to one of the Bible studies or not. I know you definitely haven't been on the panel for a Bible study. that's a whole different thing.
I've tried joining you guys for your Bible studies, and you didn't allow me to.
I don't remember, and you're probably
No,
right.
Lupin.
You're probably
Wait,
right.
hold
right.
on. Stump's
He's right.
Stump's Bible studies. He's not comfortable. He doesn't want atheist on there. Well, the ones he has
Non-Stump
history
Bible
with.
studies I've been banned from.
He
too.
has who's which
Bible
ones?
studies that you've done with other panelists on this show, not involving Stump. It's not like every single Bible study you guys do. I know most of them, at least a good majority of them, have Stump in them, but not
Well-
every single one of them have Stump in them.
I think he's the one that hosts the Bible studies predominantly.
Yeah, but what
Pretty
what
much.
matters is that I agree with Stump in the fact that if we are to study the word, we cannot. This is not personal. We cannot have people that ask different questions like, "Oh, if that is so, then why did the Pope did that?" So this brings us to different discussions, and we have an amount of time that we wanna dedicate, and that is not even enough. We don't have room for atheists when it comes to studying. So that's it. It's nothing personal. Nothing.
Right.
Can I?
No,
No, you
just
let Lupin
want-
go ahead. Go ahead, Lupin.
I'd let Achilles, if you want to play your video. I'm not sure how long it is.
No, it's just the beginning.
I would just say, Aiden, like I said, I'll give you the grace of accepting your word on that you've been to the Bible studies. The only reason being is even if you commented, I don't think it would show up, and I would be able to even see it.
It wouldn't.
So
Well,
I know because I've tried.
I can't. confirm whether
Aiden,
or
you
not
can
you know.
you can communicate on Lupin's channel when there is a show that is screened over there too, and it pops up here in the room.
Yeah, I would have to see if I'm streaming that stream in particular too.
Yeah.
So he has some, like I said, he has some grace. He knows in his heart whether he sat there and actually listened to the Bible study and listened to it to understand the word, or at least to come up with viable questions.
I mean,
Yeah, and
even
you know what?
before-
And you know
even
what?
before I
Both.
came here. Sorry, I just
Aiden.
want to say something. Even before I even showed up to this community, I came with what, and I'm really genuinely not trying to brag here. I came with what I think is at least a decent layman's grasp of Scripture. And I've certainly expanded that knowledge of the Scripture since I've been in this community. But
Well,
the reason
brother-
why I had that coming in is because I've studied the Bible. I've taken the time to look into the things that the Bible has said. And I think I've proven that over the very numerous times that I've had biblical discussions on this show. It's not like I just know nothing about the Scripture.
Right,
Well,
but a
Aiden-
lot of the time,
Aiden-
what we're trying to do is discuss the topic at hand and a specific topic, and not necessarily trying to do a debate. Which I know that you like to do debates and have a back and forth conversation, which that's fine. We don't necessarily have time to do that during Bible studies, but there's a time and place for everything.
I can just stay backstage, honestly. Like, if it's that big of a deal that I can't be on the panel itself during Bible studies, I feel like that's a decent compromise. Just keep me in the back room.
It's not a big deal to me. It may be to other panel members, and like I said, I'm pretty open to letting you guys in. I just don't let
Like
you
the cousin nobody wants to talk about.
Hey, that is up to each individual host.
channel. Yeah, that's each host.
I
so-
just hope someday I won't be treated like a leper that like needs to be kept away from.
Okay, well,
We
just
hope
to-
that
just
too.
to get
We
this-
really want you to come to Jesus.
Yeah. Oh no.
And if you come to Jesus, you'll be such a great testimony. I'll make you a host.
Yeah, true. Let me just say that Aiden, you are saying things that are not true, and you know it. They just sound right.
What?
No, yeah, we don't consider you a leopard, but or a leopard. But we are the lions. So if you're a, leopard, I know, bro. I know.
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
making a joke.
I know
here.
he was. I was about to jump on that bandwagon
he
too.
corrected his non-miscorrection. I didn't know where he was going with
I was
this.
gonna jump
No,
on
well,
that
I was
bandwagon
saying that
too.
even if he is a leopard, we are the lions, so the leopards run away. We don't even care. But no, we don't consider you.
Death leper.
We don't consider you a leper, but you didn't come to the community respectful
In good
and
faith.
I on in
That's
good
not
faith.
true.
Yeah.
That's not
Okay.
true.
Let me speak. Let me speak, and you'll say if it's not true or not. I'll say that I've been here for way less than the others, and I saw through what the others were also seeing. So I don't know, man. Maybe you are very genuine in your searches, but somehow it's not coming across. But one thing
I
I
don't
want
need
to
you to
say,
know that I'm genuine.
one thing I want to put out in your defense is that uh, Stump and the rest of us have no problem with atheists being in the chat. So after your very respectful visit today, I vote to unban you from the chat. But still,
Woohoo!
inside the panel, it's exactly as Stump described it, and you and others made like 50 shows about it. He said that in the tabernacle he doesn't want atheists, and I agree because, brother, I don't know what Stump thinks. I am here to do business. I'm not here to play around.
Doesn't the tabernacle have a specific
Don't
set of
reference
instructions?
a specific.
No, and
tabernacle.
honestly,
Really
after
gorgeous.
all the mocking you guys did of Stump specifically over on Chuck's channel, I'm surprised you would want to be on any panel that Chuck Stump is associated with. Period. To be honest, that baffles me.
There's some people like Achilles that take it in good stride, and there's some people like Stump that get all offended about it and take it personally, even though I'm
It
joking
was
just as
personal.
much. I'm joking
Well-
just as much when I'm doing it with Stump as I am with Achilles. Like, it's
Well,
just
you
lighthearted
see
fun.
what I'm calling out disingenuine. Like that was no jokes. What was happening on the other shows. It was literally you are trying to.
Oh,
prove-
in the context of what happened in the community when the bans started happening and you guys started excluding Christian and Father Charles.
So you
and
see,
all of that.
we guys again, but we guys.
Yeah, you guys. I'm
Yeah,
here right
but
now.
the way,
I'm not
but
making
the
any
way,
bones about it.
but the we guys after that happened gained 250 or 300 subscribers.
Good for
Oh,
you.
you haven't heard, Achilles? We bought the subscribers.
It's
Oh
true.
yeah, I heard that.
We
Yeah, I
bought
heard
only
that.
250
Well,
subscribers.
Yeah, because we didn't have
you guys
much money.
gained subscribers in a very steady amount without any actual growth in viewership whatsoever. Hey, I mean,
Where
Not
do you see?
according to all of our analytics, yo.
well, I mean,
because-
the analytics of
because-
how many people watch each and every single one of your individual viewed videos is available to us.
Aiden. We have 3,000 views per day. Do you
The
understand
demons
that?
are coming out of Aiden.
Yeah, Father
That's
Chuck
right.
hasn't had a show. Father Chuck
Do
hasn't
you,
had a show in
do
what,
you
2
want me?
weeks,
Do
and
you
his
want me?
subscriber
Do you
count has
want
gone
me?
up, so-
Do you want me to fetch today's 48 hours? That will show you that it's 33,000 something views.
By the way, why aren't you guys doing shows over on
Sure,
Chuck's
if
channel
you
anymore?
want to, go ahead.
Did Faithful
Oh.
hex it, or what happened?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So are you gonna say publicly that Faithful is a witch again, or are you just? Gonna
I
keep
don't
that
have
one
to
close
say
your
publicly that Faithful is a witch. Everyone who she goes in their inbox and tries to manipulate knows that she practices witchcraft.
chest? She is more genuine in her beliefs.
Genuinely
than-
wrong.
Uh-huh. Okay. See,
Okay, well,
this
I'm
is
not
starting.
try-
This
I'm
is
not- I'm
starting
not gonna
to go
get
down
into-
a bad road.
I'm not going to get
and
into that.
I know. Should we part ways now?
No.
End it
I
on a
feel like
pleasant
that
note?
might be prudent, just so that we don't end on us tearing each other's. It's
Okay.
been so peaceful.
Okay,
wanna see DMX's
I will just mention the number because okay.
You can pull it up and put
three-
it on the screen if you want.
I can't because I am
not
looking at
hiding
it
from
through
it.
a VPN. Yeah, what I have to do this is screenshot it, then send it from there to here, and then upload it, which I can do for you, so you don't take my word for it. So I'll do it.
Honestly, what's the point of even doing it? But let's go ahead and finish up.
Well, he asked, but okay. Let me play the video. This is the problem with when I want to share
You're
something.
not sharing it though.
Yeah, well, no. This is the problem that when I want to share something and then something else comes up, now it doesn't make
loses
much
relevance.
sense.
You know, it's a much easier way of refuting this.
Oh my god.
YouTube channels have access to everyone who subscribes to them on YouTube Studio. So you could just
No.
go and find one of those recent subscribers.
Okay,
that
let's
subscribe
go-
to you and click on their profile.
Wait. Let me hear that again. What did you just say? Can you
I
repeat
said that
that?
the people that subscribe to your YouTube channel, you can see your recent subscriptions through YouTube
If
Studio.
if they have it enabled, if they have their subscriptions public, you mean, right?
So even the ones that don't, you'd still be able to click on the people who've subscribed to his profile that have made
Nope.
it public.
Nope. And I have YouTube since 2006. Where were you in 2006? Did you have YouTube?
Where was I in 2000? That's a good question. No, I didn't
I know.
start going on YouTube until about 2010.
So I had it since then, and no, if they don't have their subscriptions public, you cannot see them in your.
I mean, I have had
manager.
people subscribe to me, and I could go right to them as soon as they.
I can
sub to me and
subscribe. I
see
can
their
subscribe.
profile.
I can subscribe to you and prove to you that you will not see my name subscribed. You will see one more number, but you will not see who that number is, because that's how it works.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm still the point that I'm making to you though, Achilles, that the people who have subscribed to me, I've been able to see their subscriptions. So maybe not everybody who has been subscribing recently you can see. That doesn't mean that everybody has it set to that. I highly doubt that all 800 and something people that are subscribed to Steven's channel have their channel subscriptions set to private. That would be a pretty huge coincidence if you ask me.
What's your suspicion though?
It's not.
Well, then what's your suspicion, Aiden? What are your
Stephen
suspicions
did a
then?
good job.
Because
Stephen did a good job of describing the suspicion earlier. I think that there are small quantities of subscribers that are being purchased.
Okay,
and
at
that
least
are being
at
added
least
to the channel to inflate its numbers artificially.
all right. At least if I
The
prove to
first
you,
honest thing Aiden has said in a long time.
if I say if I show
You
you
commended me for my honesty just earlier, Stephen. What the heck?
if I show you right now that in these 48 hours that we mentioned, right? Because I could go further back, but we only referenced this today, and I can show you what the analytics show on the top right, which is the 48 hours that just passed, right? So if I show you that, will you accept the fact that when you have so many viewers, some of them would subscribe?
I mean, typically YouTube subscribers come from new content, not old content.
Yeah, that's kind of the interesting thing. All of our spikes correlate with shorts that we released. What?
So these are the views for the last 48 hours.
Go ahead and
if you-
drop that mic, Hart.
Yep. There it goes. And you can see a finger. No, I'm sorry. It's not a finger.
It's a really sudden spike. It's really
it is
strange.
because
It's almost
it is-
like it's almost like
Yeah,
there
since
was
it
a
is
real
strange, since
sudden
you can buy
influx.
subscribers, but you can't buy views. It
And
is
the-
interesting, isn't it, Aiden?
It is
not true that you
Aiden.
can't. That's
Yeah,
just
that
more-
is
it's
true.
more
Aiden,
expensive to buy views.
Aiden,
Viewbots are a
Aiden.
very
La
real
la la
thing,
la la
Stephen.
la la
That's
la
not
la.
true.
Hey. It is like this because Steven uploaded a video. But you will not find it in the live streams. You can go to
It's
videos.
like that because he
and-
uploaded a video, so he had a 3,000 view video.
Yeah,
recently.
he's sharing them on his Facebook, and he's getting how many thousands views? are
Oh,
you
so
getting
it's
on
from
Facebook?
Facebook. it's just from Facebook, guys.
No. He's sharing on Facebook, and then some people click the channel, come to the channel,
3,000.
and they subscribe.
Wow.
3,066 in the past 48 hours. Do you understand what that means?
3,460.
Okay, guys,
so-
I'm kind of over.
Yeah, I mean, seriously,
I'm
what are
bored.
we even debating?
All right, so this one was 24 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm
and it was
getting
553
bored
views.
trying to prove
This one was a
analytics.
few hours ago. All right, bye, Lupin. This
I'll
one
talk
was a
to you
few
later.
hours
Bye-bye.
ago, and it was 1,800 views. Let's see, 370,
All your
417,
content as well. All your
1.6
original
thousand.
content.
No, this is
Okay.
all brand new, dude. This is all stuff within the last 3
All
weeks.
original Stephen Bolin content.
So,
And soon it will be recycled content when you start doing stuff over on Chuck's channel again, right? Because your guys'
well.
show like parodies of ours or something. Oh, 2.4 thousand views on that one.
go to
Yeah, that
videos.
was how
now.
long ago?
1.2 thousand views.
That was how long ago?
I'm about to go even further back and show you how long ago it was. So here's one for 6,400.
No, I'm coming,
views.
babe. Just give me a few minutes.
When
here,
everybody
babe,
else
okay?
turns their back on you. When
Well, the
nobody
thing is
understands.
that in shorts, I don't think you
When
can
friends
see. Oh,
forsake
yeah,
you.
here it is.
You like your own shorts?
Suffering, but you may be suffering
I
alone.
love my shorts.
Can you?
I like what I do. I do what I like.
When everybody
Yeah.
else.
So there's the thing, man. And there
Yeah,
seems to be
you had
correlation
one
because you
short that
guys
blew
like.
up. That's good.
Aiden,
Hey, if
I
you had a
uploaded.
short
I
that blew
uploaded
up,
a
you'd
video.
have more content too.
I mean, I haven't made a single bit of content, and I somehow have 25 subs. I must have bought them.
Yeah.
Nobody said you did. You said we do.
I know that's the whole point of my
What
joke.
is the point?
Is that it's funny. All right, but anyways,
Okay. Did you realize though that it's also not true?
no, not really.
Okay. The viewers did.
Yeah,
3,400 viewers.
We don't care what you think. We care
Not
what
at
the
all.
viewers.
You don't care what we think,
heard.
but you just
No,
presented
no.
evidence to
No,
try and
no,
refute
because
it.
you guys
just
can go
presented
to
You
the
care
evidence.
so
You
little
guys
that
can
you
go-
just spent time trying to refute an
And you can
argument that
tell
you don't
all
care about.
174
Come on, Hart.
of his
Come on, dude.
subscribers
You've been pretty
how
honest
we're
with me this whole
falsely
time up
buying
until right
subs.
now.
Sorry, Stephen. Go ahead. What you were saying.
You've been honest this whole point.
I'm muting you. Let Stephen say
That's
what he
mean.
wanted to say.
No, it's
No, it's
all
not mean. It's necessary.
Meanie.
No, it's fine.
Meanie.
You're being
Right.
a poo-poo head right now, Achilles.
So, which other point is it that you want the hard evidence for? We're all here.
It's more the growth of the subscribers that piques people's interest, because natural subscription growth doesn't typically happen in big spikes, like how there's a day where within an hour suddenly you gain 10 subscribers. which
That's
is
because
what
no
this
one you're
mod
doing
is saying.
content with makes good content.
Right.
What
That's
are you
it.
talking
you
about,
never
Aiden?
observe
We've
a
seen
spike.
huge spikes in voting. In the last election, we've seen huge spikes in voting habits. I mean,
No,
maybe
I'm
there's a
talking about his
corollary.
channel. I'm not talking about electoral politics. I'm talking about this channel specifically.
Yeah, you produce good content, it gets higher views, Aiden. That's
we
the
don't
way
really
YouTube
produce
works.
content that gets a whole lot of views, though.
We really do, though. A lot more than
Aiden,
the
Let's see.
channels
Hold
you're
on.
associating
Let's see. Hold on. All right. So videos.
I can compare this to a real channel.
32 views.
Your-
Oh,
your
799 views. That's almost 1,000. Woo! That's almost your whole subscription base that watched. That one
share your
video.
screen because we're not even. We
Right.
don't know.
Hold
who
on.
you're
Here, I'll
talking about.
I'll share it. I'll share it.
Because those numbers also just help prove how we're getting our growth.
But that's not a single one of those.
I
actually
love when Jesus
exceeds
Christ uses atheists to show the truth.
799 views. So
Amen.
that's fewer than the amount
He
of
uses them as his
subscribers.
tool.
It's 147. Pretty sure that's lower than 859. 11. That one's blowing up.
Show the John MacArthur one that
859.
Achilles did. That one had over 1,000. I was proud
Wicked
of him.
Schemers Beware. Yeah, there was a good one. That got a fair bit of views. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah.
your content at all, but it got pretty good views.
Scroll just a tiny bit down. A tiny bit. There. Look at that.
Oh,
now.
1.3. There's one that actually exceeds your subscription count. There's one video.
And
I'm
this is
impressed,
the
and
one.
that was 3
and
weeks
this is-
ago.
And
Woo!
this
If
is
you want to see
let-
all the views that
3
go
weeks
above our
ago.
subscription count, go to the shorts.
I'll go to popular. Hold on, I'll click on popular. I'll do you one even better. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos in total that go above your actual number of subscribers in turn.
Hey,
That's pretty
also,
typical of a YouTube channel.
Let's
right?
pull up your
you
channel
typically
too.
get
Let's
a
pull up your
whole
channel and
bunch.
see how many thousands of views you get.
Well, I have.
I get goose egg for views. I
Wait,
actually get absolutely none whatsoever.
Well,
It's
how
pretty
many
easy
views
when
is
you
all-
don't put out any
How
content.
many views is Chuck getting over there on his channel that has 174 subscribers?
Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because he typically matches, if not exceeds, your live viewership, even though he has like 1/8.
That's because atheists
so that's
stick
pretty
together.
Interesting.
That's because
that's why.
unbelievers stick
That's
together.
why. Our reasons for our numbers are all perfectly legitimate and reasonable, but your reasons for your numbers,
Yeah, of course it is. When
Aiden,
you're helping
Aiden.
Satan,
they're all just stinky.
helping Satan's plan come to fruition, he'll
It sounds
bless
like
you
a-
with viewership.
Seems like a very honest way of representing the
Aiden,
current scheme of
Aiden,
things.
Aiden, may I? Okay.
Hi, Ryan.
I
Everybody.
have.
Hi,
Hello,
everybody.
Ryan. I have 1,800 subscribers,
and I get 100 views per video. So what are you just saying doesn't even make any sense. I have a 1.8, and I made one video that in 3 years that 2 years that I have it online, it has gotten 100 views. It took me so much effort to make. I uploaded it on Steven's
How long
channel.
have you been uploading videos?
I from a long time before you
Right,
got on
so those-
before
a
you
bunch
got
of
on
those
YouTube. Wait, let me finish my point. The point is that you are trying to find views that are higher than the subscriber number,
Which
and
is what you typically see.
I keep getting subscribers for the videos that get 100 to 200 views each. So I have one that took me a lot of effort to make, and I didn't want it to be wasted on my channel, which is a racer channel, and I pushed it on
Oh, you're a
Steven's
racist?
account. And I pushed it on Steven's account, and it received 1.3 thousand views in 24 hours. So
You received all of its views in 24 hours? That's pretty
I wanna thank Steven for paying for my video to get views. I
Is it
wanna
one
thank
more?
you, Steven, personally.
You're
Hey, we
welcome.
just got one more
I
sub.
can't-
We paid for one more sub. 900.
Can I share my screen? Can I
I
share my
can't. I
screen?
can't take all the credit though.
Can I share my
I cannot
screen?
take all the credit because Stump is the one who tanked our channel upwards.
Oh yeah.
I would like
And
to.
when
I would
Stump
like to show.
when
I would
Stump
like to
tanks the
show
channel,
me
he really
becoming-
knows how to
you
really
let
just
Steven
tank it
finish.
into success. That's what I love about Stump.
Who said that it was one subscriber away to 900? It's 859. I was about to share my
corrected, it's
screen and it
860.
becoming.
He corrected it.
becoming the well, I was going to subscribe and become the 900th subscriber, but I'll wait until it hits 900.
What's that, Aiden? I think I'm going through a tunnel.
wait
I
until-
can't. I'm having trouble hearing you. Anybody else hear that wind? Darn
It was
tunnels.
fun. It was fun. I mean, spending all the time to say that we are buying subscribers when we are clearly proving to you that we are not, and you keep insisting. I mean, come on.
To be
Have a break.
hospitable for like 2 hours and then
4,
come out and
3.
be an arrogant, smug. Wow.
I came late to the party, so what's been going on, guys?
We've just been
not much.
poking holes in evolution.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, the reason I'm late is I went to church with that family, that wonderful family that lives on my route, and just had a wonderful time. It was family time. I felt like I was with family when I was with them.
We are a
But
bunch. We are a bunch of introverts, and we have you for an extrovert. You
I
are the
haven't
one
been
going out there. Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't always been an extrovert, Achilles, but God has changed me so much in the last few
Amen.
years.
Amen.
I
We
am
need
not
that.
the man I was, I'm not the man I used to be. So,
Same
but
here. I
I'm
was
gonna
an
be here. I'm looking
extrovert.
forward to Larry's broadcast later.
Oh yeah, we're warming up for it. That's what we're doing so far. Just warming
Okay.
up for the show.
So I was
The real
surprised to
show.
see-
You know.
I was
I'm
surprised to see Aiden here. Y'all decided to let him come in and chat with you a little bit.
Yeah, just for today.
Felt like playing with
Okay,
all
he
the
says he's through
theories.
the tunnel now.
Well, the wormhole of the black hole is a big one, so we'll take more time to get out of it.
Are you
Yeah,
not wanting to hang
Aiden, I'm
on
having
here
trouble connecting because of all the dark energy.
Okay. Well, I bought some candles at Walmart that are a little bit wider than those ones that I wasted my money on. So I'm still haven't lost hope that I'm going to be able to put these candles on the menorah.
I
Let me
mean,
get-
he has been trying from the day he bought that thing. He has been trying to find the right one.
Did it work? Did it
Let me
work?
go get the menorah and we'll see.
Let's see. Oh, I'm anxious.
Aiden, we had a good run, but it won't work out between us.
Well, they're still a little loose. It's still a little loose, but it's not as bad.
Oh no, this is a hazard. If you
And
put
then I
7 of
bought-
those,
And then I bought some others that were thicker and they were too thick. So I can't
You-
seem to find the ones that are just right.
But I can tell you what to do to fix that. You can melt one and
Ah,
keep
Yeah.
keep fitting them in. Yeah, but then you're running a little bit of a problem. You need to be there when they go down.
yeah.
Don't burn your house, bro.
Well, yeah, my brother would not be happy with me if I did that.
I'm pretty sure.
It's okay if they're a little bit loose.
Oh,
When did you say I'm supposed to burn them, Stephen?
let me play that video even for Aiden, who keeps coming in and out. If he doesn't want to see, he can close the window, but I want to show it for the viewers because he asked
Sure.
me if I had a personal visitation from God, and I said no, but I had from the devil. And so I turned to God and said, you better be real. So I'm not the only one that had that experience, and it wasn't
Mhm.
just one of them. I'm not easy to convince. And so the same goes for this rapper who recently passed, but before passing, he was making YouTube videos where he was opening up the Bible and he was reading verses to people, trying to get people from the hood saved. So this is DMX. I love him, and here's what he said when the enemy put him in prison back in like 10 years ago.
Thank you for doing this.
Okay.
Thank you for, giving me the opportunity to be heard, in a positive light.
Yeah.
Or just in a fair light.
And if I inadvertently talk about your situation,
Mhm. I got you.
you let me know.
I got you. All right, I first came to Arizona, man, and I remember one day coming from the studio at 6 o'clock in the morning and pulling over on the highway. We like 4 cars, just to watch the sunrise. And it was at that point that I fell in love with Arizona. I said, you know what, this has to be God's country, because I'd never seen anything as beautiful as that sunrise. Then I met the devil in God's country, and it's not so much who, it's what, what happens and the things that the devil does. It's not so much a person, even though he acts through people. You can't call one person the devil.
Joe Arpaio?
You can't call any one person the devil. You can't do that because no one person has enough power to be the devil, and it's through all these hardships that I realized that, this is God's country because I met the devil here. Because if I hadn't met the devil here, I wouldn't realize I was strong enough to overcome the obstacles that the devil would place in my path. And it's by overcoming these obstacles that I realized that this is God's country because he helped me get over these obstacles. He helped me get over these hurdles.
Okay, but when you're done here, when
Yeah.
you're out of here,
I'm not looking back.
you're not coming back?
No, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back for a show. I'm not coming back for a visit. I'm not even driving through the states. If I'm in a plane and they're gonna fly over it, I'm gonna go around. Okay.
But you love this place.
I love the scenery. I love the scenery about it, and I love the freedom that it initially gave a person. Remember, I said when I first came here.
I think that's enough. He won't go into the devil again. He's talking about his situation now, but yeah, I hope viewers enjoyed this. I know Aiden didn't, but still. Where did Steven go? Every time I play a video, I lose Steven. Am I alone here? Hello? Hello? Ryan, talk to me.
No, I'm here. I just I went into a store real quick.
Okay, Dustin, at least I know I'm not, I didn't play this for me. Thank you. Ryan is probably off doing something. I actually think that it is an okay time to end the stream. What would you guys think?
I'm okay with ending it.
Because I don't want other people to come in and make another hour. It's already 4 hours and a half long.
We went the distance.
Yeah.
Much love, buddy. I'll talk to you guys later.
We have a show in half an hour. All right, Larry.
Now
Larry
my
show.
mom is now our mom is gone. Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to linger. You don't have to linger.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so everybody, we hope you enjoyed
No, you
the.
don't have to. I'm going to spend the rest of my time, most of the night on live stream anyway.
And Larry, we all will. I love his shows. Oh, he's talking on the phone, and I've been responding. How great is that?
Okay. Yeah, I'll be here. Bet right around the time I feed the dog. Well, I can feed the dogs after you leave, or maybe I'll feed them before. I don't know.
All right. I muted my friend so he can speak on the phone. It's okay. It's okay. Ryan, go ahead. Stay on the phone so I can say good night to people. Thank you for being around, and we will see you at Larry's show in half an hour. Okay, he's done.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry I was late to the party. So is the deal the reason y'all booted Aiden? He was just not being very cooperative or anything like
Oh,
that?
no, he actually has been very cooperative, and we had a very good discussion that went on for like 3 hours. But he, as he always does, he wouldn't take any point. And then he even, you must see it, it's interesting. But when he got booted, is because he keeps insisting and he's trying to prove that we are buying subscribers. And I had to pull out the analytics and show him our views, which are 3.5 K in 48 hours. And that happens every 48 hours. So that should be enough to prove to someone that if you have 3,000 views per 48 hours, one small fraction of those views will subscribe to you. And that's why you get 20 subscribers if you upload a video that gets so many views. So he didn't want to admit that, and he kept trying to figure out different ways. So at some point, we are just tired. That's all. I don't think he did anything bad.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's rather ludicrous to say that we're buying subscribers. I mean, I don't think I don't think either of us can afford to be doing that.
And if you buy subscribers, you don't buy them by 20. I mean, I don't even know, but I think it should start like at 100, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Like, how many do you want? Do you want them one per day so people like Aiden don't be suspicious of you?
I don't even know. I didn't even know it was possible to buy subscribers. I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, it is. There are also some factories in China where they have like huge walls of cell phones. Walls, like endless walls of cell phones. And you pay them, and they make all those cell phones reload the page on your video, and you get like all these hundreds of views immediately. And this is how all these satanic things get all these millions of views. But still, you know, there's also those that actually click on them. But yeah, no, we don't believe in money overall, and we would never, ever pay to get a viewer because it would be a disingenuine viewer. We're only interested in those that we can reach, not ghosts.
Amen.
So people with, a couple of brain cells working can figure that out. But, we need to prove it to other people.
Yeah.
So, Brother Ryan, I'll
Yes,
see
sir.
you on the next one, my brother.
Okay. Sounds
You
good.
and- you and
I got
Lucky.
this book came today that's about Jerusalem, so I'm going to check it out.
Do you have any new visitors for your show? Anyone in your
I'm
mind?
hoping I need to call. There's an old friend of mine who years ago when we were teenagers, we experienced a supernatural phenomenon together. And he keeps telling me he's going to come on with me maybe this Tuesday night. I need to reach out to him. I need to call him or text him.
What phenomenon was it?
We saw a statue's eyes light up red.
What?
Oh yeah, we both saw it. And it hasn't really, I mean, the only time I ever think about it is when someone brings it up, but apparently it's been bothering him ever since. And so I want him to be able to come on here and talk about it.
Oh yeah, please bring him.
Yeah, because it never really bothered me that much. I mean,
Because have you
I thought it was interesting,
did you
but I
watch
never really thought it was scary for some reason.
did you watch the video that I am trying to upload to our channel and I'm having a lot of copyright blocks? Were you here when I was previewing it for
Was it
people?
today?
No, it's been like 3 days that I've been trying and I've been previewing it. So
I don't think I saw it.
Okay, the reason I mention it, and now I'm gonna end the stream and I'm gonna show it to you, and the rest are gonna watch it on the video uploads. The reason I mentioned it is because our job is to help every single individual that we manage to reach, because the saying goes that helping one person doesn't change the world, but it changes the whole wide world for that one person.
Amen. Amen.
So this is our mission.
Yes. If we can, I mean, if what we're doing changes one life, brings one person to Jesus, then it's worth it.
Amen, my brother.
You know, that's my motivation. The only reason I would want us to get more viewers is not for prestige or anything like that. It's just to know that more people are listening to godly ministering.
Amen.
You know, that's all I care about.
Amen. And since the discussion happened before, let me put it on the record here that only because we decided to end the drama by picking up a big knife and cutting connections loose,
Yeah.
God started repaying us with viewers and subscribers, and we can never turn our back on that.
Amen.
There was a story for the end, a true story. Alexander the Great, when he made it to Babylon, right before he gets crowned a pharaoh, he was asked to untie a knot which was called untieable, like nobody could untie the knot. So if he could untie the knot, he would become a pharaoh. So he went at that room, he looked at the knot, he realized that thing is impossible to untangle, so he took out his sword and he cut it in half. And we have the saying, what you can't untie, you cut it off.
Yes. Amen. Amen.
So we'll all see you later.
Yes.
Ryan, don't leave. I'll preview the video for you.
Okay.
See you guys later. We hope you enjoyed it.
Bye, everybody.